to know everything.
The fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I be swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. Be your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it, yeah.
You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice.
You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffels is the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas, gas, gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life. Look, yeah, I'm about to ride it till the wheels fall off. Yeah, I'm about to run the game, I ain't never dropping off. Let's be talking about a bag. Put a duffel on the dash, yeah, I'm really about to swap. Heavy foot up on the gas with it. Trunk tracks with the cash in it. Passionate, long range when I'm passing it. All drive, I ain't stopping unless I'm crashing it. And even that wouldn't stop me from going after it. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. Be your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it, yeah.
You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice.
You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffels is the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas, gas, gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life.
It's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. Bitch throwing hands in the parking lot, getting stuck, digging up the sand, doing donuts in a Bentley truck. You learn how to rage when the world doesn't show you love. Yeah, I told you what, yeah, I know what it's up. Put it all in the mixture, let the red devil kiss ya. Better hope that I miss ya. Ayy, teach a man how to fish ya. Feed the fan, feed the kids ya. Lead the grand for the picture. Hard to get this far, hard to get this far if you don't know your way around. It could tear you apart, it could tear you apart if you turn it into someone else. Ayy, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. They're calling on me, they're what they gon' say, yeah. I ain't falling for it, most of them two-faced, yeah. Friends switch up on you when they see you doing great. I make myself alone just to find peace. And if you ever cared, then you know where to find me. there's no going back once I leave it behind me. Hey, it's not all is forgiven. Everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching. Double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways. It's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, smooth silence.
Even though it's slowly, I can see your plan unfolding. Open in front of me, my walk is far from over. Strolling, holding on to pieces, the reasons I feel them chosen. Rendered incomplete, a trophy far from worthy. Now I know we're steady praying that the seams of these dreams could be controlled with the Holy Spirit reigning over, pleading peace. But with the thoughts of this poet, my soul is off and I know it. The daily routine of incompetence, attempt to betray your silent providence. Only you know that I'm the image of wickedness, lacking with access to everything. My lack is deliberate, lack wisdom and innocence, lack meekness, my weakness, deep to selfish ambivalence, self-righteous diction of fulfillment to serve myself and my influence. Using your namesake to make a name Reet. The sickness has crippled my mission, sipping on the gin. Knee deep in a battle, I'm wishing God bless the ignorant who saw my life a lack and delivered it. Fall on my knees, I worship you. I can feel the morning dew, sun shining through. There is nothing I can't do. If I is replaced with you, make haste and move. The seed can make mountains move. If it's ground in you, see the flower bloom. There is nothing we can't do. If we all look like you, let me write your truth. A life worth giving. My wrist, my feet, my crown. You know that feeling when evil surrounded you. It's only found in you, absolute and accountable. Accounted for by the infallible, seeming compatible. It's a story of impractical gratitude, overshadowed by actions acted out since Adam was rattled. So holy locked in this battle, will it break or shatter the pattern of our captive will burn through sinful capital, raptured into the stature of a captain. Transparent as the rings of Saturn, fight for my life locked in this battle, thinking I got him. The sins in my past begin to fade into the asylum. At the bottom of Sodom, see the enemy and I spot him. The hate he attempts to sow is sown shut by my father. He holds me like a toddler, blessed to call him Abba. The only God to follow, the only God that I know, the Alpha, not Apollo, Omega, never hollow. The author of my faith who holds the promise for tomorrow. My heart is crying. Fall on my knees, I worship you. I can feel the morning dew, sun shining through. There is nothing I can't do. If I is replaced with you, make haste and move. The seed can make mountains move. If it's ground in you, see the flower bloom. There is nothing we can't do. If we all look like you, let me write your truth. A life worth giving. My wrist, my feet, my crown. Daily crucifixion. In my life, I always knew there was something I needed. Never knew what to call it. Felt like my stomach was bleeding, but the hunger that I felt was more than inconvenient. And believe me when I speak it, homie, I battled with demons. I fought with my hatred, even wrestled with anger. Witness close friends smiling, finding success in my anguish. Alone pursuing music, blood spilt on this pavement. Took some blows in my pride, along that road to be famous. I've been stepped on like I wouldn't make it. Little did I know my dreams needed to wake up. Had to love selfish people to find love in selfish unwise. Worship many idols in my life, but found one God. And he's told me much more than one time that he hasn't failed me, not even one time. And I was made complete when his only son died, praying that he reminds me daily when the sun rises. So I fall on my knees, I worship you. I can feel the morning dew, sun shining through. There is nothing I can't do. If I is replaced with you, make haste and move. The seed can make mountains move. If it's ground in you, see the flower can't do. If fire is the place where you make haste and move, the sea can make mountains move. If it's grounded, you see the flower bloom. There is nothing we can't do. If we all look like you, let me write your truth. My wrist, my feet, my crown. Daily crucified.
I don't want just anybody. Can you treat me like somebody? I don't want just anybody. I don't want just anybody. Let me treat you like somebody. Try to dive on a Rari. This forever, we ain't stopping. You the life of the party. No doubt. Apply that pressure, don't need no scrub. Try to you special, I need your love. Need your love, need your love right now. Won't tell nobody. Down the middle, if I get it, then you got it. Seen the first inside the lobby. It's a girl I want for life right beside me. Stuck together through whatever, like we signed me. Stay slow type, I keep telling her to try me. Keep it on the low, but I'm falling for your high key. Check off every box, gotta do it like Nike. Ooh, that girl, them right there. When she walk by, that's him right there. A Levi, but a peanut cell. So unfair, I don't care. Whoa. You should take my number. Oh, I really wanna give you money. Whoa. We can meet up somewhere, baby, I don't care. You should know I don't want just anybody. Let me treat you like somebody. Try to dive on a Rari. This forever, we ain't stopping. You the life of the party. No doubt. Apply that pressure, don't need no scrub. Try to you special, I need your love. Need your love, need your love right now. I treat you good, babe. No time for Mickey D, don't need no hood day. I ain't tryna rush it all, I know I should wait. I ain't perfect, but I love when you the good way. Can't go back, I know that. You got dirt, don't hold back. Diamond in the rough, hope you know that. Might not agree, but you show that. But I made my decision. Just 1 second, girl, listen. I ain't tryna run no game. Whoa. You should take my number. Oh, I really wanna give you money. Whoa. We can meet up somewhere, baby, I don't care. You should know I don't want just anybody. Let me treat you like somebody. Try to dive on a Rari. This forever, we ain't stopping. You the life of the party. No doubt. Apply that pressure, don't need no scrub. Try to you special, I need your love. Need your love, need your love right now. Let me treat you like somebody. Try to dive on a Rari. This forever, we ain't stopping. No doubt. Apply that pressure, don't need no scrub.
I've been asleep for so long, asking where you go. All alone in this dark place, hell inside. The perfume is strong, and it's on me, waiting on you to call me. The moment you do, believe I'll be awake and free. Wide awake, while they slipping, I won't die today, won't you listen? Squinting, eyes dilating, a pine box, I'm drifting. Mud in my pockets, fingertips gripping the locket. Liquor spilled on designer watches. Oh yeah, that new body better be Versace when I get excited. Wildin', the kingpin of Sandcastle Asylum's dry, but I'm dying to be thirsty, thirsting. My nerves are jerking, I'm clawing, draw my breath to the surface. Serving at the most high, now undeserving. Return to the dirt, the earth I'm in, they used to follow me. Guess they never knew that I'm just dust, brick and mortar, under the thumb of the the Lord, I get crushed. Don't mean much, now I get stuck. I'm only flesh, I'm only blood. All my words holy aroma, or the smoke of the untouched. I see doves, I see fire fall like tongues of riot. My place is among the stars. I see some, I see the tale of the one who spoke with the desire to take the place of the sun, but no devil could topple him. Hand over this metropolis, he reigns. Floodlight, floodlight, let me be a floodlight. All I feel is sunlight to set them free. They could be wide awake, wide awake, wide awake, so they can see it all. Floodlight, floodlight, let me be a floodlight. All I feel is sunlight to set us free. We could be wide awake, wide awake, so we can see our God. If I ain't looking for the king in an empty tomb, remind him that he's coming soon. We like many.
Are the drivers all next to their cars? Hey boys. Start up this then, or whatever's best background and driving stand next to the sun.
Maybe stand there, sell the car. I'll go this side, yeah.
There you go, mate. This isn't bad. Looks pretty as the sun. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everyone here at Calder Park Raceway. There are so many more people here. Welcome to you guys tuning into the live stream on YouTube with Keep It Reet. Thank you all so much for supporting Battle Royale Round 5. Like I said, Calder Park Raceway here in Melbourne. It's been an absolutely epic first half of the day already. We've just had our tea break, we've had our intermission, we've got all of the drivers here. We're going to have a quick word to some of them. We're going to talk about their prep and their lead up to the event. And then we've got the top 8 of both amateur and pro class to come. So if you're somewhere nearby and you can make it to Calder Park, you should definitely hop in the car and come down and hang out with all of these guys. Welcome to all of you who have just arrived. We really appreciate you. But right now, I'm here with Josh Rogers from Keep It Reet. We're going to talk to some of these drivers and get a feel for how they're going today.
Alrighty, thank you, Tony. Follow me along down the end. We're going to start with the amateur drivers. A lot of these boys have been in it for the season. There's points to be won, there's places to be taken. So first up, with the independent car parts 1J Crusader, Mr. Matthew McCrudden.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Guys. Give us a clap. That's it.
Next up, in the, I'm not sure what motor it is. I know it's a V6. I can't keep up with it, but it's Cody Moxon in the V6 Corolla.
KE70 Corolla. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Woo!
Now, the man with the hardest name to say, I always get this one wrong, but he's the AU Society, the AU Falcon, the mighty AU Falcon, one of the uprising cars, one of the crowd favourites, I'm sure, Mr. Jamie Stavkovsky.
Did we get it right? Close enough?
Good enough, good enough. All righty, moving on. The biggest head of them all. He's one of our own. You've probably seen him on the vlogs. From Keeper Reet, it's Jesse Scott in the SR20 S14.
Woo! J. Scott drifts. Love
One
it,
of
mate.
the biggest characters I reckon we have in the drift scene down in Melbourne. He's you're from Melbourne, eh? Albury, are you? Up there, somewhere up there near the Murray. I don't even know that that's right. But he's a character and he'll be shooting some flames for you guys on the return lane down here, the mini Limmy lane, as we like to call it. It's Mr. Sam Mudge.
Round of applause. Woo!
Alrighty, as we get down to the pointy end of our amateur down here, we have two drivers that are on 3 wins each. That means that those two drivers, if they win their next battles, they are battling each other. If they win those 2 battles, start again. If one of them wins in this next battle, that driver will get shot through to the final. And the other driver will be left to battle it out the hard way. So, first of all, in the Mac 10 LS S13, it's Nathan Beasley.
Woo! All right, Steez. We've seen some solid laps today, a little bit of panel and sticker trading earlier on in the day, but the car's okay. You've survived. You've come through with 3 wins. You're going up against this guy. So, you know, the first battle of the day, everyone's on a level playing field, right? And then the second battle, you've battled a winner, and then you won. And then you battle the third battle. You battle a winner, and you won. You guys are both winners. How do you feel going into this battle? Talk to us.
I'm pretty happy. There's no easy battles from here. AP is a pretty tough competitor, so I think he's already won the championship, so hope he just gives it to me anyway, you know.
Any special prep for the car in the lead up to this event? It's the last round of Battle Royale. Have you done anything different to the car in the last couple of months?
Yeah, a little bit of engine work. I did a new tube front on it, a Costal front end, rack move forward, just a little bit of stuff.
Just a couple of things, and I feel like you're pretty confident in the car. Obviously, you've had a smile on your face when you've come down the return road. It's been a hell of a time watching you so far. I wish you all the best in your next battle against AP, but you've been a great competitor so far, mate. Awesome. Good luck. All right.
Alrighty, Tony. So that's one half of that battle. Now we've got one of my favourite people around the Melbourne scene. He's a gentle giant with dreads. Might look a bit scary from the outside, but I can promise you he is a gentle giant. And he's probably taken half the people here out for a ride with a pro, I reckon, at some stage. So from Team Wheel Deal with the LS 180SX, it's our champion leader, Andrew Pearson.
Woo! Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. AP. Now, I've found myself in the passenger seat of this car a few times, and you've been battling it out today. Your teammate has had some gearbox issues. I saw you under the front or side of the car there. I love the team, obviously a team wheel deal camaraderie that goes into it. Are you feeling confident going into this next battle?
It's always close with Nathan. We both drive pretty similar car. I don't really care what happens. As long as we're here having fun, it's not raining, the sun's shining, everything's good.
Isn't that such a cool part of drift as well? You know, you drive together that often that everyone becomes mates and, you know, we're all pretty chill, but I'm sure when you put the helmet on, you're on the start line, you're going to G each other up and it's going to be a good battle. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Have you done anything different with this car in the last month or so in the lead up to this event?
Well, it caught fire last event doing a victory skid, so I had to do a bit of stuff. It's got a 180 front now. It used to have a S15 front and a bit of paint. But I'd like to say thank you to Jared at the Wheel Deal. He's hooked us up from day one, and I'm sure he's watching. So, hey, Jared.
Awesome. And that's just it. You know, the suppliers and the sponsors and team supporters that we have really makes this possible, and obviously all the suppliers that have helped us out to get this event underway. We thank you. We thank you guys. The next winner of this battle goes straight through to the final. I wish you both the best of luck. Round of applause for the amateur class. Let's go, guys. All right. Back to you, Josh.
Alrighty, we actually haven't finished it, Tony.
Oh.
I might have stitched you up there.
Okay.
There is one man here in the R32. He is actually doing pro and amateur, and he's still in both. So we'll get to the round of applause in a minute, but it's definitely worthy of one. He's got nitrous if you haven't seen it. From Ridley's Automotive, it's Mr. Daniel Ridley.
You! All right, you psychopath. You're in the top 8 of both amateur and pro. Wow, how are you feeling?
I'm nervous, but I'm feeling good now.
Okay.
I was not feeling it this morning one bit. So.
Okay, well, I mean, I've seen you drive a bunch of times, and it seemed like you were just obviously progressing as the day was going on. You're feeling more and more comfortable in the car. I watch your Instagram stories every day, and you're pretty much developing and tinkering with this thing all the time. It's hilarious to watch, so if you want to follow him on Insta, definitely get involved. And that's part of it too, right? We're all characters here, but we really appreciate you being here. I gave a hint earlier that you've got a few little bits and pieces. Tell us about the spray. I kind of like it.
So we put it in, which it wakes the motor up down low, so it's not a lazy, laggy thing that it used to be. I had a spare kit at work that was for a different car. And it's, snowballed is what I would say. But it works really well, so I regret nothing.
Yeah, so we're using nitrous to spool the turbo instead of clutch kicking or using the anti-lag or anything like that. So I think maybe the only car here with nitrous. That's kind of cool. But anyway, the best of luck. You are competing in both amateur and pro class. A round of applause. Daniel Ridley, Ridley's Automotive, good luck to you today, my friend.
Alrighty, Tony. So we're going to skip through to the next top drivers in pro, but this is our our pro class. Apologies. So some of these people, much like the amateur guys, have been battling it out tooth and nail all year. I think Cam Martin and Bogger aren't here, so special shout out to those boys, but they've done all of the rounds and they're at the pointy end of the championship. But as you saw, Cam got knocked out and Bogger couldn't be here. He's got to look after his family. He's got more important things to do. That's all right, though. So, starting off in our pro category, apart from Mr. Ridley, we have an interesting car here. This is a sprint car motor, carbon Kevlar body on a C6 Corvette. It's Shop ADV's Patrick Barley.
Woo! And you've transported the car from Darwin. Absolutely amazing to travel so far to come here for round 5. Love you being here, mate. Love seeing the car. It's fantastic.
Alrighty, moving down. Another interstater over here. He's a common one amongst the high-tech, much like Mr. Patrick Barley over here, high-tech drift series. He's a character. I love him. I've only just got to meet him. He's the nicest person you'll ever meet. So, I hope I don't butcher it, but I think it's an RB25. It's got lots of stickers on it, and it's an S15. It's Flash Smith.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Flash Smith from New South Wales. We love that you're here. He nearly wasn't going to be here as like a last-minute call-up. You got the nudge from the missus to say, hey, go and send it. Go and turn some tyres. We love that you're here, mate. Fantastic. Get out, basically. Don't come. Well, come home in a week, right? Wasn't that the thing? Yeah.
Alrighty, another lad who is a common name in the households of Melbourne, I reckon. It's people call him the love muscle. I'm not that personal with him, but it's Matty Russell to me. He has God's motor in his car, of course, much like his friend next to him. It's the mighty SR20 in the Wreckham East Tyre Works. That's the one. East Automotive, Wreckham, SR20, A86, Mr. Matty Russell.
Woo! Round of applause. Oh, yeah. Love it.
Alrighty, moving down. As you can see, the boyfriends like to park nice and close here. They love each other, these two.
Oh, cute.
So, another lad. He actually took first place at round 4. Another one of God's motors in under the hood. It's the Thrash King sponsored SR20 Corona, Jay Hansen.
Woo! Well done.
Moving down, back to the pointy end, this time in the Pro Championship, or the Pro Round 5, I mean to say. So, Marcus McCarthy, with the man next to him, rigged Mr. Jason Ferrin at his own competition. You have to give him a lot. But back to Marcus. I mean, everyone's seen Mr. Backy McCarthy, I'm sure. He's definitely a crowd favourite. He's one of my favourites.
Yeah, we got it. We've basically. So enough SR20s along here that it warms my heart. I've got 2 SR20s at home myself, and rep it for the 4 cylinders. Mr. Marcus McCarthy, Traction
So,
tires.
yes, that's what I was looking for. I got
traction
stuck. I
tyres.
apologise. I got stuck for a second. I couldn't remember one sponsor. It's the SR20 S13 traction tyres, Mr. Marcus McCarthy.
Woo! Yo. And I can tell you what, mate, that every time I saw you come down the return lane, you're just having the biggest grin on your face. You're having the best time. I think from the first time I met you, you were like that, and you've not changed one bit. You've been driving so well today. Obviously, you're on 3 wins. You're going up against the man himself to get that elusive 4th win and then a rocket straight through to the final. Talk us about your day so far. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, day's going awesome. I reckon Ferran's got enough trophies on the cabinet, so we're definitely going to take this one out, I reckon.
I like it. I like it. Now, when you look at this S13, you might go, that's a tidy 2-tone S13, but ignore the big wheel door mark that we got going on here. But, you know, a couple of things with the car. So SR, what's suspension, what's steering, a few things.
Shockwork suspension, it's all basic steering stuff, just cut and shuts. Biggest change I made for this event, which has worked really, really well, is we've got Driftworks drop knuckles in the rear. That's made a huge difference, mainly to side bites. So, yeah, it's driving better than it ever has before.
It looks super gripped up. You look in control of the car. You're feeling good about it. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus McCarthy going up against Jason Ferran.
Alrighty. How you going, mate? Some would think he's rude for competing in his own competition, but we sat him out for 3 rounds. We brought him in for 4. We brought him in for 5 because we told him up in the tower, no special treatment. You're going to get treated like everyone else, if not harder, because you drive more than anyone else. So you might have seen his barrow wags getting around, the Reet fleet. You're at his competition amongst the crew. We're all running it so he can have a good time. It's Mr. Jason Ferran in the Keeper Reet RB25 R33.
Woo! It's a nice little golf clap going on there. It's like subtle. They don't want you to win, mate. I don't know what's going on. I think they're rooting against you. No, not the case. Talk to us about the car. Talk to us about your personal prep. Now, running an event of this scale is hectic. Like, I mean, all the competitors here have had to get their cars together and everything else, but then you're got the extra pressure of working with your crew and getting this event up and running. So talk to us about the last week or so, or the lead up to this event. What's going on with the car? What's going on with the team? Give us a feel for behind the scenes.
So I get out of bed. I rock up to the factory. Corey's loaded the trailer. I jump in the car, come down here, and have some fun. No, Josh Rogers has been smashing it. The whole team, really. It's a massive team effort. I just sort of make sure everyone's doing their right things and sort of button up little things that JB Roll just often forgets his own car keys sometimes. So, but no, hats off to everyone. It's just, rock up and try and not forget to do the wheel nuts up. I forgot to do that before. And yeah, it's a one-man show. Everyone's running the event. Now I got no pit crew. God damn.
Changing your own wheels. That's okay. You're going to get dirty sometimes. That's all right. So talk to us about the car. Anything change, or is it just basically the same sort of setup that you've had for a while? I know you've driven this car a fair bit. So anything different?
So funnily enough, I sold the old 31 JZ Wags to build this 33, and it's been a bit of a nightmare since. It's been through about 5 motors, I reckon. So finally, the boys BSC, they built us a forged motor. So it's got 450 kilowatt, nice responsive setup with a hypergear turbo. She goes well. I know no one cares about it. It's all about the barrel wags these days. But that's off to D1NZ. We might have something special for you. We'll see. But she's definitely a Sendmobile, as you can see for the dints all over it. So I reckon me and Marcus, because we both don't get knocked out, I reckon we just send the biggest backy train, and whoever can pull it off goes through. He probably won't do it and make me spin it. But anyway, I'll do it. Send it.
I guess of the 2 people standing next to me, if anyone's going to do it, it's these blokes, and they could probably both pull it off. So one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are battling it out for the elusive 4 points and express run through to the final.
Alrighty. So last but not least, ignore this guy on the end. He just decided he'd join in, and I don't know why he's here, but he's a great person anyway. But last in the pro category, and we'll get into some battles, I promise, and they're going to be spicy. So this car is an absolute animal if you can't tell already. It has an 800 horsepower 2JZ under the hood. It's the SpeedTech S15 with Mr. Alex Kantorovsky driving behind the wheel.
That's it, round of applause. All right, so that is all of the competitors left. So we've got all of our pro class, all of the amateur class. We've run through all the details. We've got 4 people that are itching to get that 4th win and the express lane through to the final, and the rest have got to battle it out until we go dark to try and get through.
That's it, Tony. What do you guys reckon? Should we put on a show or what?
Having a good time?
Yeah?
I can't hear you.
These
Come
drivers
on.
back in the pits. Get them
Come
in their
on.
seats. Get them strapped in, and let's show you guys what drifting's about.
Let's go. Thanks for watching on the live stream at home. You still have time to come down. Thank you guys for hanging out at Calder Park. Grab a jumper, grab a jacket. It's going to be cool tonight. But we are going to have our commentators up in the tower kicking us back off very soon. Chunga and Dan Mackey. I'm going to hand it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, boys. It's been great to listen into a little bit of insights there on all our drivers. I'm Dan Mackey. I'm back here alongside Matthew Chunga. We are ready to rock and roll. We're waiting for one of those mics to come back up, and then we're going to have it happen. The battles are going to run thick and fast. If it's anything to go off what we saw earlier today, mate, I think it's going to be a pretty crazy afternoon.
Yeah, mate. Been fantastic battles all afternoon, and if that's a reflection of what the rest of the night's going to be, it's going to go absolutely off tap. So if you're out here at Calder Park Raceway and your friends are not here, tell them to come on down, because why not? The more the merrier. We get more people out here, we get better vibes, and these guys are absolutely going to send it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Get them on down there, get them along. Obviously, if you are watching at home in the live stream and you can't make it down here, you haven't booked a flight to get here and you're stuck there watching, we'll make sure we keep you as updated as we possibly can. Of course, you'll be able to follow along pretty soon once all the competition's fired back up on live.keepitreet.com. So that'll all be happening, and you can keep up to date with what's happening, the scores as they go along, who's getting in, knocked out, all the rest of it. The drivers are just heading down there now. They're going to get themselves set up and ready to rock and roll. We're pretty much set up and ready to rock and roll up here in the commentary box. We've got Tony B down there on the results line. You guys have this prime spots hanging out here at the track. I tell you what, the sun is still out. There's still a little bit of warmth left over, and we are getting very excited for what is set to be an afternoon of drifting here at Keep It Reet's Battle Royale, round number 5, the finale. We will be crowning champions. There will be skids. There'll be skids all night. So stick it in, get yourself something warm, put a rug around you if you need to, get a hot cup of coffee. There's plenty of warm food up the back here. Don't forget the Keep It Reet merch stand. Plenty to do. So we will be live trackside, burning rubber very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank some of our sponsors out here today. Don't forget Bling Designs, vehicle signage, signs and wraps, and custom hoodies and tees. Also, we got Hypergear Turbos, keeping the whole barrel wags and the whole Keep It Reet fleet on full boost. Battlelist, improve your drifting ability with Battlelist Drift Bit to record and analyze drift data. And don't forget our Shockworks coilovers, redefining the coilover experience. One of Australia's most popular damper manufacturers, best known for our amazing ride, quality, and outstanding handling. We've also got Easy Car Trailer Hire. They're ready to help you move your pride and joy. Trailer Hire made easy to get your car from A to B. Don't forget Scott's Tyres, longtime supporter of Battle Royale and not just the tyre shop. Scott Tyres also has next day delivery on many performance automotive parts. Speaking of performance, we've got Zoo Performance. When it's time to unleash the performance, think of Zoo. Zoo Performance specialises in fittings, hoses, oil, and all your racing needs. We've got On-Site Towing, Keep It Reet's choice for towing. Thanks to the crew at On-Site Towing here today, helping us out. We've also got Pertec Bayswater. We've seen them on the live stream replay heaps, but wide range of high-quality hydraulic products, hoses, accessories, adapters, and more. And last but not least, BSC Performance, a diverse solutions to provide the best performance for any vehicle, from race cars to daily drivers. With friendly service and a wealth of knowledge, BSC Performance will tune it all. But right now we've got some Ride of the Pro. That's right, if you want to ride of the Pro, head on over down to the pits, the blue marquee, pay $100, and you can go up there and ride the Pro. And if you've got here and you're feeling a little bit cold, we have the merch tent. Grab yourself some merch. We've got a whole bunch of stuff, but especially tonight we have Battle Royale hoodies. They're available only today, not tomorrow, not Sunday, but Friday, today only. And boy, do we have some new merch as well. We have the Stealth Circle hoodies, Barrel Wax City Tees, Keep It Reet classic decals and slaps, Miami sunglasses and Miami fade bucket hats. And if you haven't seen it, the Nissan Proto Z, the 400Z is over next to the Keep It Reet merch tent. Go check it out. It looks fantastic, especially in this twilight coming down as the sun sets. And for those of you with kids out there, there's a whole bunch of merch for the kids as well. There's the Barrel Wax City Kid hoodies, Barrel Wax Cherry Blossom Kids hoodies, as well as the lineup that's on. So, get in the mood, go check some stuff out.
Yeah, plenty of good merch to get a good look at there. Remember to jump on board to live.keepitreet.com and you'll be able to follow along with all of the battles that are coming up and what is going to be happening, keeping us entertained for this evening. We've got some great battles coming up in the amateur rounds. We've got Daniel Ridley, who's still, as you remember, doing double duties in the pro class as well. He's going up against Cody Moxham, Jamie Stekarowski, and Matt McGrudden. I just can't get Jamie's name out, so I do apologise to Jamie. I'll do my absolute best all night long. Jesse Scott taking on Sam Mudge, and Nathan Beasley will be taking on Andrew Pearson. So some pretty exciting stuff there, of course. Nathan Beasley and Andrew Pearson, that last battle there, they will be fighting it out to see who gets the accelerated run into the final. A pretty bit interesting format here, Chunga, where you're not always knocked out when you have a loss.
That's it, mate. That's it. The fantastic way of that is that if you come out here today, you don't get knocked out straight away. You get a second chance. You get a third chance sometimes. So it's great to see these guys throwing down, because you can go out there with minimal stress and minimal anxiety, knowing that you can have a few chances to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way it works is that these guys have to have two losses during the night to be knocked out. And if you haven't had those two losses, like for the example, the two guys that have had 3 wins, that guaranteed they're going through into the top 5. Now, we say top 5 because obviously we end up with 4 people battling it out to be for that last position in the final. So one of those 2 will go straight to the final. The other one still guaranteed to keep going forward in the competition. A little bit different though, obviously, for the guys that have only had 2 wins. This is round 4, so if you've only had 2 wins and you lose another one, then you're on the trailer. So this is sudden death, effectively, for the first 3 battles.
That's it, mate. Do or die. These guys have to win it to get through to the next round. For those guys who've only won 2 so far, no pressure.
I mean, it depends which way you take it. You can just, lick the stamp and send it, or you can, take the pressure on and see how far you bend. Either way, or the other person, they might bend too, But this is exciting. This is the great concept that these guys at Keep It Reet have developed. It's not a totally unique concept. It has been seen around the world in other competitions, but I think it's a strong way, like I was saying on the earlier part of the show, it's a strong way to give people an opportunity to get out there, make sure they're getting those battles, and particularly for people like this amateur group where they're not going to go home after the first battle. And usually in a traditional battle tree, you're going up against the #1 qualifier.
That's it, mate. That's it. And you know what? I think these guys have been throwing it down all day, so I'm going to hope that they're both going to send it, I reckon. Because up next, who have we got? We've got Daniel Ridley and Cody Moxon. And they're off. Ladies and gentlemen, our first battle for this top section. Cody Moxon in the lead. Daniel Ridley on the chase. Moxon nice and deep. Up against that. Daniel Ridley closing in on him. But Moxon pushing that KS70 as hard as he can. Ridley all over the back of him as they come over the finish line.
A pretty good run there from both boys early on, and you'd expect that by the time you make it to the top 8. Moxham there getting a good entry, a nice solid flick. There's judges earlier, for those of you that missed our earlier part of the show, was asking for a flick there. They wanted to see the nice entry into that outer zone again through the next clipping zone. Pick up the last one and then come back through. They're a little bit shallow there. They need to be a bit wider as they come across the finish line, and just there where they come through the concrete barriers. So a good run really from the boys. Daniel Ridley doing a pretty good job and being able to stay in amongst the battle there, well engaged in the chase position. So again, like we say a number of times, we're not judges either, mate, are we? We're just here to talk and try and keep you guys entertained while the judges do all the hard work. They're just over here to our left, and they do all the hard work and make all the hard decisions. I've said a number of times, as you were saying before, you know, I've spent a bit of time in the drifting world, and I've judged a few runs. You always rock up an event and everybody likes you. You know, you're a judge and everybody wants to talk to you. They want to know you. By the end of the event, there's usually only 1 or 2 blokes left that still want to talk to you.
That's it, mate. Out of everyone here today in that, I guess, you know, pro and the AM, there's only going to be one winner. Everyone else has lost.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's the same in all sorts of motorsport, you know. It's just that in this motorsport, it's not if you don't get across the line first. Someone else makes that decision for you.
That's it, that's it. That's what's a hard job for these judges. We've got Sean Power, Lee Pidwell, and Stewie Bryant up here looking a bit cold, but they're ready for some battles. Speaking of battles, up now, Daniel Ridley in the lead. Cody Moxon in the chase. Daniel Ridley, big throw in. Not too much angle, not up against the wall. Daniel Ridley a bit shallow. Cody Moxon using it to his advantage. Diving in there, getting up on his door. Cody Moxon in the K70, pushing up all over Daniel Ridley.
Well, that was a bit of an interesting one, that one, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay when it comes up here. Of course, proudly sponsored by Pertec from Bayswater. You see the start here, it looks like Ridley's tried to get away and then he's initiated. I'm not sure if it was a small contact or... But yeah, Moxham just not getting quite that initiation that we needed. Eventually he caught back up, but a lot of straight driving to do that. Ridley there keeping their line on and through the final battle, but really the lead line versus the lead lines from each driver in their respective attempts at it were pretty similar. I think this could come down to the chase position. All right, so the judges just having a nice close look at this. They want to make sure there was no contact, nothing silly, no silly business in the entry there to cause that fairly large gap initially. Of course, it was caught up by Moxon in the background in the chase position. Interesting one. Nice tight one for the judges. They've had a few interesting ones so far tonight, haven't they?
That's it, mate. There's some real pearlers here, but we've got the boys pulling up to the finish line or the presentation line.
So here to keep really all for a little bit of crowd involvement. If you like what you're seeing out there, make sure you get behind the drivers. And of course, we don't want to leave you guys out on the live stream as well. If you like what you see, make sure you give us a thumbs up, give us a smiley face, whatever it is. A little bit later, we might even get involved with a little bit of online judging too, just to see who can separate the winners from the losers out there and just see how many prospective judges we've got watching us. Judges are still deliberating. It is a rather close one here. We've got Tony B down there. He's down there on the hot zone, although it is getting a little bit cooler down there, mate. What's the track conditions like now?
The sun has just gone over the back of the hill. I'm keeping the vibes up. I'm keeping the energy up. These guys are too, but yeah, it's getting a little chilly. So maybe a bit of different track conditions. Who knows what's going to happen this evening? But we're just waiting for judges' results. This is good. This is top 8, and this is a knockout round. They have to continue to win now to go through it's starting to get tense.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It is definitely tense. The judges having more looks at more replays. They're having more about what has been going on. They're even getting so excited they're throwing each other's wallets at each other here. I tell you what, it's a judging box that you've never seen before.
I know what that signal is. That's a one more time, ladies and gentlemen. They want you to go again. They could not pick these two drivers. They live to fight another day, but they've got to battle again. Cody Moxton, Daniel Ridley, gonna have a quick look at tyres and stuff. Here we go. How do you think you're gonna go? Anyway, we got a rerun, ladies and gentlemen, one more time.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. We've all come down here tonight. We want to watch drifting. We want to see it out there. We want to see it settled in a nice, clean win. And we are going to see those boys go round again. But before we do that, I think we are going to see the next battle come out. Battle number 2, these guys again in a knockout.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew McCrudden, James Stokowski. Judges, you ready? Here we go. Stokowski, the AU Falcon throws it down. McCrudden right behind him. Stokowski in the AU Falcon trying to push it as hard as he can. Stokowski right behind him. Not a bad run. I would go, not a bad run from both drivers there. Nothing fantastic, but pretty decent.
I'll tell you what, mate, we've been watching earlier and we've been seeing a fair few runs get thrown away by people being a little bit too ambitious. And I think this was probably a pretty smart run from both the boys. They've done well to progress this far so far, and they're looking to keep doing it. A nice solid Escano entry. Flick it back there pretty well. Little bit of gap there and not quite in on the zone on either of those two zones as they go through. A flick back, pick up the next zone, and go back through. Yep, nicely. Jamie's got out there nicely out of that. McCrudden just chasing along and sitting in that pocket with a nice, fresh new dent to the door as well.
Yep, that dent courtesy of, who was it? In the Ute, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, in the Ute. Sanderson. Yeah, Jordan Sanderson.
That's right. Jordan Sanderson, a bit of a, well, as you called it, a T-bone.
It was a T-bone. It kind of wasn't really a drifting door incident. It was pretty much one driver was drifting, the other one was just locked up with all four wheels sliding into a door. Anyway, that was drifting. This is amateur class, and that's what it's all about. These guys are going to head back up to the start again, switch it around, and they're going to send it all the way down this straight. It's a pretty long run up the boys are set from the judging tower, allowing the guys to come down that long straight. They want a little scando back towards us in the crowd and then switch it all the way across the track and into that first zone where they've got to set their angle. They've got to push it all the way hard through that first left-hand corner to the next outer zone just as the grass section is there. Then as they come back up over the hill, they've got to switch back again into another little zone or a clipping point and drop down into the old dome where they're going to push that up against the clipping zone and finish the run. But here we go. Let's have a look for it live. As McCrudden picks it up, plenty of angles, sets it pretty well, flicks it back the other way. Again, a little tap of the ripple strip, but still manages to get it around. Takes it around there, and I tell you what, Stokowski is right there with him. So, well, pretty glad I'm not judging.
Mate, it's not going to be an easy one. Let's check it out here on the Pertec Bayswater replay. You can see McCrudden in the lead in that JZ, I think it is, MX-73 Cressida. And then right behind us, Stokowski in the AU. McCrudden, nice throw up against that wall, up against the first clipping point. Not quite, oh, hits the second one, hits the third, but here we go. Here comes Stokowski right up on his door. He's pushing hard. That AU Falcon, super impressive.
I tell you what, it's a big rig to throw around. It really is. It's not the easiest car to drive. There's not a lot, like you can't just buy off-the-shelf parts for that. So what he's doing with this is a really impressive thing to see. Again, giving a little bit of space there on initiation and having to do the catch-up, but either way, he did do the catch-up. He got there, sacrificed some angle to do it along the way. Oh, I don't know, it's going to be a close one. Remembering whoever does or doesn't win this is getting knocked out and he's back on the trailer. So it's imperative for one of them to win. The boys are coming back around. They're going to cruise on down to the results zone where Tony B is hanging and chilling and just waiting for drivers to come at him.
Yeah, that's it, guys. I'm just hanging out down here. This is the coolest seat in the house, that's for sure. Oh, Matt McCrudden driving like a legend. Jamie Sevovsky. All right, there's no point in me saying anything when the cars are revving that loud. It is so loud down here, I can't hear you guys at all. And I love when it gets dark because we start seeing bonnet screamer pipes and flames and everything. This is going to be super cool. But do we have a result? One more time again. They want to see it again, ladies and gentlemen. Dance for us, monkey boys. Get out there. Back to you guys up top.
Well, now, Tony, I'm a bit worried that a few of the viewers at home might be actually wondering whether the judges have come back or whether it's just Chunga and I deciding that we like that so much we want to see it again. But I can confirm that the judges are here. They're sitting beside us and they are deliberating on these. They're making these calls. They want to see them again. They definitely want to see 2 clear wins. And I applaud that. I think that's the way it needs to be. They need to see a clear win for someone to progress through, particularly when you get to the pointy end, the top 8 now. We're starting to get into, well, I wouldn't say the big money, not necessarily, but it's definitely the bragging rights.
Here we go. Here's the rerun between Daniel Ridley and Cody Moxon. Moxon in the lead. Ridley on the chase. Moxon, big throw. Nice and early. Moxon missing that second tipping point, hitting the third. But Ridley right behind him. Ridley needs this. He wants a double podium. He's not backing down. And Cody Moxon pushing that little K70 as hard as he can.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, when the Pertec Bayswater replay, make sure you pay attention here because these boys are starting to turn it up already. They've already been having one run through. They're back for a second. And look at that, what an entry. Big, fast entry. Flicks it through a little bit shallow there through that section. Missed the outer clip. Comes back, picks up the last one. Drives it right out to that last, very final clip through the concrete line, a concrete wall, which does signify the finish line. Let's just have a little look at it again. In my opinion, and I'm not a judge tonight, just remember that, is that there was a little bit shallow here on the entry. Doesn't quite get out of the wall where he needs to, so a little bit shallow, and again, that translates all the way through this second section there. Up to the wall, it picks up the clip now as they transition back into the other direction. A little bit of a drive out, so not possibly as solid a run as Cody would have been looking for.
That's it, mate. That little bump on the way down from the national track into the Thunderdome, seeing a bit of a problem for a lot of the drivers. Maybe here for Cody as well. You can see Cody comes in here and it pulls the car straight. And then Cody kind of reinitiates up into that final finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing that causing issues. In fact, that whole crossover section really all day has been causing issues for drivers to the point where we even had the judges just giggling at each other at one point earlier in the day because they just didn't know what to do. All right, here we go. They've turned it around. They're sending it again. It's going to be Ridley in the lead there. Moxham in the chase. They heads out, kicks it through. Big 32 and a little KE. Much better line through there. Right there across the line. Woo! Very good battle.
That was definitely an interesting line from Moxon. Massive dive. Let's see that one more time on the Pertec Bayswater replay. You can see here Ridley in the lead in the 32 4-door, throwing it up against that wall. Moxon right behind him. Ridley comes on. Big power from Ridley. Powers on. Moxon cuts the inside line big time there. I don't know if it was too much of a cut or it was okay. The chase cars can sacrifice line and angle, but obviously to a point.
Yeah, well, of course, if you're supposed to, well, generally you're supposed to use the lead car as a clipping point, and I think, you know, while you can sacrifice some line and angle, you still do need to make sure that you are following. And I feel, to me, that Moxon might have just sacrificed a little bit too much line. Look, it's going to be up to the judges. They've pretty much finished delivering. They're giving me a thumbs up that they do have a result this time around, so we will have someone going through and someone being eliminated out of this top 8 battle. Will it be Dan Ridley or will it be Cody Moxon? We're going to have to wait and find out. We're going to send it down to Tony, who's down there, Tony B, down there hanging out, waiting for these drivers to come towards him now. Tony, mate, keep that vibe going, brother. Here they come, boys.
Man, I'm just having a dance-off with myself, so, you know, just having a good time. Cody Moxon, KE70, Daniel Ridley, R32, 4-door. What a great couple of battles, worthy of a rerun. Let's just wait for the ride of the pro to go through to build all that suspense. Give us a rev, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. All right. But the judges do have a result. Who is the winner? Daniel Ridley gets the win. Well done. Woo! Oh my God, mate. Just a quick word. How do you feel after that one?
Really good. He's actually ran into me on the first run on entry and it freaked me out, but I brought it back, so it's all right.
Mate, you got the win.
Yeah, no, same. It's good. Good fun.
Awesome. Retire, refuel, do what you got to do. Daniel Ridley going through. Well done. All right, back to you guys up top.
Yeah, well done there to Daniel Ridley. A good, clean battle, probably the better of the two in, obviously in the judge's opinion. He'll go through. He's got to get ready for pro as well. So here we go. Next battle. This is the rerun. We've got Jamie out in front of Matt McCrudden at the moment. Jamie Stefkovsky. Jamie McCrudden throwing it in hard. He's going hard after that. Oh, we can't quite get it though. The big Falcon just showing a clean pair of wheels.
Mate, that looks like a good run from both the drives there. Let's check that out one more time on the Pertic Bayswater replay. You can see here, Staszkowski throws it in. Not quite getting out to the second point. Hits the third. McCrudden right with him there. Staszkowski out to that last clipping point. That big Falcon getting up that hill. Not a bad run.
Now, as we wait on the live stream for those drivers to come back around, line back up, we do have here locally at the track a couple of ride with the pros going around, and that is a fantastic opportunity provided by the Keep It Reet crew. If you want to get involved with that and you are down here in the crowd tonight, make sure you go down and see in the pits the girls down in the tent there. They'll sort you out. It's $100 to get out for a ride with the pro, and I tell you what, on this track, in these conditions, in this light, that'll be a pretty exciting, memorable experience to get involved in for sure.
For those of you who want to keep it up to date with the scores, head to live.keepitreet.com. For those of you at home, easy. For those of you here, pretty easy too. Pull your phone out. If you want to keep up to date with who's battling who, what scores we have, jump on live.keepitreet.com.
I'd probably strongly suggest you do that, because otherwise the only other way you're going to keep up with what's going on is to listen to you and I. And let's be honest, we're not all that accurate.
Mate, I wouldn't trust a word we're saying, because right now, we got another battle on our hands. McCrudden and Staszkowski. McCrudden in the lead. Staszkowski on the chase. Oh, Staszkowski, big throw down there. McCrudden, big time straight line to try and keep up with him. McCrudden doing a good job in that MX-73 Crusader. Staszkowski getting up on his door right over the finish line.
Well, as we go back and watch the Pertic Bayswater replay, I can see there's a couple of judges over there. One's scribing away, one's got his arms folded, and one's watching intently on the replay as well. You see a big entry, plenty of angle there, matched pretty well by Staszkowski in the background. Then all of a sudden a straight, and I don't know where that came. It's like he lost a bit of space, or he wasn't quite expecting it. He gathered it back up, got back on the door, but was that the mistake that's going to put him on the trailer? Remember, this is an OMT. This is the one more time battle. So these guys have got to battle it out and try and see who can win to make a space through into the next round. The other one will be packing up and coming to sit and join you guys on the bank and watch the rest of the evening's proceedings.
Don't forget, as time runs out, so do the ride of the pro. So if you want to ride the pro, make sure you head on down, get your name on the list, because you don't want to miss out. This layout has not been run in over 4 to 5 years, and the likelihood of you getting to go for a ride on this track might be a while longer. So if you want to go out there tonight, get out there, go down to see the girls at the merch tent, not the merch tent, the other tent, and sign it up. Right now we're down on the presentation line. Tony B. No, they're driving through. Here we go. Too many cars coming through, but here we go. Here's
Mate,
the
it's
boys.
all happening down here. We've got Ryby the Pro rolling through. We've got 2 drifters. One's going to be knocked out. What is the result? The judges say the winner, Matt McCrudden, gets the win. Unlucky, Jamie. You're missing half a fender, brother. Well done, mate. Well done, mate. Quick word. How'd you feel?
Yeah, good. I didn't actually think I got that one. It's a good run, though. Bit of Jamie's car flying up over mine there, I think, in the middle of it. It's a bit off-putting, but yeah, it's good. Good run.
Awesome. And that was a knockout, so you're through. Jamie's now out. Well done, Matt McCrudden. Woo! Oh. Back to you guys up top. I can't hear a single thing.
Well, mate, we all know down there that you don't need to hear anything because you can save plenty. Well done, mate. Great account of what went down and catching all the guys down there. It's really good to see it. The boys up here were pretty excited in the judging box with how that one went down. We have got Keep It Reet has got action and plenty. Now, this isn't a battle. This is another ride with a flow. And if you have a look, I don't reckon you can tell much difference in the speed that these guys are going versus the actual battles. The only real difference is that they are side by side when they're out there battling. But you still get all the action, all the power, all the feeling, all that wall coming at you at 140 plus kilometres an hour. So go down there and get involved in this because it is a heap of fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the next battle on the line. Jesse Scott, Sam Mudge. These boys are here. RB20 versus SR20. What do you reckon, mate? RB or SR?
Mate, I am an RB fan, I'll be quite honest with you. I love an SR. An SR is a great little engine, but I just feel like, you know, they're just missing 2 cylinders.
Well, there you go. Let's see how these boys go. Who we got in the lead? Jesse Scott in the lead. Sam Mudge in the chase. Jesse Scott, nice and big throw, up on that wall. Sam Mudge, oh, nearly, oh, contact. Jesse Scott going nice and deep, but Sam Mudge, big dive, too much of a dive, comes in, gets right up on him, and Jesse had to transition. Bit of contact on the front bar there. Let's check it out in the replay, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. That looked like it was just a little bit of a mess up from Sam Mudge. The instant replay, though, brought to you by Pertec. Bayswater will absolutely show what's going on here. Starting to get a little bit darker down there, starting with the fixed camera. So let's have a look as these guys crack in here. It's the red car in the leader, the red car in the chase. Sam Mudge maybe focusing a little bit too much on having the lights lit up, but he's just tagged the back end, the bumper there of Jesse Scott in the front, and Jesse's been able to continue through the battle where Sam's had a bit of a bobble and a stop. The judges could call that, though, and say that there was a stall up. I don't know. What do you reckon?
Well, we do have Stewie Bryant standing up, yelling and pointing at something, so.
Yeah, but Stewie Bryant, he does get pretty involved in this, particularly the time you get to top 8. You know, he's well and truly excited by this point. In fact, so excited we nearly didn't manage to get any pizza into him at dinner time.
That's true. He was out there having a chat with all the drivers, getting excited. Here we go. Let's watch this replay once more. What are they? You know what?
I can hear words like trimming and shallow and
yep. Sounds like someone with a bad haircut.
Absolutely. Not that I can talk, although I'm pretty sure my dear wife, who is a hairdresser back home, isn't watching this, so I could maybe comment on how poor my haircut is right now.
It looks great, mate. It's fine.
How can you even see it? It's under a hat and then a hoodie as well.
Got to keep you safe from your wife.
Well, true. Yeah. No, she does a wonderful job, and she's back at home. Not really looking after our kids these days. They are, 13 and 15, so they do a fair bit of looking after themselves. And one of them was actually eyeing off my drift car the other day and saying, Dad, well, I steer a go-kart pretty well these days. When do I get a crack at the drift car? Oh, yeah, well, I didn't think about that coming.
Wait a few more years and see how they go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Although, I mean, there's been plenty out there in the world that have got into it early. There was little Liam over in New Zealand, Liam Honor, he got involved in it at about 15. Connor Shanahan, another big name that we know, he was in early. So, there's been a few boys that have got involved in it early. We'll see what happens. Here we go. They're talking about rocks and trimming now. Here we go. Stewie's picked it up. He's got it. Play it again. There's apparently a bobble. There you go. Bobble and a rock. Pretty sure, didn't you and I saw that right back at the start, didn't we?
No, didn't we call it? I'm pretty sure we called it.
Called it live, I think.
Yeah, the bobble and the rock.
The bobble and the rock. I don't know what these judges are looking at, but they're definitely not looking at the same stuff we are. And they've, oh, well, there we go. There's a tip.
There we go.
Go on, you tell them.
All right, one of the cars has an advantage. The red car.
Well, the red car has an advantage. Who would have thought that a red car would have had the advantage?
Here we go, two more red cars. The same ones. Let's go once more time. Sam Mudge in the lead. Jesse Scott on the chase. Oh, Jesse Scott climbing in there. But Sam Mudge pulling away. Sam Mudge pushing out nice and deep into that last clipping point. Jesse Scott losing drift nearly. What happened there, mate? There's a fair bit of going on there, I'd say.
Yeah. That's one thing I know you're very accurate with. There's definitely a lot going on there. These guys there got out there, they've sent it. They know that it's pretty close, obviously, the way the judges are trying to deliberate. And I was wondering, too, whether there was any point in the judges deliberating, because it could have been settled right here, you know, like if one of them took a major advantage, they don't need to work out what the other is. And it could be the case, seeing young Jesse Scott just straightening up there and having a real big stall. Sam Mudge, a pretty good run. This could be interesting. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like there could be a fair few replays coming our way once again.
Mate, there's going to be a lot of replays coming up, I'd say. These guys absolutely pushing it to the limit. These drivers not backing down. They all want to win. So these judges doing a fantastic job, making sure that they pick up every little bit and pieces there to try and make the most fair call they can.
Well, I'll tell you what, still either way, it is fantastic to watch these guys going out at hammer and tong as the sun is setting, the light is fading, and the stadium lights are starting to take over out there on the racetrack. Look, I think what we might do, if Tony's down there and he's got his mic switched on, we might just jump down and see whether or not he saw anything, because we've watched plenty of replays and we're looking for something that might be able to give us a bit of an insight, mate.
Yeah, guys, absolutely. I was going to say I've got my ears on until I heard that massive rev. Both of these guys got exhaust out the bonnet. And what was that contact? It was red on red trading paint. And I can't tell who's got whose paint, but I didn't see anything specific. Obviously, the bumper and everything came off. There was definitely contact. We're just waiting for the judges to do their thing. But these guys are having a good time. Do we have a result? Oh, there's a result. And who is the result? Sam Mudge gets the win, and this was a knockout battle, ladies and gentlemen. I can't...
There you go. I've been waiting for that.
Are we toasting marshmallows early, mate?
Absolutely, mate. That's what we're in.
Excellent win. I can't believe that was a knockout round this early in the night. You're through to the next round. Get back there. Sam Mudge, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Back to you guys up top. This is sick.
That's sick. I love that. Yeah, maybe.
Well, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, that was pretty close. And I don't know, Tony's given us a pretty good wrap-up. We've tried our best, but I think the best person to probably explain this is Stewie Bryan, who's courteously just standing here right next to me. He's going to talk us through just how they came about that decision.
Yeah, well, probably the biggest part of that was on the first run with the the chase car hitting the lead car. How we saw that was the lead car put the car in a place it wasn't meant to be. He cut in too early and basically squeezed the chase car and didn't really give him an option. The chase car was expecting to transition a lot later, and when he transitioned that early and came in that shallow, the chase car had nowhere to go and made the contact. And then obviously on the next run, Jesse made a few errors, and so that's how it went.
Yeah, beauty. Thank you so much for that, Stewie. The judges have been really obliging in giving us all of the information so that we know where we're up to and what we are doing. We have another battle ready, set on the line. We're just waiting to make sure the track is clear out there, I think. And no, it is away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Andrew Pearson, AP, in the lead. Nathan Beasley, aka Beezer, on the chase. AP throws it down. Oh, look at the wall. Right on the wall. Hit that second clip point. Very nice. Good lead run by AP, but Beezer using that tall to his advantage, getting up all over him as they come over the finish line.
You know, I tell you what, mate, this is only the amateurs, and it's only the top 8. I mean, sure, these guys haven't been beaten yet today, but these are pretty good battles. As we watch the Pertek Bayswater replay here, you can see a nice initiation, flicks it back nice and gentle into his angle, maintains that pretty well, a little bit of a gap, but the angle's solid, picks up the clipping points. All 3 of them so far, then drives it back out almost to that other one. A little bit of a gap from the chase car, which has left the door open there for an opportunity, perhaps when we flip them around, to potentially for AP to get up there and get up in that door a little bit more. So yeah, definitely a couple of things I noticed there. A little bit lazy to angle, did get to angle and maintain it, and also a little bit off that clip for the lead car, and of course the chase car just not quite right up in their proximity. So we're going to get them back. We're going to switch them around and send them back up the start line. They're nearly there. The boys in the judging box will have been making notes madly while they went along. They'll be keeping a very, very close eye on here as they come firing back down. Coming up shortly after this, we are going to have the round 4 of the Pro Guys too. They are getting themselves set and ready and will be heading down towards the start line very shortly. If they're not already there, I can see a few tail lights ready to rock and roll. There's a nice shot of us up on the hill there, mate, with the crowd all gathering underneath it. Quite a good turnout so far. Thank you very much for you guys that have made the effort to come on down here this week or this Friday night. Not a bad way to spend your Friday night down here in what was a sunny Melbourne weather, Springs day.
Ladies and gentlemen, second run, Andrew Pearson, Nathan Beasley swapped it around this time round. Nathan Beasley on the lead. Andrew Pearson on the chase. Andrew Pearson stalking Beasley. Beasley pushing as hard as he can. Beasley doing a good lead run, but AP, he's right there. He's all over him. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Yeah, that's a cracking run there, and great to see a lot of crowd support for what is really a good and great display of drifting here at Calder Park. We watched the Pertek Bayswater replay, and you can see here, I think this is a slightly more aggressive entry. It is, flicks it back, but still slow to angle. The guy's not getting over excited with their angle, picking up the apex and the clipping point. Running it all the way through and around again through the clipping point. Oh, geez, I tell you what, do you reckon there's more proximity there from AP?
Mate, I reckon it could be, but you know what? Those judges are eagle-eyed hawks there, trying to keep an eye on what's going on. But this battle is quite an important one because these guys have both won 3 battles each. That means whoever wins this one here will be their 4th. That person will go straight to the final. The other one won't be knocked out as yet, but will have to battle their way to get to that final.
Yeah, right. So this is the bit of that I haven't seen so much of yet. So just for the viewers at home and also for myself, take us through how this works. So you said obviously the winner goes through, but the other one has to, I guess, is it reset? If he lets another loss, is he gone then?
No, yeah, pretty much, mate. That's it. That's what happens there. This is, I guess, a bit of a skip for the winner here. They'll jump to the final, whereas the other person will have to keep going on. This is their one loss because they haven't lost anything yet.
Yep.
And then after this, if they lose anything else, that's it for them.
Yeah, right. So pretty much at the end of this bracket, it's going to leave us with 5 drivers left. One of them has got not a free pass. He's battled hard to get there, but he's won all 4. So he's been sent to the final. You go and wait to see who we get. And then we've got 4 left. So obviously 4 goes quite well, if my maths serves me correctly, into 2 battles of 2. So these guys will battle each other and they'll knock one over the other out, yeah? And then that'll leave just 3. 2 of them to battle out to see who goes to the final.
That's it, mate. That's it. Bit of confusing, but as the, you see it a bit more, it starts to make sense, and these guys are having a fantastic time out there.
All right, let's get down to Tony and see if we've got a result.
Yeah, guys, down here on the finish line. Thank you for that explanation. A Battle Royale round is a little different, but one of these guys is going to get that elusive fast pass right through to the final. Do we have a result? We do have a result. Who is it? Who's got the win? Andy Pearson. Well done, Steez. Great driving. Mate, that is 4 wins in a row, and you've got the express lane to the final. Must feel amazing. Talk to me.
It's just fun. Like, how else can I explain it? Me and Nathan drive really similar. I feel like it could have gone either way. I'm looking forward to watching it back. But we're having fun out here, and that's what it's about.
100%. Drifting is the best time. Thank you guys for supporting us. Andy Pearson with 4 wins in a row. He's the first one to go through to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. Woo! That is epic. Back to you guys up top.
That is awesome. Great to see our first finalist, Andy Pearson. He's well and truly earned it. He has been battling hard all day. In fact, he ran in the pro category as well a little bit earlier, and I believe he's still running on the same set of tyres.
That's it, mate. Most likely the same set of tyres all day. This bloke, all good. You know, team wheel deal. His is the wheel deal, the single set of wheels. But these guys doing fantastically out there. AP, well done, mate. Now he's got the party lights on, so you know it's time to party.
Yeah, absolutely. The guys doing a great job to make sure that you can't miss them out on track and just jazzing up their cars, really putting some lighting under there. There's some in footwells, some up in the roll cages, some in wheel arches. I've seen them pretty much everywhere.
Mate, now we're into the BSC Performance Pro Series. Up next, Alex Kantorowski, Matt Russell. This is going to be a good battle, I'd say. Matt Russell in that beige SR 20 pound 8.6. Alex Kantorowski in the white Speedtech S15. Here we go. Matt Russell to lead. Kantorowski to chase. Matt Russell absolutely flying through there. Kantorowski closing the door. Getting closer and closer. Matt Russell, nice transition. Kantorowski trying to get up on that door, but the little 8.6 that could. Push it as hard as he can. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic run.
All right, as we watch the Pertec Bayswater replay here, the boys firing out of that start line through the chicane, lights ablaze. Kantorowski nearly come in contact with Matt Russell there as in the entry there, right, trying to be as close as he could. Matty Russell running really well on that line like he's done the whole time. Kantorowski maybe just a little bit off and a little bit back. Did that near contact cause him an issue early? He was pushing really, really hard to make sure he was right up and behind him. He knew that Matty Russell was going to be a challenge. Mate, I tell you what, I think Kantorowski might have done himself a little bit service there at the entry.
That's it, mate. Kantorowski been super fast all day, but Matty Russell running those 195s, absolutely hooking it up and flying away there from Kantorowski. But you know what, like you said, like we've all said multiple times, this is only half the battle. Watch that replay, you can see here, Kantorowski trying to get in there, trying to catch up with Matt Russell. As they come in on the entry, Matt Russell throws it up against the wall, on the brake a little bit there. Just settled the car, Kantorowski trying to close it in there. A little bit of a straighten up, and then Kantorowski gets put off on Matt Russell's transition there as well. But like we said, only half the battle. Now they're going to switch it around. All right, we've got the boys back on the line again once more. Matt Russell, Alex Kantorowski, Alex the Kid, Matt Russell the Love Muscle. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes on the track because this is going to be one to watch. Kantorowski absolutely hooking it in like he always does. Matt Russell right behind him. Can he keep up with him? Kantorowski super fast. Matt Russell, no! Spins out. Kantorowski comes in there super hot. Didn't quite get to see what exactly happened there. Let's watch the replay. Kantorowski, was there big contact? Maybe Kantorowski hasn't actually finished the run.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I don't know. I'll be interested to see the replay when it comes up. To me, from the naked eye, it looked like something went on in Kantorowski's car, and it kind of stalled. It stopped midway just before that transition, and of course, Matty Russell pushing really hard. Let's have a look here on the Pertec Bayswater replay. Kantorowski throwing in really hard. Matty Russell keeping in there. A little bit shallow angle. Comes in for the big dive. Oh, okay. Well, that shows a little bit different angle to what I saw live. I don't know. That's going to be something's got to be worked out. There's a tap there too, I think, wasn't there?
Yeah, also, there was definitely contact. But you can see that Alex K has the brake lights on the front of his car. He was on the brakes the entire time through that section. up to the judges are all discussing quite passionately about what's happened here. It's obviously not as clear cut as we can see. Alex Kantorowski on the power, but then contact here.
He wasn't on the line, though. I was just noticing that he wasn't on the line, and we saw this earlier too, right? Where if you don't get it quite right and push you out to that wall, hit that first clip right there, then you kind of come in a bit shallow. He's a bit shallow there, and there's the clip. He's gone past it, and then he goes out to the edge of the track. So he's kind of offline there, and maybe he's checking himself up. Like you said, the brake lights are on. He does tend to left foot brake through that corner, which, I don't know, myself personally, I'm always a little bit against left foot braking in the lead position. You see a front light on. Matty Russell's had to tap the brake and then tap it again. Wow.
Yeah, like you said, mate, you can see Alex has gone for that second clipping point, but missed it by quite a few meters, probably about 2 car lengths. He hit the actual outside the track too late, and then maybe he's then tried to transition too late there, making contact with Matt Russell. But that's going to be an interesting one for the judges to try and figure out.
Well, that is definitely going to be one for the judges to try and sort out. We're going to do our best to unpack it here. Matty Russell's gone back around. I've got one.
Oh, you got one?
We're getting some couple of heat packs up here from kind staff of Keep It Reet, making sure they look after us and keep us well watered and also well warmed up here. Now, Tony, mate, you're down there. You've got Matty Russell. Obviously, Alex is still stuck out on the track there with the recovery, but Matty Russell having a look under his car to see what the contact's done. Mate, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right, mate. Down here, Matty Russell's getting under the front of his car. Obviously, come hooking around that corner. Kantorowski, saw he was on the brake trying to steady his line. It did seem to slow him through there. Did you make contact?
Yes.
Yeah. Big contact. All right, so talk us through what's happened. Do you feel something wrong with the car? Something happened?
Yeah, it feels different. I mean, there's always something wrong with it, but I just, not sure what it is at the moment. It's been something in the front. I just don't know what. I mean, it's probably drivable, but it'd be good to figure that out. But, yeah.
Well, the flat tray's just gone around the back to Kantorowski. We don't actually know what's going on with him, but we got word. Axles, and he might be out, right? Is that it? And this was a knockout round. You needed to beat him to go through. Can you repair your car and keep battling tonight?
Yeah, we got a range of hammers, so it's good to go.
Just smash it straight. She's fine. A86, we'll get it covered. Matty Russell gets the win, goes through. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a knockout round. Unfortunately, Kantorowski broke his car. Matty Russell's got to madly get back to the pits, get it sorted, and be back in. You'll be right.
Yeah, well, the good news there, Tony, is it does actually look from that kangaroo angle like he has brought all of the bits back with him, and they still seem somewhat attached to the areas they're supposed to be underneath that car. But, of course, there could be a bend or a buckle or something, and that might be why Matt's feeling that little bit of different steering out there.
That's it, mate. Thankfully, Matt Russell's got the crew down there, the burn ward out in the pits, hopefully there, ready for him to come back and check out what's wrong with the car. But Kantorowski, the car has a bit of a back-end contact, and now his car's stuck.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is it might have bent or broken a drive shaft, which is, of course, when he's transitioned back around the other way, he's got the unloaded wheel driving and not the loaded wheel. So therefore, it's kind of, like your old VN Commodore.
Bit of a single peg.
Yeah, doesn't work real well in a drifting world.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, that's a tough way for Alex to go out. He's been driving really, really aggressively all day. Took out our #1 championship leader earlier as well, I believe, in a battle earlier today. So that went to, one more times, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, it went to way too many one more times, and eventually ended with a sudden death.
Yeah, I was just trying to look to see if there was any angle or something changed there that might have changed that. It didn't. It looked like it was still rolling all right. So
I thought it was rolling. Maybe the wheel moved forward in the wheel arch. Maybe I'm not so sure. See here, Matt Russell's lead. Trying to cut in there. Matty Russell putting down a fantastic lead run here on his lead run.
Good spot to do it too, I guess, when you're leading. I mean, let's be honest. We've both made a couple of commentator errors as we go along. You nearly make a whole comedy reel out of us two at the end of this.
That's it, mate. You know, it's fantastic for these guys to have so many battles, but for a commentator, there's a lot of battles to commentate.
Well, it is. It's a lot of battles to commentate. It's also a lot of battles to judge. You know, sometimes drivers and crew members forget because they only watch their car, right? Which is, you know, to this point only been really 8 battles, whereas by this point the judges have already got through some, I don't know, I think it's 64, but then it's in 2 categories, so it's 128 battles that they've judged by now, and then they'll come up and say, "Oh, can you give me a bit of feedback on what happened on the second clipping point there in my lead run of my 3rd battle?" And you sort of, you look fairly blankly at the driver or the crew member and go, "Yep, but not right now."
Yeah, no, I couldn't, mate, I don't remember. People are like, "Oh, how do you think I went?" I'm like, "Mate, it goes in my eyes, it comes out my mouth, and that's gone. It's not in my brain anymore. I don't remember what happened throughout the day."
Yeah, no, it's a lot like that, and it happens. I mean, you remember the memorable ones, or maybe some of the results that mean a big thing, you know, particularly in championship rounds like we've got now. You know, this is round 5 of Battle Royale. It is the final round. We are in the pro competition, and we're going to settle championships tonight. So you do remember the ones that make a little bit of an impact into that, but otherwise it is just a blur of battles. And you're exactly right, mate. It goes in your eyes, it comes out your mouth. And 9 times out of 10, you'll say things and you don't remember what you said. It's only that someone brings it up, you know, next week when we're having a cup of coffee down the local.
That's it. That's when they bring it up, or they replay the live stream when they show you, "Hey, what did you say there?" You're like, "Oh, yep,
Yeah.
that was me."
I guess the worst thing for you or I is to be made into a meme, right?
That's it. That's it. Thank God we're not on the camera right now. It's only Tony B on the camera.
Yeah. Tony B. Apparently he's pretty good at dancing too. He promised us earlier at dinner that he was going to lead all of the crowd here tonight in a little bit of a dance rendition a little bit later on. So I hope you're ready for that, Tony.
Look, if we're getting aerobics Oz style or something going on here, I'm just doing whatever I can to stay warm. I know you guys are doing the thing. There's a lot of hoods up already, and these 2 boys here have got shorts on. You're mad. It's cold.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely not a Melbourne native, mate, and I don't know how anyone can be wearing shorts. I've got jeans on, I've got nice, big, warm woolen socks, and I am still freezing on my legs. Alrighty, back up, eyes to the start line now. We've got Daniel Ridley in that R32. He'll be in the chase position. He's chasing down Patrick Barley. Remember, Daniel still alive, running double duties. He's taken off, trying to get himself a head start on the big beast of a Corvette as it goes firing into the first corner. Plenty of angles. His best in one of Australia's best prepared cars. Wow, that was a bit of a lesson.
Mate, that was brutal. That sound coming out of that Corvette, absolutely monstrous. Let's check it out on the Pertic Bayswater replay. See here, Patrick Barley going through here in the lead. Daniel Ridley left behind. Pat Barley found a fantastic lead run, a bit of left foot brake again. Daniel Ridley trying to keep up, but can't keep up with that monster V8 and that carbon fibre C6.
Yeah, what a weapon of a car. Patrick Barley, one of Australia's best drivers, travelled down all the way from Darwin in the Northern Territory to be at this event. Although Patrick is relocating down to the Melbourne area with his girlfriend, which is pretty exciting for you guys to see down here, have someone like Patrick coming and join the crew there. Judges have just picked up here that there was kind of a bit of a weird start. So it seems like Patrick gets away about the same time as Daniel. They come through and then all of a sudden there's a little flash of the brakes. Did you see that on Patrick's car? Just a little flash of the brakes there?
That's it, mate. The judges are kind of wondering what's going on here. Yeah.
Just a little flash on the brakes.
Because Daniel Ridley here is trying to keep, door and door with him on through the speed gate, but then it looks like Patrick Barley might have taken off possibly, because there was a big discrepancy, I guess, in the how far the cars were on entry.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because they sort of came out the other side still pretty close, but that that C6 Corvette has got so many horses under that bonnet. It only weighs apparently 950 kilos. It has been restricted on tyre here this weekend. He normally runs, I think, a 245 or a 255 rear on that thing, and he has been restricted back to a street tyre and a 235. So he's lost a lot of grip, but of course, you know, when you've got the Barley name behind you and the years of experience, they'll learn how to tune the grip back into that.
That's it, mate. I'm sure he'll tune that little foot of his to make sure, you know, more throttle, less throttle, maximum grip.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what's going to happen. I'm not quite sure what the judges have decided here. Are they going to rerun that battle again, or? Okay, so what they're going to do, the judges, and they do have the discretion here, is they're going to have a chat to Ridley and just see if he feels like he was balked. So they're just getting a little bit more information. The judges are able to talk to the drivers via, obviously, the communications of race control down to the start line there. So they're going to get a bit more information and find out what's going to happen. And then potentially, depending on what information does come back, they may rerun that again because obviously the start was a little bit compromised there. I mean, I've seen occasionally before where a driver does tap the brake even in a speed gate, just simply because you need to slow up or you can't see it. These conditions where it is a little bit darker up there, Pat does sit pretty low in that car too, so he might not have quite seen where he was going as well. Anyway, look, the officials are sorting all this out. We're still here. We're still enjoying ourselves. Are you guys enjoying yourselves down there?
Yay! Come on, guys. We're here excited. Want to hear you excited. Anyway, I got some donuts up here. Hot jam donuts are delicious.
Alrighty, the bank is starting to get pretty full. People aren't quite that excited yet. But of course, it is pretty cold and we don't have any drifting. We've got a lot of decision making happening. So we are waiting to see what is going to come through from down there on the start line. And then a decision will get made. There looks like there's some communication going on between the officials. Josh Rogers, our race controller from up here in the tower, is chatting down the start line. Good time, I think, to thank all the officials from Keep It Reet. Once again, they are out there in any conditions making sure these events happen for you. And it's not just for the period of time that we're seeing now. They are out there in conditions that are rain, hail, snow, wind, hot, cold. It doesn't matter. I mean, an official can come back from the side of track looking any colour, pretty much, and usually not the colour that they originally went out in. So a big thanks to those guys. If you do see them, make sure you give them a round of applause, a pat on the back, or even pass them across the wall a hot cup of coffee, because it is getting a bit cooler out here at Calder Park this afternoon. Righto, well, heaps of action. We might have got a result. There's a bit of a righto. The judges are going back into rerunning that first battle for going too slow in the lead lap. And here we are rerunning it. So Pat Barley now heading off in again in the lead position. Kicks it out. Plenty of angle. Picks it up, gets it out there. Ridley a bit closer this time. Back through the clipping point. Corvette, though, stretching its legs. Ridley a little bit shallow, trying to keep up with him. I tell you what, they might have reset it and sent it again, but that just seemed to have fired Pat Barley up, and he has, well, he's run a great line again. You know, he's really put it out there, and it seemed like Daniel Ridley just couldn't quite, the mid-drift grip wasn't there. Have a look at the replay here. You can see they're both cars pretty close. There's what, about a car length and a half or so in between them there. But then all of a sudden when Pat Barley stands on the throttle, even with Daniel Ridley being a little bit shallow, he's still not able to catch up and close in on that C6 Corvette as it starts to skip away there through that section.
Yeah, get into it. You say they were hot? They were? No, I guess they're warm now. ladies and gentlemen. If you are getting a bit nippy out there, head on up to the merch tent. That's right, the merch tent on top of the hill. Grab yourself some hoodies, t-shirts, hats, sunglasses. Who knows if you need sunglasses tonight? But you never know. These things happen. They've also got windbreakers, tie-dye hoodies, and tonight, Friday only, Battle Royale hoodies. So make sure if you want a Battle Royale hoodie, they are only available tonight. So if you come back tomorrow for the Reet Suri, Saturday or Sunday, they are not available. So don't miss out. And for the kids, of course we're looking after the kids as well. But right now, we've got a battle on our hands. Daniel Ridley, Patrick Barley. Patrick Barley right behind Daniel Ridley. All the way up, Daniel Ridley.
Well, I tell you what, now as we watch the Tech Bayswater replay, that I can tell you one thing for sure, the judges are already getting fired up. And apparently there's a little bit of controversy just about the difference in the Pro-Am allowances to the Pro allowances. Remember, Dan Ridley is driving in both. Like, he was a fair way offline there this time. He didn't apparently scando at the start, and again, still a fair way offline. So even though Pat had a little bit of a sketchy run in the chase position, like we've said a number of times earlier today, it is really, really important for the lead car to be online. Otherwise, it makes it harder for chase because, of course, the chase car is expecting them to be in a certain area. And when you get to the pro level, these guys are just, it happens all the time. So you can see this is Pat Barley's lead run now. He's out there, he's well onto the line, fills all the clipping points, leaves all those opportunities open for Dan to get in there and to be right on his door. And Dan's sitting still a fair way back, right? Now when we watch and if we swap it back around, which I'm sure the guys will, here you go. Dan not making it out to that first clipping point. He's shallow through there, and again, that then messes everything up down through here. So Pat's done a pretty good job to stay fairly close, in my opinion, and still be able to stay engaged in the battle. Look, it's not up to me. It's up to the judges, but that's just what I saw.
That's it, mate. That's it. It's, you know, everyone's got different opinions, but ultimately we have these three judges up here, and they are the ones who are, you know, tasked with that job. And not an easy job, but like you said, there's so many different things to look at. There's the lead, there's the chase, and then the swap it around, and everything in between as well. Who is the winner?
All right, guys, down here trackside, the judges have obviously been going through all of the criteria really specifically. And do we have a result? We do. That is a one more time. They want to go again. Rerun, guys. They are really specific on the criteria in Pro Class, and they're not satisfied that they could pick a clear winner. We want to go again, guys. Rerun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have three judges tonight. One judge called Ridley. One judge called Barley. The other one called Rerun.
And you know what? Like that to me is the proper way to go for an OMT, right? Because neither of the judges could split it. And it was pretty close. You know, like I said, I could pick a couple of things that weren't quite right. But really, it depends on which way the judges, where they're giving their markdowns for, where they're focusing on for their markdowns or the criteria. They did say in drivers briefing this morning that the initial entry and also through that first corner was probably the most critical part of the course. Once you come up the hill and you transition back into that second zone, it's a lot easier as long as you've got the first bit right to get that second bit right. So you can see that this could quite easily be a one more time. And like I say, you know, with each judge going a different way, that's a real one more time, right?
That's it. That's like a very clear one more time, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you had two judges going OMT and one judge going for one or the other driver, right? That then's less clear. It sort of gives a small advantage in one direction or the other. And I know my good mate Steve Daniels probably watching back over in New Zealand. He's a real fond believer that if you've got three judges and two go OMT and one goes for one or the other driver, then it should go to that driver.
That makes sense. This is pretty much like an actual 50-50 now. With three judges, and they've gone 50-50 split now in terms of one went for Barley, one went for Ridley, and the other one said, I can't decide between the two. So
Absolutely. It's a genuine 50-50 split. Now, I'm not going to agree with Steve Daniel because he and I just agree. The only thing we agree on is to not agree on anything, right? I mean, he likes 2Js, I like RBs, he likes OMTs like that, and I think it's silly. And
you like sheep, you like women.
Yeah, exactly. All of that stuff. Anyway, big shout out to all of our fans and supporters and people following us back over in New Zealand. D1NZ, of course. D1NZ and Keep It Reet have got a pretty good relationship with Jason Ferrin taking the Barra Wags over there to compete in the whole D1NZ season. That starts in early January. And, of course, D1NZ drivers, the likes of Ben Jenkins, have made their way over here. But that's enough about that. I think we've got a battle.
Yeah, that's right, mate. We've got Flash Smith, Jay Hansen. Right now, I don't know who's in the lead. It's Jay Hansen. He comes through. He's in the lead. Flash Smith right behind him. Jay, super quick, but so's Flash. Jay pushing that Corona, hitting those clipping points, doing a fantastic job so far. Flash, can he get up on his door?
We'll just get you to stand back because we can't see. That's all right, fellas. Alrighty, that was a pretty good battle running through there. The boys both engaging very well. We'll look at the Pertec Bayswater replay here as we fire it off. It's Jay Hansen in the lead lane, goes through the speed chicane, fires it down. Flash Smith coming in hot after him. Not a real aggressive entry, and then Flash just kind of not really getting into it either. A little bit of a front wheel lock there. Eventually he kind of closes it back up and does get reasonably close to the door there towards the end, but of course, like the boys were saying before, this is the pro category and we do expect pro drives. You know, not too bad. The guys did all right.
That's it, mate. That's it. Both the drivers doing not a bad job. Jay Hansen put down a good lead run. Up on that first clipping point, hits the second, hits the third, but unfortunately it looks like the fourth one is quite shallow on.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, mate. He just didn't quite make it all the way out there in that fourth zone. And, I mean, that sort of pushed Flash, or gave Flash the opportunity to close out that door. Otherwise, I think he probably had it home and hosed. So we'll see how the judges are weighting their mistakes. Obviously, Flash Smith making a bit of a mistake on entry. Jay not being quite as aggressive as they've been asking for. He did get to his angle and he kind of stuck it pretty well. Picked up 1, 2, and then 3 there of the clipping points. Flash Smith doing a good job, sacrificing a little bit of line, certainly not as much as we've seen other drivers do to gain that proximity as well. So, again, you know, I'm kind of glad I'm not judging and I'm just hanging here with you, having a bit of a yarn.
Mate, what a fantastic day it's been here. Melbourne looking after you, mate. You know, you're a guest in our state, and Melbourne decided, you know what, we're going to be a bit cold in the morning. We're going to clear up, get sunny, and even tonight, it's cool, but it's not freezing. It's actually a nice night.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, mate, I am fairly happy that I'm acclimatised from up in the Blue Mountains back home because it is a bit cooler. But we've got a battle on the line now, and they're heading down. Looks like it's going to be Flash Smith kicking it out. That's a big entry. That's what we're looking forward to seeing. They come around here, but Jay Hansen says, yeah, no worries. I like that. I like a big entry. I like a good fast line. And they'd go in there almost backwards into the bottom corner. Neither of them seem to be worried about it. They fire it in. Wow, that was exciting.
Mate, both these drivers absolutely flat foot into that corner. Let's watch that on the Pertec Bayswater replay. Flash Smith throwing it in there, tapping that front brake. Jay Hansen right behind him. Flash missing that second clipping point, hitting that third. Losing Jay Nelly. Jay Nelly backwards, like you said, coming in there, trying to catch up with his Flash. And Flash, again, unfortunately missing that other class clip point.
Yeah, both drivers doing the same thing in that last clipping point, although I've got to admit, I'm going to find out whether the judges really do like backies or not, because it was pretty cool to see him come up and over the hill here. Watching the second, his Flash comes up, over-rotates a bit, just about backs it into that bottom corner, and Jay's just gone, yeah, man, that's sick, I'm doing that too. That's awesome to see.
That's it, mate. You know what? If you're going to do one, I'm going to do one too. That's what Jay said. And looking fantastic. I'd love to see a snap of that. Both the cars backwards, coming over the hill. That will be a snap for the pool room.
Well, I mean, they do say in the chase position it is all about emulation and proximity, and I tell you what, that's pretty good emulation and still quite good proximity too. So as we watch back to the lead run, first run out for Jay Hansen, you can see his line a little bit better until about this point, and of course, Flash probably sitting just a little bit further back, if I be perfectly honest, for that one round. I mean, yeah. It's going to be a tough one, of course, for the boys. I'm not sure if they've got a result yet. They're coming back around. Of course, we've got our man on the ground down there, Tony B. He's been down there, he's been dancing, he's having a ripping time. I hope the rest of you are. Tony!
Yo! Hi, everyone. What's up? Yeah, like I've got the best seat in the house and I'm having a ripper time. Thank you to whoever's joining in on the live stream. We really appreciate you. Wow. So these guys were both super quick coming past me. It looked absolutely awesome. I think they both kind of trim line a little bit, but the judges will be going through all that criteria. And let's just see. This was a knockout round too. We need success. We need for whoever the winner is going to go through. Do we have a result? We do have a result. Who is the winner of this round? Jay Hansen, Thrash King's Toyota Corona. Mate, super quick one. How are you feeling after that battle? That is awesome.
Yeah, feeling good. I was a bit nervous after having such a big break and it getting dark and the track getting a bit cooler, but yeah, had some fun. It's good. Having a ball.
Awesome, mate. You were absolutely dialed. It looked full commitment coming through. You're safe. You're going through. You get another win. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Hansen, Thrash Kings, Toyota Corona, SR20 takes down an RB. Wowee, super cool. Back to you guys.
Well, I knew that was coming after our recent conversation about which engines were what. There had to be a little put in there from you, Tony B, about the SRs that can, and didn't it? Little SR, it could, and it did it. And we thought that could be the case, and it might have been a victory. I don't know if it was a big victory or a narrow one, but either way, it was a good battle. You called it, you spoke about it. It was a cracking battle, and we are hooked and waiting for the next one. Now, what is going to be the next one? Because we're still waiting for the Jason Ferrin, Marcus McCarthy to see who can get that elusive and coveted trip straight into the final. So we haven't seen that battle yet in the pro category. And I'm wondering what's happening with Daniel Ridley and Patrick Barley. Daniel Ridley currently up here at the moment in the judging tower. So I'm feeling like if that's the case, he's probably not driving. Anyway, for all those at home that want to keep an eye on what is going on live, jump on to live.keepitreit.com. Of course, you can do that here down at the track as well. You know what? The other thing you can do down here at the track is you can go for a ride with a pro. As we're getting through these battles and we are knocking people out, it means there is less and less opportunity for you guys to get into one of these pro cars and have a crack in the passenger seat at what is a pretty exciting ride. It's $100. It's all going to cost you. The girls are waiting down in the pit area. I'm pretty sure they're still down in the pit area anyway, to sign you up, to strap you in and send you out with one of these pro drivers that are out there currently hooking it down. You come out of the dark into the light, back into the sort of semi-light, and then all of a sudden you're sideways and hanging for a wall. I don't know how much more crazy you can get. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we have got a small delay here, we might just take an opportunity to thank our hard-working and well-valued sponsors. Of course, we've got Bling Designs for all your vehicle signage, signs and wraps, and of course, custom hoodies or tees. So if you need anything, go and see Damien. He's here today in the Bling Designs, what do we call it, a common line? Common line. So he's here, go and say good day to him. Of course, Hypergear Turbos, keeping the barrel wags and the whole Keep It Reet fleet on full boost. These guys have got great turbos, so go again and support them because they support us, and that's what we need to keep these events moving forward. Battlers, improve your drifting ability with Battlers Drift Bit to record and analyse your drift data. So if you're just getting out, this is a great little thing to get you started and feeling the way around the track, to give you feedback without having to come and talk to the judges or have judges there. Shockworks coilovers, in case they've been redefining the coilover experience, one of Australia's most popular dampening manufacturers. Of course, they're best known around the world for doing lots of drift cars. Easy Car Trailer Hire, they're ready to help you move your pride and joy. Trailer hire made easy to get your car from A to B. Zoo Performance, great supporters now here in Australia, and of course helping to bring this live stream to you guys. When it's time to unleash the performance, think Zoo. Zoo Performance specialises in fittings and all things that help out with your car going. On-site towing, Keeper's Roy's choice of towing, and thanks to the crew from On-Site Towing and Coin. Pertec Bayswater bringing us the replays. They've got a wide range of high-quality hydraulic pliers, hoses, accessories, adapters and more. If you need something to do with hoses, go and see the boys at Pertec in Bayswater. And, of course, BSC Performance for race cars to daily drives. These guys have got friendly service. They can give you a service. They can give your car a service, or they can give you anything you need as far as race car engines, full builds, the whole lot. All right. We are getting some interesting comebacks here. The judges are just resolving the Daniel Ridley-Patrick Barley battle. From what we can understand is we saw a lead run that got reset and another lead run done. And I don't think we've seen the chase run yet, or the swap, have we?
Mate, I'm not too sure. I can't remember. What do we got?
I'll see if I can grab one of these judges here and just see if I can get a little bit of understanding here now. I believe we were just saying that we're going to run with the Daniel Ridley and Patrick Barley. We started off. We had a start run, and that was a bit of a funny business going on the line. So you guys decided that we're going to start. We're just going to scrap that and start again. Yeah. Yes. Right. So that's a yes. And then we did that second run, the rerun of the first one, but we haven't actually had where we've swapped them around, have we? So we haven't had a swap around, and we have. And then it was an OMT. Right, that's right. So that's what happened. It was an OMT, right? And now,
this driver have concerns with running in.
Okay, and then we've had one of the drivers have concerns with running with the other
Here
one.
we go,
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
Jason Farron, Marcus McCarthy. Farron into the lead. McCarthy on the chase. Farron going too wide. Farron slowing it down. McCarthy mounting the curb. Boys have made contact. Jason Farron coming a bit too hot, and maybe just hitting that ripple strip a little bit too hard. And Marcus McCarthy followed him in.
You know what I reckon's happened there? Earlier this morning, something happened in that R33, really early this morning, probably the first run out there, and it cooked a fuel pump fuse and shut the whole car down, and it sounded exactly like the same things just happened there. He's come in hot, he's gone over a bump, and maybe there's something that's bumped that fuse. Right there, look, all of a sudden, gone, shut down. Rolls to a stop. Of course, you know, we've got a great job there being done by Marcus. He even followed him pretty much straight into the pits. You know, talk about using the lead car as a clipping point. He's taking it all the way. Oh, sparks are flying.
Yeah, McCarthy smashing his diff maybe on that ripple strip. Hopefully not too much damage there for both cars. McCarthy definitely sticking to it and gets going, you know what, where you go, I go.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I was a bit worried that while we went and had a bit of a cool-off and got out of the zone while we had a bit of a lunch or dinner break, that we might have lost some of the action and some of the drama. But so far, we've had 3 battles in pro. Well, this is the 4th, and there's been plenty of drama.
Mate, so much going on here all day. And then even, like I said, right now, even now, we've had barely any runs, but there's just drama after drama. It's definitely a night to remember.
You know what, I'm starting to feel like we might have to get that drama of Tony B. Tony B might have to bit some drama for us. I wonder, Tony B, have you got the ability to either A, get the crowd dancing, or get the crowd cheering? Throwing down to you, matey. Are you there?
Yeah, look, got my ears on. Yeah. Hey, this was a good view of what's left of Marcus McCarthy's diff, because there was some serious sparks getting thrown out the back of the car there. Really great place to view from. But there are so many people here, so, we just want to give you guys a bit of a thank you for coming along, braving the cool weathers in Melbourne. So thank you guys so much. I'm not going to dance for you right now. I've got heated little hand warmers, which is looking after me and the boys down here.
Tony,
it's cold,
you're meant to take it out of the packet, right? It doesn't work if it's in the packet, mate.
I'm saving it. I'm good right now because I have been dancing. But, the boys here are already pumping the hand warmers because they're cold. What about you guys? Are you guys cold? Are you guys all right? Everyone's hugging up and getting real friendly. I like that. I like the Drift family we have at Keep It Reet. You guys are the best.
We do love a bit of Drift love. And just a little note, I read my packet, Tony. You got a good bit of light down there. Have a read of it. On it there, mate, I'm pretty sure it says it lasts for 8 hours. Now, I know we're having a lot of OMTs and a fair bit of battles out here. We've got plenty of time to come, but I'm fairly sure those will make it all the way through to 11 o'clock when we finish up later on tonight.
Yeah, you're right. I might crack them open now, actually. If they're going to last 8 hours, I may as well. I don't want my fingers to fall off.
They're pretty good, mate. They'll keep you warm. And if you sit, sort of squat down and keep them in a nice confined space like a pocket or something like that, they warm up even more. I mean, there's been some discussion up here in the commentary box about different areas you can put them as well.
Mate,
I'm going to leave that up to you.
If I was Tony B, I'll be putting it under my hat.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Under your hat.
Lack of insulation up there.
Now make sure, mate, when you grab hold of that, you give it a nice shake with a light hand. You want to demonstrate to all the people on the bank how you give that a nice little shake. There you go. Look at that. I'll tell you what, you'd go right in the middle seat in a van.
Tony B, skiing. Always skiing. Out on track, we've got, who we got there? Tori Otis in his street meter 3SGE Beams Corolla. That car might not be smoking it, but that ride with the Pro would be absolutely horrifying because he is going in that corner, full commitment, throwing it in.
Yeah, I tell you what, mate, I'm not sure if now that the track's cooled down a little bit, it must be getting a little bit more slippery because I'm pretty sure I only counted 6 clutch kicks as he came through that first corner there. And earlier on today, I'm fairly sure you and I were cracking up 10.
Oh, that's it, mate. I reckon, like you said, as the clutch kicks lessen, it's getting cooler.
All right, so we've got a bit of madness up here. We're trying to find drivers. We're trying to see what's going on. We've got a couple of spare drivers up here. Maybe we might just grab Alex Kandarovsky, who's up here at the moment, and just get from his own words. We didn't get to talk to you after the battle, mate. Obviously, there was contact made. You weren't able to continue. Matty got the one. Mate, can you just talk us through a little bit about what went down?
Just basically, I was drifting and then I went to switch back and I just heard a big bang in the back. I'm pretty sure he smashed into me. I don't mind a bit of a nudge, but I tried to accelerate after that and I just had no drive. Both axles broke once he hit me. I'm pretty sure I was full throttle and then he's hit me and just everything exploded. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So as you've gone to accelerate, there's been some contact made, and that because of the load on the axles, that's just exploded. Both of them, you were saying, both axles.
It's a spool, so I'm guessing that has something to do with it. Yeah.
And then obviously with 2 axles broken in a rear-wheel drive car, you've got no more drive, which explains why you came to a stop, mate. Well, look, we're really sorry to see you go out in that way. It was just watching the replay, obviously, the guys have put up for you on the screen. It was fantastic to watch some of your entries, man. You are fully thrown down in that car. It must be awesome to drive something with that much power.
Yeah, it's 1,100 kilos with about 800 horsepower at the wheels. It's really fun to drive, definitely. Yeah.
So it's getting pretty much to that 1-to-1 ratio. That's awesome, man. And I mean, killer battles all day. Hard luck for today. I'm sure we're going to see you back next year and doing another series of Keep It Reet.
Full season of Keep It Reet, 100%.
Awesome, mate. Well, that's great to hear. We always like to see good drivers with great cars coming out. So well done, mate. All the best. Enjoy your Christmas and your break. I'm sure you'll be giving that car a lot of love and getting it tuned up so it looks red hot later on. Alex Kanarowski, one of the most hardest charging drivers out there today. He was giving a killer entry. If you missed it, make sure you jump on the live stream, roll it back and have a look at the replay. It'll be on the YouTube channel, and I'm sure the boys will cut it all into pieces and make a whole bunch of little videos and clips later on as it goes along.
Mate, speaking of videos and clips, have you seen the video where they put a kebab into a turbo?
I might have watched that once or twice. There's a lot of things that come along my YouTube feed,
Yeah,
some
that's
of
the boys
which
who keep it
aren't
right.
all to do with kebabs.
Oh, kebab through turbo, and then I think there's another video where Jason tests out like a 3-meter dose pipe. So if you guys want to see some cool stuff,
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you subscribe, like and subscribe. Make sure you share the channel. Jason and the Keep It Reet crew keep doing heaps of cool stuff. I mean, that's why we have such a big crowd down here. The vibe is awesome. The music is pumping. The lights are lit. And the turbos are spooled.
ladies and gentlemen, at the line we have Marcus McCaffey for his second run. Unfortunately, we are missing a driver. That is Jason Ferrin. Jason Ferrin came off the track before. He has blown his gearbox and he is out. Jason Ferrin is out. Marcus McCaffey going out by himself. Backy McCaffey throwing down at Backy, putting down a show for you all. Make some noise for him. Who's putting on a show?
Yeah, absolutely. He's won himself a trip through. Not the way he would have liked to, of course. He wanted to battle it out with Jason Ferrin, but he's won himself a trip through, a free pass into the final. Not a free pass, of course, but an accelerated pass into the final. And to celebrate with that, make sure you have a look right now on the Pertec by Bayswater replay as it comes down here, and he throws it in full backwards at 140 plus kilometres an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, this is great skill from a young driver. Righto, well, there you go. Confirmation on the screen for you guys that Marcus McCarthy has gone through, got the win over Jason Ferrin, who unfortunately has broken a gearbox. There's been a few of them here just today.
Here we go, boys. Another battle on our hands. Second run. Patrick Barley, Daniel Ridley. Barley in the lead, Ridley on the chase. Barley throwing it in, Ridley right behind him. Barley all the way down, through into that last clipping point. Daniel Ridley doing all he can to keep it that big hulking V8.
Yeah, well, quite a good run there from Patrick Barley out in the front. You can see just little corrections with the left foot brake as he goes through that first corner. Watch for that light flashing as he goes in here. Daniel Ridley stuck in behind him, trying to get up to that proximity and chase him down. Can't quite get in there, little taps of the brakes, but Patrick Barley, just so much power and drive from that C6 Corvette, running right out into the zone and filling that right up. A wonderful run. Well done to both drivers. Great battle there.
All right, guys, can you hear me up the top there? I'm here with Marcus McCarthy, Pro Class, 4 wins in a row. You did beat Jason Ferrin, the man Reet himself. Had some car issues. You are 4 wins in a row, express lane to the final. Mate, how are you feeling?
Bloody pumped is an understatement.
And you've got a hell of a lot of support up on the crowd there. What was that backy like? What do you think of the backy, ladies and gentlemen? That was... Oh, mate, one of the happiest guys in a drift car right now. Marcus McCarthy, well done. Gets an express lane through to the final, ladies and gentlemen. Woo!
Thank you, Tony, for that, mate. Fantastic to see Marcus going through there. He's been driving killer all weekend, but here we go. Settling it out there on this track is Daniel Ridley and Patrick Barley. Ridley, big entry going in, still not as wide as he could be. Patrick Barley coming right up, following Ridley right off to the edge of the track, and even both bumping up on the curb. Patrick Barley getting right up on that door. Wow. I tell you what, I'm not sure what went on in that little delay in there, but It's certainly fired up. Pat Barley, that's one of the most aggressive chases I've seen him do in a long while. And you can see he throws it in even earlier than Daniel Ridney on the Pertec from Bayswater. Replay bumping both of them up onto the ripple strip, then the transition back, and Pat just drives in right up onto his door there and says, knock, knock, who's here?
Mate, Patrick Barley's car, you can see that car has so much grip. You can see he avoids contact with Daniel Ridley as he leaves the track, but then doesn't lose drift and continues on to get up right on his door. Usually any other car, you might be losing some ground, but Pat Barley right on his door through the finish line.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was a pretty big run from Pat Barley there. I mean, I'm not sure who's going to get the win yet at this stage. The judges still deliberating. We're going to, of course, wait until the drivers come around. I'm sure Tony is ready to go and say, well, what happened? They're probably both of them, to be honest with you, but certainly, Tony, you're ready to catch these drivers. Don't forget to block your ears.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. That was so wild. Patrick Barley, like you said, like however many hundreds of horsepowers in that carbon Kevlar body, and I reckon he used most of them chasing down Ridley, and he was just in full commitment mode. Like you said, chasing the lead car as a mobile clipping point, and that is textbook, absolute awesome drifting. This is what Pro Class is about. Oh, both of these guys having a good chat with each other. That's what it's about as well. Man, Ridley's done some driving today as well. Like, he's still in amateur class. He's still competing. Do we have a result between these two? We do have a result. Ladies and gentlemen, who is the winner of this battle? Patrick Barley, Carbon Kevlar Corvette going through. Ridley is still in. He's in amateur class. New tyres, bro. Do what you got to do. You're going to be back out there. Wow, Paddy, good stuff, mate. That was... We'll let Dan get out of the way so we can have a chat. They were two really aggressive laps. Man, it looked like you came out fired up. You wanted that win.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd call that I haven't had before there. I do prefer bigger cones on the start line so I can actually see them, obviously. The old bonnet's a big old foghorn leghorn on this one, and bit hard to see the cone, so I was driving slow there. But it is the chaser's job to match the pace of the lead driver at the end of the day, and he was gunning it, leaving me behind. But man, I'm stoked to get through another one. Like, it's been a hard couple of years getting used to this car, and we're just finding our feet. We're just going to keep going.
Absolutely awesome as we get deafened by Ridley going past again. Love having you as a competitor here. You're still in. You're going through. Very, very well done, mate. Do what you got to do. Prep the car for the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Barley, well done. And I'm going to move away from this extremely loud vehicle. Hand back to you guys in the tower.
Thanks for that, Tony B. Mate, that is an absolute machine. That Carbon Kevlar 66 Corvette. What, 800 horsepower under 1,000 kilos?
Woo! Yeah, this is it's getting real close to that 1-to-1, isn't it? You know.
Here we go. Matt McCrott and Sam Mudge. Matt McCrott in the lead. Sam Mudge to chase in the Shockworks Amateur Series. McCrott pulled away from Mudge. Can Mudge gain him back? McCrott doing a fantastic run in that MX-73. Sam Mudge getting right over his door through that last corner over the finish line.
Yeah, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you keep a close eye on Sam Mudge. Once that thing starts to get fired up, it starts to breathe fire out of the bonnet as we watch through the Pertec Bayswater replay. They come down through here. Sam Mudge just not quite engaging like he should, but of course, and maybe McCrudder not going right out as wide as he could on the line either. It kind of messed up that middle section a little bit. I don't know. It definitely looks funky. We've got some great lights from both cars underneath the cars, but line-wise, maybe not as tight as it could have been. Let's have another look here at the replays. They come down through the start line, chicanes, setting it up into the corner. Well, not really corner, into the wall. Aiming at the wall. It's a fair way off. It was a bit shallow, then goes out and then kind of stays shallow through there, yeah. So Definitely not the best lead line from McCrudden that we've seen him do all night. Like we've been saying, it's a battle of two halves. We've still got the second half to come. The cars are just making their way back up to the start line now, and they're going to set it up, turn it around, and it'll be up to Sam Mudge to see how he goes in the lead position. He's pretty keen usually to throw it in pretty hard, so I'm keen to see how he goes.
Mate, I'm keen to see some more flames.
Yeah, you definitely get some good flames going for that. When they pull up down there at the end of this battle, make sure you come down. If they're doing a bit of a rev off, it's definitely going to be something that we might have to maybe not give Tony B some heat packs. We might have to give him some, I don't know, welding gloves or something so he doesn't burn his fingers.
It'll burn his eyebrows off to match his hair. Here we go. Second run, Sam Mudge, Matt McCrudden. Mudge to lead, McCrudden chase. Mudge, nice big throw up against the wall. Good run by Mudge so far. Mudge absolutely on the gas. McCrudden right behind him. Can he get on his door? He's trying, but not quite.
As line win, and we'll have a look here on the Pertec Bayswater replay as they fire it down the start chute, out, across, and if you have a look, Sam definitely close to the wall through there, runs it out, maybe a little bit off the clip there, but certainly again closer to that clip, and then runs it right out down into that zone there, pick it up and across the line, and Matt McCrudden just couldn't quite keep up with him. Oh, geez, I'd be a brave man to go calling which way this could go, so I'm going to, I don't know, I might go one more time. It's pretty on the fence, isn't it?
Yeah, mate, I reckon might be a hard one. I'm not sure what I'm thinking. Do we have a decision is the question. Judges look pretty relaxed, so maybe they do.
Maybe they do. I mean, they still sort of look at each other and discussing whatever it is that they're discussing in judge world, judge speak. Sometimes you really need to be an interpreter to understand what they're saying. Don't know if they have gone with a result yet, but of course the cars are coming down to Tony B, who's down there keeping nice and cool on the results line. Here we go. Look at that flames.
I don't know if I need my hand warmers. Maybe I'll just stand next to this exhaust. Wait, hang on.
Do it again. Ah! Do it again.
No.
Come on, Tony. Put your hands over it, mate.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a good time. What do you reckon, ladies and gentlemen? Give these guys a round of applause. Yeah.
Geez, I didn't think the fireworks were going to start this early, but it looks like they are.
Oh, all right. We'll get down to the business now, right? So I think we've got a result, and we do have a result, and the result is Sam Mudge, S13. Where's he going?
Sam Mudge, is he going to head off or is he going to wait for an interview?
No,
Sam.
he doesn't worry about the interview. He's just going to barbecue
gone.
things.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Someone
All
get
good.
someone
Well
get
done.
someone get a dozen sausages. We'll get them cooked in the pits real quick.
Nice driving, Matt. Back up to you guys in the tower. We're going to toast some marshmallows on Sammy's exhaust.
Awesome, mate. Thank you, Tony. That was an exciting battle. I mean, we kind of thought it might have gone that way based on the line that was shown, but what have we got? We have got another one set to go. Battle. Righto, okay, so this is a buy run for Andrew Pearson, who has got the express lane into the final. Of course, these guys want to keep tuned into the conditions. They don't want to miss out, so a buy run through here, keep everything warm in the car, the brakes, the tyres, everything at the right temperatures, so when he comes back around and into the final, he can be ready to rock and roll. And I tell you what, it was probably the worst entry I've seen him do all day, so maybe it was a good one to get out of the way as he goes flying back around there with those nice blue lights in the back of the 180SX. A good warm-up there for him later in the final just to shake that one down. All right, the next battle we've still got to decide to see who's going through is going to be Nathan Beasley and Daniel Ridley. Remember, Daniel Ridley just finished having an epic run with Patrick Barley, and he is going to be...
There's an announcement out here. If you have a lovely little girl called Ivy wearing a purple nightie, she's looking for her mum. Ivy's looking for her mum. She's up on the tower. So if mum could come up here. That's another
All right, so
announcement.
Mel Grice, if you are out in the crowd there somewhere, we've got Ivy's come up to do a little bit of commentary with us. It's all good. She knows who we are, so we're looking for either Matt or Mel Grice, who I'm looking down their pits. They're not down there at the moment. I'm sure we'll find them in a second. We'll get Ivy back to her mum pretty quick. Good that she knew to come up and see us. I wonder, I'll probably... Yeah, I got Mel. She's chasing me. There you go. Good deed done for the day. We're right. Talk shit. So what happened with we're back into it, boys. Hey, lads. All right, here we go. Next battle in our amateur class. We've got Daniel Ridley. Yes, Daniel Ridley leading out. Nathan Beasley as they kick it in there. Ridley on the angle early and keeping it well set all the way through that first battle. Flicks it back around. Beasley chasing in hard and gets to that door with a little bit of a sacrifice of line. Well, what I tell you what, not a bad run, and we're going to look forward to the replay for this one.
That's it. Let's check it out one more time. Oh, just again on the instant replay from Pertic Bayswater. Nathan Beasley, Dale Ridley. Ridley on the lead. Beasley on the chase. Ridley throws it up against the wall. Not quite out to the wall there, but Beasley, not much angle either behind him. Ridley missing that second clipping point as well. Hits the third. But Beasley not using that to his advantage. Not quite getting up on his door. Like we said before, that chase run is also dependent on the lead run. That lead needs to be there open for the driver, for the chase driver to get up on his door. So it's up to these judges to see how these guys are going to go. But like we said, only halfway through this battle, there's one more run to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see not a bad run, but still just a little bit less angle than I would have liked to see. Of course, the judges, I'm not one of them this time round, so the judges will make those choices and those decisions. We are getting to the point in the field. It does get harder as a judge at this point in time to split the drivers. Of course, the guys getting closer and closer as they tend to knock each other out. You get the better drivers, the cream rises to the top, and these guys have definitely been some of the cream of the amateur drivers today out here at Calder Raceway.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that we are not just finishing up tonight at 11 o'clock. We're here all weekend for Keep It Reet Surrey, both Saturday and Sunday, Calder Park Raceway. So if tonight is not enough for you, I don't know how that isn't, but if it's not, because you know what, you guys are drift fanatics, there is drifting all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, there's a lot less judging. There is no rules. It's just going to be battles all day long. Speaking of battles, here we go. We've turned around, we've set them up, and we are sending them again. It's Beasley out in front of Ridley as they come in. Whoa, that's some angle and some proximity. Not a bad run here so far from Beasley, but Ridley is matching every move. The emulation is right up there where it needs to be in this one. The proximity probably not quite there at the end, but certainly the emulation was a very good run from there from Daniel Ridley.
Let's check it out on the Pertec Bayswater replay. Let's have a look here. Beezer in the lead. Ridley on the chase this time round. Swapped it around. Beezer throws it up against the wall, but Ridley right behind him. Ridley giving a good proximity there. On the transition, both the cars coming down into that last clipping point, and Ridley pushing as hard as he can to get right up in the door.
Alrighty, and like I said, it is getting pretty close. The judges already asking for a replay of the first run, so that's getting sent back around and ready to rock and roll again. They want to see how it went in the first one. Remember, these guys are battling it off for an opportunity to battle against Sam Mudge. And the winner of the battle between the winner here and Sam Mudge will go into the final to face Andrew Pearson for the coveted trophy and victor of round 5 Battle Royale Amateur Series. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you are getting a little bit cool out there as the temperature starts to drop here at Calder Park Raceway, the Keep It Reet merch tent is at the top of the stand. They're easy to find. They've got a nice pink Keep It Reet at the front of that. They've got heaps and heaps of warm gear to keep you warm. But for now, we're going to see if we've got a result. Tony B, are you on the line? Have you got your ears on?
I can only just hear you guys because, as you can imagine, we've got Bonnet Screamer here and V8 making all the noises. All right, there is absolutely nothing amateur about this amateur class. Brought to us by the legends at Shockworks. Nice little plug there. This is a knockout round. So the winner is going through. The loser, unfortunately, is done for the day. Is there a result? We have a result. They're going again, ladies and gentlemen. They couldn't pick it. There was some good driving, but not enough. You're going again, boys. One more time.
Jeez, I tell you what, I'm just looking through that windscreen there, and Dan Ridley looks like he's like, no, not another battle. It's almost like he wants to put it on the trailer now. Of course, we know that's not the case. He's just like, wow, how many one more times have I got to go through? I think he's had a few tonight.
Mate, he's had multiple one more times as well as driving both Pro and Am. So he'd be tucking out pretty much, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll see him too early tomorrow morning at the Reet Surrey. He might have a little bit of a sleep in it. And you know what? Well earned. Like, he's been out there throwing down with anyone that he's been paired up with. He's got not a care in the world. He just says, yep, righto, battle, let's go. And again, here we go. He's being turned around, and he is going to have another crack at another driver in what is another one more time. We've just noticed too that there has been a change made to one of the clipping points down there. The number 2 clipping point has been flicked in the middle of the grass. Stewie Bryant was saying that he was quite happy for the drivers to still try and achieve that, but it would have been pretty interesting, I reckon. There's probably a little bit of dew starting to fall on that grass now. It'll be fairly slippery out there.
Mate, it'll be getting a bit cold, like you said, and a bit slippery, but you know what? Might be a bit of a shortcut, you never know.
All right, mate, and I'm just having a little look around in the crowd, and I can see a couple of kids down in the front corner there. They've got some of these flashing lightsaber style things, so It's good to see the crowd engaging and having a bit of fun with what's going on here. This is an awesome event that Keep It Reet are putting on. Of course, my first time here, and I've really enjoyed the day so far, and we're not even close to the finish yet.
Mate, we've still got so much action. We've been saying it all day. Can we say it now? Well, I reckon we could. It's 9:30. If you live within about half an hour, you can still get down here, Calder Park Raceway, round 5, Keep It Reet, Battle Royale, because we're here till 11 p.m. So if you're at home and you know, what am I doing this Friday night? Nothing. Come on down. But now we've got Battle, Daniel Ridley, Nathan Beasley. Now one more time battle. Ridley in the lead, Beasley on the chase. Ridley throwing it down, absolutely putting the foot down. But Beasley right with him. Beasley not backing down at all. Daniel really pushing hard. The back of that car throwing flames. Whole front rear bumper hanging off as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's knocked out the rear tail light as well. That's hanging down. You can see that there. And if you have a look in the replay here, the instant replay again, thank you very much to Pertec Bayswater for bringing that to us so quickly. They can turn around your hoses as well and all your fittings for your hydraulic lines just as quickly. They come down, watch the entry there, gets out of the wall, comes down a little bit of gap again. Probably a little bit more angle there from Ridley in the lead than in the chase. And watch this, he comes out, picks up not just one, but 2 of the clipping points and a barrier as well. He's torn the back out of that car. He's put everything on the line. He's given it absolutely, the whole kit caboodle. And, I mean, you don't get any closer to a clipping point than that, do you?
Mate, he absolutely hammered those clipping points. Takes it out, but you know, kudos to him. He didn't back off. He's kept his foot in it. He was committed to the cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And the exciting thing to note too, look, he doesn't even drop a wheel off the tarmac onto the grass. So those barriers right up to the track edge pretty much there. And unfortunately, Ridley just going that little bit wider than he needed to and done a bit of damage to that nice car. But getting right out there, keeping all wheels on the track, whipping it through the corner there, picking up 1, 2, and well, it kind of looked like he pushed that barrier into the second clipping point, but anyway.
He was out there for 6, eh?
Absolutely. And I guess there is World Cup cricket on currently in Australia, so there's a few people possibly watching some of that. I think there's a big game possibly between Pakistan tonight.
Oh, there you go. You know what? Have the drifting on one, have the cricket on the other one. Why not?
No, cricket's not nearly as exciting as drifting.
Oh, you know, cricket's pretty fast-paced, mate, you know.
Put the drifting on the big TV and have the cricket on your phone.
Oh, for sure.
So you can keep an eye on the score. In between,
drifting on the big screen for sure.
Every now and then.
Or you come down here, watch the drifting in real life, and have the cricket on your phone.
Not only can you watch the drifting in real life, you can come down here and you can partake in drifting in real life. You can get in to a car for a ride with a pro, back behind us in the pit area. You can sign up. It's just $100 to go out for a couple of laps with a pro. I know what I'd be doing. I don't know if I'd be going to the cricket.
Mate, I'd be watching the cricket while in a car with Ride of the Pro. No, you know what? I'd be watching the drifting while in the car with Ride of the Pro.
You don't want to miss a second of the drifting down here. It is absolutely happening. Keep It Reet Battle Royale. If you want to follow along at home, please jump onto the live.keepitreet.com website. You can follow along everything you need to know there, of course. Make sure you like and share the stream. Here we go. We've flipped them around. We've got them lined back up again. It's going to be Beasley leading Ridley as they come down. And wow, they're throwing in hard here now. Ridley locking up, trying to keep with him. Beasley floating a little bit into that zone. They might be nearly out of tyres, these boys. Beasley throwing it out wide, really wide. Ridley trying to stay with him. I don't know if they've got anything left. They've done 4 battles on these tyres, at least, if they hadn't already got half-used tyres when they started.
Mate, these guys absolutely hooking it in. Let's check it out on the instant replay by Pertec Bayswater. Beasley on the lead, Ridley on the chase. Beasley, big throw into that first corner. But Ridley right with him, and the Beasley gets on the power, and actually starts falling away, hits that second clipping point, hits the third, all the way down onto that fourth. I would say it's a pretty nice lead run so far.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, mate, I've said it before, and I just don't know which way I would want to go. I reckon we get a little bit of crowd input, mate. If you've got the live stream there, we can watch, and the guys can play along at home. If you think that the lead car here, the Skyline, the R32 Skyline, Daniel Ridley should get the win, give us a thumbs up. So smash that thumbs up button if you think Ridley should win. If you think Nathan Beasley should win, then give us a big smiley face. We're going to leave it up to you guys at home. We don't care about the judges anymore. We've got board waiting for them to make a decision. We're going to let you guys at home make that decision for us. So smash away on the thumbs up button if Daniel Ridley should be winning, and on the smile button if you think Nathan Beasley should be winning. Well, Tony, I don't know if you can hear us down there, mate, with all that noise. We are trying to get the crowd involved at home. We're getting a couple of thumbs up, which I think is for Daniel Ridley. The judges might have made a decision. Down to you, Tony.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I can only just hear you with the barbecue show going on over here. Wow, these guys have been putting on a show for you guys. I'm so glad that everyone down here on the barrier, make sure you give those things away for these guys. But do we have a result? Because this is a knockout battle, right? Someone's done. Who's the winner? Nathan Beasley in the S30 gets the win. Well done. Well done, mate. Great driving. You can have a rest now. Nathan Beasley getting the win. You're living to fight another day, mate. Talk us through it. How was that last couple of battles?
That last one was wild. I watched Ridley hit the water barriers there and pretty much exploded his taillights all over my car. I nearly followed him into it, so I was lucky I didn't hit him myself. So
that's half the battle. You got to avoid the incidents, but you've done that. Your car's still straight in one piece, and you're going into the next round. Very well done. We'll see you back out very, very soon. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Nathan Beasley, S13 V8 powered machine, gets the win.
Well, I thank you very much for all of that, Tony. Keeping the hype up down there, mate. Of course, the viewers watching at home will be maybe a little bit disappointed with that. They were hoping that perhaps Daniel might have gone through, I think, judging by the live stream feed. Of course, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world, wherever you are watching. We really appreciate having you guys on our live stream tonight. We now have settled down to just 3 more drivers remaining in our amateur category. So we're going to see one more battle come through, which will be between Sam Mudge and Beasley there, to decide who will go on and take Aaron Pearson on in the final.
But so we've got Mark McCarthy out there right now doing his buy run. Just keep him warm, keep him on his toes, get the car singing while he's slingshotted through to the final round. But just get him out there, get his sensors honed, and keep him happy.
Yeah, and he's definitely doing a pretty good job of keeping those rear tyres well and truly warm. They are lit right now. As we watch a quick replay of him coming through there, and you can see just how much heat he's getting into those rear tyres. Of course, their guys need to keep all these tyres, brakes and everything up to temperature, so this is why they get to do this buy run through. It's not just so they can blaze another set of tyres just for fun. It is to make sure that, of course, when he does come up for his final battle, that he has still got some warmth and some eyesight as far as where he is, as far as having the eyes in. So, what have we got coming up for it? It's going to be Jason Ferrin, hopefully if he's fixed a gearbox or borrowed a car or something, up against Patrick Barley. Otherwise, Patrick Barley may get a run into the, I guess I'm going to call it the semi-final, which will be whoever wins out of Matt Russell and Jay Hansen. Now, we've also got to remember Matt Russell, I did see him rolling out, but remember he had some damage from contact with Alex Kantorowski earlier on. So looking like as Patrick Barley comes firing through, not under drift, he might be just doing a buy run there as well. I'm looking back into the pits and I can see, yeah, the Ferrin-mobile is still sitting with a busted gearbox in the pits. So he's that's going to give Patrick Barley a buy run through there, and that's an unfortunate way. Patrick would have liked much more to be able to see what, or have a run, have a proper battle.
That's it, mate. Patrick Barley out there by himself. Unfortunately, Jason Ferrin blowing his gearbox. And like I said, these guys would like to be out there battling, but it can't always be the way you want it, I guess. But up next, we got Matt Russell, the Love Muscle, and Jay Hansen, also known as Jay Handsome. Maybe one of the two. But here we go. Matt Russell in the lead. Jay Hansen to chase. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a good battle. SR20 into an old Toyota. Why not? Matt Russell throws it in deep. Jay Hansen in shallow, trying to cut the corner to get on Matt Russell's door. Matt Russell hitting those clipping points, doing a good lead run. Jay Hansen, not a great run there. He's all over the shot, really. Matt Russell put down a fantastic lead run, opening the door for Jay, but Jay just kind of everywhere.
Yeah, geez, I tell you what, Jay doing everything he can to try and get on that door of Matty Russell. And look, I don't want to call anything early, or certainly don't want to put any commentator's curse on anyone, but I'm just thinking here, regardless of who wins this battle, one of these two is going to go up against that Corvette. And that is a pretty tantalising thought to see that going down. Anyway, back to this battle. You can see Matty Russell. We're going to hopefully get to see the Pertek Bayswater replay again, but Matty Russell, in my opinion, ran a pretty good run there. He was on the line, he was getting out to where he needed to be, maintaining his angle. So his lead run wasn't too bad. Jay doing a lot of diving to try and get to where he needed to be, and probably sacrificing maybe a little bit of line to do that.
I spoke to Jay Hansen during the lunch break, actually. You can see here, not right now, but as he comes into the Thunderdome, Wine's on way too much lock, and he says that he has been having trouble with the car snapping to lock and try not to have so much lock, but he's just having troubles with it.
Yeah, it's like it's almost binding itself into that lock, getting onto the lock stops and binding up. I'm not sure. I overheard some of that conversation that you were talking about. I'm not sure if I can give him a whole heap of advice from up here in the commentary box, but he just seems to be struggling a little bit with the front end of that car. And that was quite evident in that run there as he came through, chasing along behind Matty Russell. Alrighty, Jay Hansen pulling into the lead position. Matty Russell dropping in beside him in the chase position. As they come down towards you, Matty Russell will be on your left, his right, and Jay Hansen obviously in the fast lane on the other side. Here we go. Starters release them. We send them through the speed train. Firing down, Jay Hansen having a crack. Matty Russell not going to have a bar of that. He's right with him. Coming in hot. Jay Hansen a little bit shallow. Matty Russell filling out the zone, flipping it back. But Jay Hansen showing a pretty clean pair of heels now as they duck through the corner. Maybe not quite filling that outside zone as well as he maybe could or should be. But either way, Jay Hansen looks like he's pretty happy with that run as he disappears down the straight there with those rears still well alight.
Here we go. Let's check that out on the Pertek Bayswater replay. Let's check it out. Jay Hansen in the lead. Matty Russell on the chase. See Jay flicks it up into that first clipping point. A little bit shallow. Oh, again for the second. Matt Russell not quite on his door. Jay Hansen putting down a smooth run, but not quite getting out to those clipping points.
Yeah, I think a lot of that Matty Russell just falling back there, particularly as they came out of that first corner into that clipping zone, was a little bit to do with Jay just being offline, you know, like you called it yourself there. And you can see, and we're going to see it here in the replay, if you have a look, Jay, I know this was flipped it back around, so this was Matty's initial lead. If you have a look, Matty's right out there, he gets those clipping points in case Jay has some issues here. I just don't know if that's cost him that mistake there. We're definitely going to see when they come back around, but again, same thing. He was further out in his lead run than in his chase run, but as we watch now, the boys have switched it back around for us, and we see the lead. Have a watch here, he doesn't get right out to the wall, and then he comes in shallow. Doesn't get out of that clipping point at all. Matty Russell, expecting him to go out there, has followed him out. Of course, that's created the gap that you can see now. So, I don't know. For me, I'd probably say Matty Russell, but I'm not a judge tonight, so we'll leave it up to the boys to decide.
That's it, mate. Both two good-looking men. I can't decide which one I love more, but the judges can do that for us.
What about we ask Tony? Tony probably knows. I mean, Tony, you know, he's down there, he's close to the action. Tony, what do you know?
Oh, they're both pretty handsome men, and they got the good engines in their car. How's this? Two Toyotas with Nissan SR20s going up to battle. I love it. I mean, this is just music to my ears. I'm an SR guy myself. But we do have a result, but we're going to have a chat to both drivers. And here we go. That result is the winner, Matty Russell in the AE86. Let me just have a quick word to Jay. Jay, you've been driving awesome all day. You're going up against a mate and a worthy competitor and another 80s era car with an SR. Must feel pretty good to have a good day.
Oh, we've had just an awesome day out here. Congrats to Matty, well deserved. Yeah, another boxy 80s SR powered car. Hopefully he can take the win.
That's it. We want the SRs to go through to the end. Great driving today, mate. Unlucky in the last battle there. And then Matty Russell. All right. All right. How you feeling, bro?
Oh, a bit shaky. Nah. No, you go.
Oh, no, you go. Look, you guys were hooking into the first corner. You were really wide on your lead run. You were hitting the points, doing what you had to do. And it looked like Jay just maybe struggling in behind a little bit.
Look, that's what he said to me, but I'm not really sure what he was doing back there. This thing, I think I was struggling a little bit as well, just a little bit bent from the hit earlier with Cancer. So I think we've got it good enough to keep going, but yeah, it's, it wasn't perfect.
Mate, doesn't matter. You got through. Give him hell, son. SR 20 pound Toyota 86. Matty Russell goes through, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, boy. Back to you guys up top.
Thank you, Tony B. Like you said, 2 great cars out there, good motors, making lots of buzzing noises out there. Now, like you said, so that's Matt Russell up against Patrick Barley next, is it coming up?
Well, I think that's what's going to be the case, but it hasn't been changed on the official scoring just yet on live.keepitreet.com. So I'm just trying to get a little bit of clarification from the officials on what is actually happening there. My belief is that, Jason Ferrin's got a busted gearbox, so I don't think he's going through, or is he borrowing a car, or what? Okay, so I've just heard the official word is that Jason Ferrin is able to borrow a car. Now, the proviso on that is, of course, and, safety being paramount, that Jason Ferrin needs to be borrowing a car that has been scrutinied at the beginning of the day and has been approved for competition. So, that means we've got a whole bunch of cars in the pit lane that have been knocked out, and we all know Jason Ferrin, and he doesn't mind driving anything he can get his hands on, and will probably drive it pretty much like he stole it. So we're just waiting for a confirmation, but I'm pretty sure he's actually found a car, and he's about to climb into it. I can hear the Corvette of Patrick Barley. Yes, it's moving. It's started up. So we're going to get a battle here. It's going to be a bit of a guess on which car Jason Ferrin's going to be driving, but we know Patrick Barley is definitely driving the C6 Corvette. So whatever other car comes out is going to be Jason Ferrin.
I think it's a pretty good deduction, I reckon. Here we go. What cars do we have coming out?
No,
there we go.
I can't. No, definitely. Daniel's not coming out for another one. He was fed up.
Jason Ferrin.
Oh, there you go.
You reckon Daniel Ridley's car?
That car, poor car,
has
had an absolute beating all day today. And of course, out of all the cars in the field, right, there's a whole bunch of them sitting there doing nothing. Daniel, I guess it makes sense. Daniel Ridley's car, it's warm, it's ready to go, it's just come out of battle competition. It's obviously well proven. It's been, doing plenty of laps. So Jason Ferrin just bolted a set of his own tyres onto it and said, righto, chuck me the keys, brother, let's go.
Why not, mate? It's the same colour. It's got the same graphics as well down the side.
It's a Skyline.
That's it.
It's got an RB, 4 doors.
And it's ready to get pummeled.
Yeah, missing a tail light or 2. But, that was courtesy of the owner. So I guess, look, well, you know what? Doesn't matter whose car it is and what's happening. The key thing is that for us up here in the commentary box, you guys down there in the cold sitting on the bank, and of course everyone watching at home, we're going to get a battle. We're going to get it settled on the track, which is what we want and where we want it to be settled.
That's it. Jason Ferrin said, you know what, I've blown my gearbox, but I'm not going to make it that easy for you, Pat. I want to make you work for it.
Yeah, no, I like it. These two have come up against each other this year as well, I believe. Maybe Patrick Barley took out Jason Ferrin at World Time Attack Challenge.
Really? There we go.
Earlier in the year, if I remember correctly.
Mate.
Bit of history. I'm really racking the old grey matter now, and I'm fairly sure they've come up together in the high-tech series where Jason Ferrin took Patrick Barley out. So the way my score's going is it's a 1-1.
1-1. Here we go.
Let's see what happens this time round. All right. Patrick Barley in the lead in the C6 Corvette, flicks it in early. Jason Ferrin says, yeah, cool, no worries, I'm coming after you. Barley's gone in very, very hot here. Turns the angle on, turns the power on, flicks it back. Jason Ferrin doing his best to try and keep up. As I watch them go around the corner there, Whoa, I tell you what, for a car he hasn't done a lap in today, that's an amazing chase to chase down that big C6 Corvette, and not only chase it down, but after dropping a little bit of gap at the start, and we'll see that in the replay in a minute, he manages to gather it back up.
Mate, what can I say? Jason Ferrin's used to changing cars. He's got a whole Reet fleet to drive, but right here, Patrick Barley throws it in nice and quick on the power. Jason Ferrin not quite on the angle there, but then catches him through this last corner. As they come around here, Patrick Barley putting down a fantastic lead run. Jason Ferrin doing his best to pedal that 32 four-door around the track.
Yeah, wow. We must be getting to the pointy end of the track on the event here as we watch these guys battling it out. We'll see another replay coming down through here. I feel like Jason just didn't quite have the angle that Patrick Barley, but I also feel like maybe Patrick Barley had a little bit too much speed. He's had to dial it. Now, remember I did say that in driver's briefing earlier this morning, the judges said that they wanted the drivers to set their angle at that first clip and maintain it all the way to the second clip. Now, in my opinion, Patrick's definitely dialed in a bit more angle, which is fair enough. It was either that or probably send it into the weeds. However, the judges will probably still give that a small deduction, which will move it back towards Jason. And whether or not it evens it out enough or gets it even, Stevens, I don't know. That's for them.
That's for them to figure out, and us to watch, but they're going to swap it around. Not right now. He's got the ride of the pro on the track. That's right, it's ride of the pro. If you want to go for a ride, it's just $100. Head on down to the pit, see the girls in the blue marquee, and sign up to get on the track now.
I'll tell you what, I might get my car back together and come back down and do this ride with the pro stuff, because these guys have got so many laps today. They've probably got no tyres left for Reet tomorrow.
Mate, if they're driving tonight and Reet tomorrow, that's a lot of tyres. I want to know how many tyres get burnt the whole weekend. It should be interesting.
We're looking
build another Thunderdome. Danny, why don't you know the answer? How many tyres I'll be burning this weekend? 6,000? 4,000? I'm going to say 10,000.
Well, we're putting Danny on the spot here. Danny, obviously, Mrs. Reet does all of the behind-the-scenes stuff to get these amazing events going, so she's done a wonderful job with her and the team. But on the track, we've got Mr. Reet being chased down by the Corvette. Oh, Patrick Barley, not a... He is hunting that door. I'll tell you what, when Patrick Barley gets up the pointy end of a field, he starts sniffing out that win.
Mate, Paddy Barley not backing off. He's like, hey, Jason, I know you're in a different car. I know this isn't your car, but I'm going to get on your door. Let's check it out here on the Perfect Base Water replay. Let's check it out one more time. You can see here, Jason Ferrin in that borrowed 32 4-door, throws it, nice throw up against the wall. But Pat Barley dials in even more angle, nearly making contact, I'd say, but somehow pulling it back and holding the car, literally holding the car back from hitting Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. Using a little bit of left foot brake and probably a little bit of hand brake and probably about every brake he could find in that thing just to pull it up, having so much more speed as he came in there. I mean, it is the chase driver's responsibility to make sure that they don't hit heavily enough to alter Jason's line. And I mean, have a look here. He's big entry. I don't think there's too much alter. It's only a lightish tap, really, isn't it? If it is a tap at all. So not a bad job from Patrick to pull that up. And I certainly wouldn't want the repair bill for a carbon Kevlar panel if he happened to damage it.
Yeah, look, I couldn't envision that being really relatively cheap. But the boys are now heading back around to see old mate Tony B. Hopefully we have a decision from the judges.
Yeah, guys, we are down here ready for them to roll up. Wild. Like, Jace in a borrowed car is always a nerve-wracking experience. We know he can steer and he drives a whole bunch of different cars all the time, so he's very well versed, but wait, the wing is only just half hanging on here. All right, so that was when Daniel Ridley binned it into the barrier down the bottom. But the car is looking weathered. The R32 Skyline sedan has done more drift laps today than anyone else. And it's a credit to the Reet man himself for hopping in and mad shout out to Daniel Ridley, wherever he is, for loaning the car. But we have to have a result to progress through. Ladies and gentlemen, and that result is Patrick Barley in the Corvette goes through. Let's just say good day to Jace real quick. Mate, in a borrowed car up against this absolutely epic machine. You drove awesome. What can you say?
Just huge thanks to Dan. Yeah, I was happy to go out. Dan's car is the only car that I would, suggest jumping in ever because it's pretty much set up identical to my cars. So I knew I'd be comfortable, no chance of doing any stupid shit. Just take it easy, put some runs down. If he stuffed up, take an easy win. But he drove his ass off and he took the win. So congrats to Pat. And thanks, Dan, again. Legends.
Awesome, mate. Great driving today. This car definitely needs a rest, I reckon. If you want to head back to the pits, go for it, mate. Thanks, Jace. Awesome stuff. That is looking very weathered. Patrick Barley, what a chase run, mate. That was absolutely amazing. Is there a little bit of a tag on the back of this car? There is? Oh my God, that is carbon Kevlar and it is smashed. Mate, talk us through that last battle. How do you feel?
Yeah, that was pretty wild. I knew that the corner, left-hand corner of the car was already pretty damaged. And I was just like, well, someone's already touched it. So, I mean, I didn't hold back at all.
Clearly not holding back. Drove like a man possessed. And that's what gets you the win here at Keep It Reet. So awesome stuff. I don't know who you've got up next, but mate, you're up. You're going again.
Yeah, so whoever won out of the Toyotas.
Oh, right. Matty Russell. All right, so there you go. Matty Russell, and then maybe through to the final. Who knows? Great driving, mate. Sort your car out, sticky tape it back together, do whatever you got to do. Patrick Barley goes through, gets a win in this epic Corvette. Wow. Back to you guys up top.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Tony, I'm surprised that Pat Barley doesn't want to sit around and just chat to you a little bit longer before he takes that fairly binged up and damaged car back and says, hey, Dad, thanks very much for helping me build this amazing car, and I'm really sorry I just tore the rear quarter out of it. But anyway, look, they will. The boys will get it sorted out back there. They'll turn it around and get it patched up enough to complete another couple of battles at least. Patrick Barley is going to progress and take on Matt Russell, as you alluded to, in the battle to try and take on Marcus McCarthy in the final for the Pro Series here at Battle Royale. Round number 5, we are getting to the pointy end of the field. Of course, the Pro Series brought to us by BSC Performance. If you haven't been to see the guys down there at BSC Performance and speak to them about getting an oil change or even something a little bit more serious like building yourself a race engine, you really should book yourself an appointment down there with Bogger and the team, because they do some amazing things, some cracking engines running in this series and all around the Australia that Brendan's had an influence on. So get down there and see the boys. But before we get to that, I believe we've got to get on to our amateur series, which of course is brought to us by Shockworks. That's the series that sees the newer, the up-and-coming guys, the guys that haven't had as much battle practice. And I don't know, mate, like I kind of feel like the battles we've seen today, they look like they're fairly seasoned competitors.
Mate, the majority of those guys in the amateur series, I'd barely call them amateur. They're just like one level down from pro, but much more, many levels above amateur. Those guys throwing down some fantastic laps, amazing battles, and just showing us what these guys can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I probably have to agree with you. I think the only difference I've really noticed today is perhaps that there's been a few less stickers from supporters or sponsors on their cars, but otherwise the level of driving has been outstanding. It really has been top shelf, and we're looking forward now as we get to the pointy end. We've got a big run here between Sam Mudge. He'll be taking on Nathan Beasley for that opportunity to take on Andrew Pearson, as we mentioned earlier in the final. So exciting. We'll see how we go. That should be coming up very, very shortly. I need to just grab a quick mouthful of water because my voice is starting to run a little bit low.
Mate, you always need to top up. That's okay. We've got some cars doing some warm-ups just at the line there. I want to say that's Sam Mudge, Nathan Beasley, those boys getting their cars ready and prepped for battle, because this is it. This is do or die. These guys need to get out there and put on their best, show us what they're made of, and show each other who's boss. For those of you watching on the live stream, you can see the guys doing a bit of circle work there, but it's not all about the rear tyres. These guys warming up their cars need to also warm up the front tyres. So you must see some of them right now. One of the cars is doing some donuts, but what they really need to be doing is scrubbing in those front tyres. As you throw it into that first corner, you need that front grip. If you don't have that, you're going to be understeering.
Yeah, I definitely don't think I want to be understeering when the zone is immediately attached to a rather large concrete wall.
Definitely not the most ideal way to enter, but some people have done it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Mudge, Nathan Beasley. Beasley to lead, Mudge to chase, Mudge all over the back of Beasley. Beasley doing a fantastic run on the lead, but Mudge, can he get back on his door? Lost a little bit of ground there. Beasley coming up over the finish line, absolutely blazing those tyres. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Well, I tell you what, that was a pretty exciting first run. Of course, it is a run of two battles. Here we watch on the Pertec Bays water replay as they fire in. Sam a little bit wider than actually Beasley on that entry. Then both picking up that middle clips, both of them as they come across over the switch over and into the Thunderdome. Back around through the final clip and off to the end there. Ooh, that's pretty close. That's going to be a tough one to give an advantage in either direction, really. I mean, it was a pretty good lead run there, giving opportunity to the chase driver, and the chase driver, Sam Mudge, doing everything he needed to do that. So well done to both drivers, Nathan Beasley and also Sam Mudge, on getting a great first pass done. Now, let us see what's going to happen here.
Hey guys, up in the tower, Tony B down trackside. So the wheel deal car that just rolled through, that was Russ Cunningham. They have changed his gearbox in the back of the pit all day, and he's going to be doing Ride with the Pro for the rest of the day. That is drift commitment. They brought his spare gearbox from home to the track, they've changed it, and now he's out driving again. I love drifting. This is the best.
Yeah, awesome, Tony. Thank you much for the update. We spoke to Russ a little bit earlier, and he was keen to make sure that he got some track time today. I mean, fair enough too. He'd gone to all lengths possible to get that car back and didn't long miss getting out the battles. But speaking of the battles, we've got Sam Mudge now kneeling Nathan Beasley in the return battle. We've swapped them around, we've sent them again. Sam Mudge filling out the zones really well there. Beasley sitting back a little bit off his guard. He needs to get closer if he wants to seal the deal. The idea here is you've got to take the judges out of it, and I don't know if he's done enough. There's a good lead from Sam Mudge. I'm calling it early. That's going one more time.
Mate, these battles are so close. Let's check it out in the Pertec Bays water replay. Beasley and Mudge to come down. Mudge on the lead. Nice throw up against that wall. Good angle, good speed. After the second clipping point, hits the third. Beasley sticking with him, but not quite with it right on his door. But, oh, there you go, Sam Mudge. Nice lead run, very nice lead run. Ooh, the judges do have a decision, I think.
There was a little point at who might go through there. We'll have to wait and see. Tony B is going to be warming back up his microphone for when those guys arrive back around to talk to him. But I tell you what, if watching this replay, it was pretty close. I called it might be going one more time. The judges might have made a liar of me once again. Wouldn't be the first time today. Some great runs by both the guys. And I tell you what, Tony, mate, you were watching it trackside. What did you think?
Seriously, like we said before, I mean, this is the amateur class, but these guys could easily be bumped up to pro. Epic driving all day from both these guys. Really enjoyed watching, and I've said it before, but I get the best seat in the house. It's just so, so cool to be here for the final round, Battle Royale. Oh, wait, are we gonna get a bit of a show? Is that what's gonna happen? Are we gonna get a bit of a rev up, or? All right. It's all part of the fun, right? The kids down here absolutely love it. Sammy Mudge loves it. Nathan Beasley loves it. Do we have a result? We do have a result. Who is the winner of this battle? Sam Mudge in the S13 barbecue machine. I'll let you go through, Nate. I'll let you get going, mate. Oh my God. Absolutely epic driving, mate. Talk us through it. How you feeling?
Oh, I don't know how to feel, mate. I'm just out here having a good time. That was awesome. That was good.
Such a cool battle. You guys were so dialed. You had so much commitment in the chase, in your lead. You were hitting all the points you had to do. Brilliant stuff, mate.
Absolutely. It's unreal. Nathan's a bloody good driver too, so it's easy to chase a driver like that. It's real good.
Spot on, mate. Spot on. You're going to keep going. Put some tyres, fuel. Let's go again. Sam Mudge, ladies and gentlemen, goes through. Wowee.
I tell you what, mate, I was just watching Sam drive off there, and it's not just his exhaust that is lit out the bonnet. He is absolutely killing it. I had a quick chat to the judges while you were interviewing the boys there at the end of that run, mate, and they tell me that the reason why Sam won was because while he did make a little bit of an error in the chase position, he was able to make a better lead run. So remember, we talk about it. It's lead run versus lead run. So the error that Sam made was attributed to the fact that Nathan was slightly offline and Sam was doing his best to try and chase him. And then obviously Sam's lead line was far better and Nathan wasn't able to put in as good a chase in the judges' eyes as Sam did. So that's how it went down. It's getting down to brass tacks now. Chunga and mate, the judges have really got to look for more errors now.
That's it, mate. These drivers are putting down a fantastic runs, lead and chase, back to back, and yeah, it's splitting hairs now. These judges really have to up their game. It's getting darker, but they're going to have to start squinting because they need to see these little bits and pieces to try to determine who the winners are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're going to see, I think that means that Sam Mudge now goes through into the final. Is that my understanding? Have I got that right? He's going through in the final to take on Pearson? Because obviously McCrudden and Daniel Ridley have they been settled, or we've still got to settle them?
No, I think there's McCrudden and Ridley coming up.
All right, well, I'm still new to this, so I'm trying to follow along. I'm going to let you see if you can sort that out there with Josh, because we're a little bit lost. We'll get some advice there. But, of course, if you guys want to follow along on live.keepitreet.com at home, and you can put that on your phone while you watch on the YouTube channel, on your TV, the rest of our show. Of course, you want to follow along here at the track too. You guys get the live show straight there in front of you, and you can follow along on that website as well.
Mate, I just logged on to live.keepitreet.com, and it's telling me that Matt McCrudden is still yet to battle up against Daniel Ridley. So we're going to have that battle coming up next, and then the winner of that will be up against Sam Mudge.
Okay. Well, you know what that means? That just means we're going to have more battles. I'm a little bit lost on how it's all working at this point in time, but what I do understand is we're definitely getting more battles, and that I like. Okay. So does that mean Nathan Beasley gets right? And are we announcing that now? Later. Right. Okay. Yep. Got it. Cool. I'm across it. I hope you guys are following along at home and out in the crowd. The basic long and the shorter is we're going to see Matt McCrudden and Daniel Ridley battling it off for 4th position. Now, we're going to announce the winners later on, so it might be nearly time for us to start to bring our crowd in, either here live at the venue or on the live stream. So we want you guys to be watching closely. You guys are going to be doing the judging for us. Of course, the judges up in the tower will be making the final decision, and that will be the result of the day. But why not have a little bit of fun and get you guys involved in the crowd? So for the guys that are here in the crowd, when this battle goes through and we've got 2 runs done, we're going to get you guys to cheer for each of the drivers. The loudest cheer we're going to give to win. Of course, you guys at the live stream will give out either a thumbs up or a smiley face for you guys to do who is going to win out of Matt McCrudden or Daniel Ridley. Now, I think, have we given Daniel Ridley the thumbs up previously?
I reckon he's had a few thumbs up, mate, I reckon.
All right, so for those at home, Daniel Ridley will be our thumbs-up driver, and of course that means Matt McCrudden will be our smiley face driver. So when you watch these battles, make sure you smash those buttons, either the thumbs up for Daniel Ridley or the smiley face for Matt McCrudden. Oh dear. Someone should remind me not necessarily use Chunga's phone to keep an eye on the live stream. Some of those airdrops he's getting are pretty interesting. Anyway, that's for him at home by himself later with whoever that bloke was. Stewie Bryant's just said, my missus apparently, and I tell you what, Stewie, if that's your missus, when did she grow a beard? Oh dear, the judges are getting tired. We're having a bit of fun up here. I hope you guys are having fun down in the crowd and also at home watching the live stream. This has been a cracking day. I am running out of energy. Started my journey at 2 o'clock this morning, leaving home from New South Wales, catching an aeroplane down here and then enjoying all of this. So I reckon I'll probably get through about one beer after this and fall asleep somewhere. Alrighty, we've got our beats pumping down here live at the track at Keep It Reet Battle Royale, the final battle, round number 5. There's still some pro rides out there heading around, and of course Tony B is down there on the sideline enjoying himself and bouncing around. Tony B loves to come to these events, and without some great sponsors that we have backing us, we can't come along, Tony B. So we're just going to run through those, mate, and then we might get a few thoughts from you in a second. Of course, Bling Designs for all your vehicle signage, wraps, and of course, custom hoodies and tees. Hypergear Turbos, keeping the barrel wags and the whole Keep It Reet fleet on full boost. Battlist, help improve your drifting ability with Battlist Drift Bit to record and analyse all of your drift data. Easy Car Trailer Hire. They're ready to help move your pride and joy from A to B at any moment. Of course, Shockworks Coilovers, not only bringing us the amateur series with Tony B getting into the beats down there, but they are refining coilover experience. Make sure Scott's Tyres, you drop in and say g'day to the boys there. Long-time supporters of the Battle Royale, not just a tyre shop. They have a whole lot more about them. Zoo Performance, lots of bits, on-site towing, K&R's choice of towing, Pertec Bayswater bringing us not only the instant replays but also some great pipes, and BSC Performance as we get cracking into this battle for 5th. We'll come back to you another day, Tony. We have got, believe it or not, Daniel Ridley out there in that R32, still going strong, taking on Matt McCrudden in the red chase car there. Righto, that was not a bad lead. We'll need to unpack a little bit of that. It was a pretty good chase as well. I was trying to say too much for my voice to keep up with. Over to you for a second.
Mate, here we go. The Pertec Bayswater replay. Let's check it out one more time. Daniel really on the lead. McCrudden on the chase. Ridley throws it up against the wall. Not quite out to that first clipping point. McCrudden cut the corner there. Ridley again. Not quite out onto that second clipping point. Onto the third. Does he hit the fourth? He's out of the fourth one. McCrudden right on his door as they come over the finish line.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, don't forget we have got Daniel Ridley. He's going to be our thumbs-up driver for this battle. Remember, if you reckon he's got the upper hand, hit your thumbs-up button. If you think that Mac McCrudden's got the upper hand, hit your smiley face button, and we will see who is going to get the win here a little bit later on when we make the announcements at the end of Keep It Reet Battle Royale round number 5.
And we're just waiting for the drivers to get back around to the start line. We're getting to the very, very pointy end now. These battles are getting more and more intense. The drivers stepping it up. Mate, there's a lot of thumbs up, but it's all from the same person.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was looking at that then, I was thinking, gee whiz, this Daniel Ridley bloke has got a lot of supporters that aren't at the racetrack. But it turns out, who have we got there? Who's supporting him?
Actually, we've got Mr. JMC, Nathan Hancock, S Mudge 132, Dylan Wardrift, and Twisted Dead Body Man. I think he's also giving thumbs up for Ridley.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're a Matt McCrudden fan and you think that he's done a good job, you better get on that smiley face button and give it a belt, because at the moment, according at least to the live stream, Daniel Ridley has a pretty strong advantage. All right, here we go. We've sent him again. We've turned him around. We've swapped him up. It's going to be Matt McCrudden leading out. Daniel Ridley, as they come through there, getting a pretty good entry and nice and close to the wall there. Swinging it all the way out to that clipping point. Daniel Ridley managing to gather him up at the end there. Ooh, not bad, don't mind it. The judge is going to have to split that up here. Of course, we're going to let you know what the result of that was later on. You guys at home can let us know what you think by either a thumbs up for Daniel Ridley or a smiley face for Mac McCrudden. Remember, our judges can't see what you guys think. Not that they would care either, because they make their own choices, being independent as they are. Having a look here as we fire through the final corner. Pretty good battles there, definitely. All right, plenty of thumbs up coming through on the live stream there. People are loving the Daniel Ridley drive. I don't know whether that's just because that car, the R32 four-door, has been doing so many laps out there, mate. But he's getting a lot of support on the live stream. Oh, there's a few smiley faces as well, and a couple of people that are going, I'm guessing that's an OMT, if you go 4 smiley faces and 4 thumbs up.
Mate, that's it. Sometimes it's hard to pick. Like we said before, we're not the judges. The judges up here, Stewie Bryant from South Australia. We've got Lee Pidwell and Sean Power. These guys out here making the decisions for us. Now, Tony B. You've got some friends down there, do you, Tony?
I don't know if Tony can even actually hear us down there at the moment, because of course we've got all the pro cars rattling past. Tony, have you got your ears on, mate? Can you hear us?
I can just hear you guys now. We have absolutely got to the pointy end of the night. So the only result that I can share with you, but do we have a result? Oh, we're waiting. We're waiting for the judges. We actually don't have a result yet. And that's okay.
Well, we can tell you what the results of the live stream are if you want.
The live stream results?
Yeah, we're getting live stream results from the viewers at home, are playing along at home, and they're giving us results. We asked for thumbs up, we asked for smiley faces, and so far we've been able to count feet, smiley faces, thumbs up, and I don't even know what other, there's a whole bunch of different singles over there, thumbs down. So I think the result from that is that we probably get a result at some point, but we can't work that out.
All right, well that's cool. It's so great. We've got some crowd participation at home. Thank you guys for voting for the drivers. We do have a result, guys, but I can't tell you. You got to go back to the pits for the presentation. Bye-bye, someone. Oh, it's a one more time. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, they rerun, you guys. Go and sort yourselves out. Go again.
Well, I don't know whether I confused you there, mate, with that we couldn't pick it based on what the live stream viewers were suggesting, but I'm pretty sure that ended up going OMT, so I hope that wasn't my fault confusing you that it was there was a result that we didn't know what the result was.
All good, all good. It was great that we've got the crowd participation at home. You can imagine it's so loud down here. But yes, those guys are going again. It's a one more time rerun. Awesome.
Well, there you go. Just beginning the Keep It Reet crew didn't need any more work. Of course, us commentators, the commentary team here, keeping them going flat out. The Keep It Reet team, of course, been working flat out all day long to keep this event running, keep the people going, keep you guys entertained. And I tell you what, if that's a ride for the pro ride, I'm going to have to leave you up here for 10 minutes. I'm going for one of them.
Mate, that looks absolutely wicked. And was it Nathan Dundervik in that V8 Corolla, absolutely holding that car pinned around the first corner. That is commitment.
Yeah, it had a fair bit of angle on too. That thing was pretty much pointing us the entire way around. We are fine right at the apex, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so hopefully those drivers are getting turned back around. We're going to see them run again. Too close for the judges to split. We are battling it out for the 4th position in the Shockworks Amateur Series. I'm having a look at the back here to see what's going on. There's a fair few crowds still chilling out here on the hill and watching the activities and the fun and games. I can't see any movement down in the pit area just yet, so those boys are obviously working feverishly to be able to get themselves sorted and ready to rock and roll. Remember, stay tuned in on the Keep It Reet channels. You can follow along in their socials. They are on Instagram. They are obviously on Facebook. They've got their YouTube channel too. You can keep up to date with all of their bits and pieces and what they're doing, their live, their giveaways, their car giveaways and all the cool stuff that Keep It Reet likes to do. They've really got a bit of a unique offering down here that is something that it's great to see so many people getting involved in. Of course, they've got their new membership too now, the Keep It Reet membership, so you can become a member of Keep It Reet and keep yourself up to date. You get extra entries into their prize giveaways as well. Follow along with how Jason and the team go in their battles around the globe now. Of course, Jason Ferrin heading over to D1NZ, where he's going to be taking on the best that New Zealand have got to offer. I've been lucky enough to be over there and judge a few of their series, and they definitely got some great drivers, but I'm not quite sure they're expecting the likes of Jason Ferrin and the Barrowags and what he's going to bring to the table over there in New Zealand. That series, of course, can be watched live stream over to Australia, and they start early in January. Have a look at d1nz.com for all of their dates if you want to follow along over there.
Mate, we've got a special guest up here at the moment. We've got Cam Martin, the tin can driver. Mate, what's going on? What's going on with your car? Is it going to be fixed up for next season or reshell?
I'm really not too sure, to be honest. It's a bit far past its use-by date, but I think I can get it back to its former glory. So over the off-season, I'm going to try, rip into it and get up to spec.
Sounds good, mate. Sounds good. Are you driving this weekend as well?
I was hoping to drive tomorrow, but I unfortunately blew my diff in my battle with Alex. So that's why I've been driving tonight. So no driving tomorrow.
Mate, I'm sure we can find another diff, between now and tomorrow morning.
Well, my friend Zach offered me his GDR diff from his car, but I've got to go pull it out, and I'll drive a rest.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Thanks, Cam. Good to see you up here, mate. Whew. More battles. Also, by the way, are you going to win?
I think I've got it locked in, the championship, so I'm happy.
By default, a bit of, what's his name? The guy who did the ice skating? Bit of a Bradbury, eh?
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially your championship elect winner, Cam Martin, up here having a yarn to us in the judging and commentary box. Great to have him up here. He's been driving really well. He was driving killer on the all of the afternoon. Unfortunately, you guys that came a little bit later have missed out on seeing him go. Ended up breaking a diff, it turns out. So that happens, particularly around here. There are some fairly big curves. But I can see back up towards the other end of the straight, there are some cars out there. They are warming up. We are getting ready to rock and roll and send this one more time. Let's see if it gets settled. We're going to find out in just a few short minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. On the start line, we've got Matt McCrudden and Daniel Ridley for the one more time. Daniel Ridley to lead, McCrudden to chase, and they're off. And Ridley comes through, throws it over to the wall. McCrudden trying to get on his door. Ridley throwing up, McCrudden coming in real quick. Nearly makes contact, but just misses him. Ridley keeps going, McCrudden right there with him. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic battle. McCrudden, huge drive.
Yeah, absolutely another great battle. And I tell you what, it was pretty split on the live stream last time between the thumbs up and the smiley faces and the occasional feet and other bits and pieces. So we'll make sure you guys are following along at home. Remember, Daniel Ridley is our thumbs up driver and Matt McCrudden is our smiley face driver. We're not going to tell Tony anything about the live stream this time though, just in case we get things confused. You can see Daniel Ridley doing a pretty good lead though, getting most of those clipping points in pretty much all the way out there. So a good chase though as well. Definitely McCrudden early on in that battle was right up there. Alright, you can see here diving in nice and close. McCrudden nearly getting that contact, manages to pull it back out, switch it back around. I was talking earlier about just how difficult that is to do, particularly in these slightly cooler conditions now where the tyre grip is dropping down a little bit. Great to see a lot of support there at home for the drivers coming through on the live stream. Plenty of support here for the drivers at the track as well, with a really good crowd turning out to watch these guys battle it out. The guys are just about back around to the start line and we are going to send them again. I don't know if I can split either way an advantage on that one, mate.
Mate, these guys are getting harder and harder to split and make a decision on, but that's what they're here for. They're here to battle it out, to see who the winner is, and these guys are not backing down. Matt McCrudden, Daniel Ridley on the line. We're about to send them. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Matt McCrudden, Daniel Ridley, Matt McCrudden on the lead, Daniel Ridley to chase.
McCrudden there throwing it in pretty hard. We've got Ridley chasing him down. He's going to have to get closer though. I think he wants to seal the deal and he's doing just that right now as they come down through that bottom section into the Thunderdome and back out again. Wow. That was a pretty exciting battle, watching the boys go firing it into that start line there and then into that wall. I'll tell you what, that 32 has just had so much work.
Mate, that 32 has been a bit of a problem child in the past. Obviously today, not. This thing is an absolute machine. It keeps going and going and going. You can see here, McCrudden throws it up in the wall, nice and high. Hitting that second clipping point, hitting the third, but then Ridley right behind him, pushing closer and closer.
Yeah, no, pretty good run from both the guys there. Righto, boys and girls at home, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching and you think that Daniel Ridley should win, it's thumbs up for him. If you think that Matt McCrudden should take the win, then it's going to be a smiley face for him. Watch the replay again if you need to. I tell you what, it's looking pretty close on the live stream feed that I can see coming back so far. Good support for both drivers. I tell you what, Chunga, mate, like you don't, not often do you get to give out, not often in drifting you get to give out an MVP award. But I reckon if you're going to give out an MVP award, it would have to go to that R32 today.
Mate.
Tony, I'm fairly sure that you definitely can't hear us down there right now, but mate, I'm going to attempt to let you have a word here somewhere in between the pops, the bangs, and the throttle drums.
Look, I think you've called me in on that one. It is obviously very noisy. I'm not going to hold these guys up any longer. I'm not going to hold these guys up any longer. But gentlemen, we do have an official result now. We have an official result now. It is not a one more time.
Are we sure? Are you sure about that? Are you? I'm watching the judges and they're still talking about something. I'm not sure.
We have an official result in fourth. No, we're not going to do that. Are we announcing? Are we announcing? Oh, I love this. You ready? I'm ready. Yeah. Who is the winner of that battle? It is Daniel Ridley gets a win. Matt McCrudden, fourth place. Awesome driving, gentlemen. Really, really quick, and we're pressing for time. Well done.
Thank you very much, everyone. We'll make it fast.
Excellent. Well done. Great driving.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for a good event. Thanks for the crowd coming out.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Fourth place, Matt McCrudden. Third place, Daniel Ridley. We're going to send them around. We won't announce the next winners. Okay, we're rolling now. We're grooving. Back up to you guys up the tower.
All right, give them a big cheer. Those guys on the hill, as they come around, make sure you give them a big cheer and a round of applause. Well done, boys. What a battle. They've gone one more time once again. As they come back past you, give them a thumbs up. They have had an absolute cracking battle. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means we've settled out our Shockworks Amateur Series. But, of course, we've got the PSC Pro Series.
Mate, look at this battle on the line right now. Matt Russell, the love muscle in that 8.6, is it? Yep, right up against Patrick Barley in that C6 Corvette. This is what you wanted to see, mate, wasn't it?
Well, mate, didn't really matter who went up against Pat Barley out of one of those two smaller 20-plus-year-old cars.
Yep.
But we got one of them.
That's it, mate. Here we go on the lead. Who do we have? Pat Barley in the lead, Matt Russell in the chase. Can Matty Russell keep up with that big Hulken V8? Pat Barley throws it in. Matt Russell not far behind Pat Barley. Big angle. Matt Russell now closing in. What happened there?
Wow, I mean, you don't see that very often. Patrick Barley usually pretty settled in that car, and it just seemed to keep coming around. I wonder if there's a bit more damage from that contact earlier that maybe the guys haven't picked up in the pits. I tried to have a little look at the wheel on our side, and it seemed to be rolling all right, but you just never know.
Here we go. Let's check out that Pertec base. What a replay. Paddy throws it in there. Big angle. Nice entry. Oh. Pat gives him a bit of a way saying, my bad, sorry. But yeah, Pat, you can see him just tapping the brake there, trying to regain control possibly.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting one. And I mean, I wonder if Matt Russell being so aggressive there on the entry lock, he knew that he was going to have to really pedal that SR20 to take on, well, let's be honest, pretty much 2.5 SR20s bolted together in the front of that Corvette in a car weighing very similar to the little AE86. I wonder if that little aggression there and being right up on him just unsettled Pat that little bit on his entry, and that's caused him not to quite get it, hooked up as he normally does.
Mate, you never know. I don't think we've had many other people up that close to Pat maybe on entry. So having Matt Russell's headlights right there in his peripheral vision's kind of made him go, oh, I need to get out of here and maybe put him in that spin.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, as we know, like once it doesn't really matter. Like you can have Patrick Barley's car with, almost 1,000 horsepower and 950 kilos worth of weight, and it'll still be an even match for the SR20 AE86 because that's drifting. So once you get started in the drift, the drag race at the start, of course, this is why we've got the speed chicane and stuff in there. It will slow them down. But the drag race, once it's over, the drifting happens. Here we go. We've settled them around. We've turned them up. This time it's Matty Russell out of the lead. Patrick Barley got a whole heap of chasing to do. And here he comes, the big C6 Corvette with the tyres ablaze, chasing down Matty Russell. The Love Muscle has shown a clean pair of heels up until this point and all the way through the finish. Well done, Matty Russell. What a battle.
Mate, I don't know if I kind of would have seen that happening. The little 8.6 with that SR20 didn't seem to have much of a problem keeping away from Pat Barley's big V8.
Well, I might even go and give Matty Russell a little cuddle later because he's been the only one that's actually proved me right all day. The judges have made me look like a fool on a number of occasions and proved me fairly well wrong. But I tell you what, Matty Russell, I said just before this battle started, once they get going, there's really nothing between them. And Matty Russell demonstrated that as he got that 8.6 with probably a quarter of the horsepower and about the same amount of weight through that course as nimble as you like.
We swatch here on the Perfect Base. What a replay. Matt Russell on the lead. Patrick Barley on the chase. Matty Russell throws it up against that wall. Not quite out there, but not too far away either. Hits that second slipping point. Pat Barley trying to play catch up. When Matt Russell comes into that third, hits the third, comes down to the fourth. Pat Barley now closing the gap. Right behind him as they hit the finish line.
Whew. Well, I'll tell you what, Tony, I hope you got your ears on, mate. I'm going to come down to you early because it's going to get noisy down there pretty soon when these guys come to you. I don't know if we've got a result. I even forgot to talk on the live stream. I was so excited about which way they think it should go. So we're going to leave it all up to you.
No pressure. No pressure at all. Thanks, Mackie. No, mate, definitely got my ears on and I got the best seat in the house for that battle. So the winner of this battle is going to go through to the final against Marcus McCarthy. So we obviously have to announce who's won between these two. And the winner was Matt Russell in the 86. He gets a win. He goes through to the final. Well done. Both drivers awesome. We're on a bit of a timeline now, lads, so we're going to have to move you along. No, sorry, you're going to chat on the podium. So you're going to battle again. Third place. But you'll be on the podium, so awesome. 3. He's going to battle. You got it. All right, guys. Where are you, Mackie? You're coming down here. Matty Russell's going to battle again. He's going up against Marcus McCarthy for the win in Pro Class. Hand it back to you guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate, that was a pretty intense battle. Patrick Barley making that small mistake there on the exit of turn 1 in his lead, and that's obviously cost him there. He'll settle himself into a podium position, though. He has not missed out this time round, and oh well, good to see you giving a hand out there, Tony, giving the Corvette a push. Lucky it wasn't a bit heavier, that car. So that means we have settled out our final. We're going to have Matty Russell taking it all the way through to the final, and we'll get that final run through in just a short period of time. Wow, I'm excited, and I tell you what, I'm just trying to work out where we're up to here, Chunga. I think we've got our final decided for both of them. We've settled out our 4th and 5th battle for amateur, sorry. But then we're still going to do the same thing for pro. So we should get one of these two either. Oh, mate, I'm lost now. I'm getting a bit lost.
We're getting a bit confused here. I think I'm lost as well, mate. But you know what? When the battle comes up, I'm sure we'll figure it out. Hopefully we get these guys up there soon because the sun's going down. Or the sun's already gone down. But the clock is ticking. So if you are near Melbourne, I probably wouldn't come down right now. It's a bit late. But tomorrow and Sunday we're here at Calder Park Raceway. Keep it Reet Surrey. It's a free-for-all Matsuri style event. The cars will be out there drifting. So if you want to see some drift action, come on down tomorrow or Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. That will be a fantastic couple more days of driving to do. We are heading on to the final now for the Shockworks Amateur Series, and that's going to be against Andrew Pearson and Sam Mudge. We saw them just roll down towards the start, so those boys have got a fresh set of boots on. They're going to go and warm them up. They're going to turn it around, point it in the direction that's back down towards the large crowd that's assembled down here. And of course, Tony B on the wall, who's been watching so closely. He is going to love to see this. Tony, mate, have you got your ears on? I want to know, out of Sam Mudge and Andrew Pearson, you've been down there watching, have you got someone you can pick as the winner?
Mate, I love both of these guys so much. They're both such awesome competitors. I feel like tonight, just on the night, I reckon Mudge might give him the nudge, but I can't discount AP. AP's epic. I don't know.
You know what, mate? I'm happy with that. I think that's fair enough. You know, really, both drivers have been driving out of their skins all day. And what we need to remember too is Sam Mudge only came along today to do pro rides, and he got a wild card entry at the last moment when someone bailed out. And look now, here he is. He's battling for the top step of the podium.
And putting on an epic show for the crowd, shooting flames out of his bonnet exhaust. Like, that's the maximum amount of exhaust that car has, because he used to have this big long pipe, and every time he'd go scraping past the wall, he'd destroy it. So he thought, I'll just send it out the bonnet.
Yeah, well, it is quite a nicely set up exhaust. Of course, that engine built by Duos Performance, one of the well-known engine builders in the drift world. So we'll see how it goes. The RB20 taking on, what's Pearson got in his? Pearson's got a V8 in his, hasn't he? Andrew Pearson, engine.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Andrew Pearson, that's Tim Wheeldeal 180, V8 powered. Sam Mudge, like you said, RB20. Sounds fantastic, mate.
Oh, it does, absolutely. Two well-built cars is pretty exciting. As these boys roll up to the line, we're just waiting now to get the official start, which we've got, and they're away. Hopefully the judges are ready, because we are in the commentary box as they fire it down here. It's going to be Andrew Pearson in the lead. Of course, the graphics in the top of your screen aren't quite correct, but it's Andrew Pearson in the lead. And oh, no! He's gone off. Oh, wow.
Andrew Pearson got a bit mud bashing out there in the infield. Lucky for him, this final battle is not as simple as you go first, then I go first. It's best of 3 whole battles. That's how the final works here. Best of 3 whole battles. So if someone wins the first 2, that's it. But if it's one apiece, then they go to a 3rd battle.
Yeah, so just to explain, a whole battle, of course, is a lead and a chase. So that means that whatever result we get out of this particular next run, and you'd have to think that Sam Mudge has got a fairly decent advantage for this one. That doesn't mean that Pearson's out of it. He can win the next 2 and still win the night. So
that's it, mate, that's it. It's still fresh right here for these boys. You know, he's mucked up there, come off the track, but it's nowhere near the end for him right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what this Keep It Reet is all about. Keep It Reet is all about making sure that you're getting maximum track time, that stuff is settled on the track. These guys put on a great show. It's been fantastic to be a part of it today. I really have thoroughly enjoyed myself, and wow, have we seen some amazing driving.
Mate, that's an understatement. There's been so much amazing driving here, not just from the pointy end, but from the very get-go. From the start of the day, from 12 p.m. or 12:30 when the battle started, it's been absolutely hectic, and these drivers have been putting on a show all day. It's fantastic.
Yeah, mate, I mean, we were talking about it, weren't we, right in the top 16, that, you know, a lot of this has got to be attributed to the way that the guys here run this style of event where you're not knocked out straight away, so everyone gets at least 2 battles as a very bare minimum, and just bringing the level of driving standard up. We're now at the end of a championship season, and you're seeing the results of that in the battles being just red hot and on right from the get-go.
You got it. You hit the nail right on the head, mate. These guys have been just getting out there battling all year, getting so much battle experience under their belt. Whereas the usual kind of the normal tops 32 with qualifying, the bottom guys sometimes will never actually get battles all year. They'll just do qualifying, come 33rd, come 34th. Sorry, no battles for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, that's something that I really love to see, this style. Mudge out showing a clean pair of heels, and I'm just wondering, has Pearson developed some sort of a problem? He just doesn't seem to be able to get that car hooked up and get it sideways. It's not the Pearson we've been watching, mate. He's just not seeming to be in the zone now. I don't know whether he's cooled off a bit or lost some tyre temperature out of those front tyres, but wow, we watch the replay here. Have a look, he just doesn't seem to be able to get it to hook up, and it almost seems like the front end is drifting on him. It's just sliding on him, you know, like a bit too much push.
Mate, maybe it's time he's got to change those front tyres finally. Andrew Pearson, same tyres all day, possibly.
Yeah, well, we did talk about that earlier as well. He is the nicest bloke that you can meet, according to Josh Rogers, who was out there interviewing and introducing everyone earlier. And Josh Rogers is a man in the know. He knows most of the drift field down here. But yeah, he just doesn't seem to be able to have that car doing what it was doing earlier. You can see there's definite understeer there. The wheels pointing back the wrong way. They should have been pointing in an opposite lock direction, i.e. in the direction of travel. And they were pointing back in towards the centre of the track as he went into that entry. So that indicates a bit of understeer, or maybe the tyres have got cool. I'm not quite sure. Either way, I would suggest we have got a result out of this first one.
I would say so, but the boys are heading back to the start line again.
Either way.
I've got a theory. Maybe, just maybe, Andrew Pearson said, you know what? Got 3 whole battles here. I'm going to psych him out, throw away the first battle, make Sam Mudge think he's got this in the bag, and then pow! He's going to win it.
Well, I mean, we've seen pretty much everything else today here at Keep It Reet Battle Royale. I wouldn't put it past one of these boys to throw that down. That's absolutely on the cards.
Mate, it could be totally your thing. You know what? Like I said, we're not the judges. We're just the guys with a microphone talking a bunch of, you know. Here we go. Andrew Pearson on the lead. Sam Mudge on the chase. The second battle out of 3. Here we go, boys. Pearson throwing it down. Pearson throwing it much nicer this time around. Sam Mudge coming with him. Pearson, Sam Mudge absolutely flying in there. Getting up on the door. Sam Mudge all over Pearson, but Pearson putting down a fantastic lead run. As they come over the line, Sam Mudge right behind him. That was a much nicer run this time around from Pearson, I'd say.
Well, I tell you what, mate, we're sounding much more like we might know what we're talking about, because that was a completely different display from Pearson that time around. He was able to get it hooked up and really did fire it in there and showed a pretty clean pair of heels. As we watch here on the Pertec Bayswater replay, firing in there, getting it pretty close out of the wall. Sam Mudge not really with an answer there, a little bit of a dive to try and make it up, but obviously sacrificed some line to do that. Pearson, though, maintaining a great angle and picking up all of the clipping points the whole way around. Ooh. Well, here we go. So technically we've only got 3 battles, or 1.5 battles left. We've got Sam Mudge to lead next. Now, if that goes the opposite way to what the other one went, we effectively go to a sudden death, so whoever wins that last one. It's getting pretty exciting up here.
That's it, mate. Super exciting up here. These guys absolutely throwing down. Sam Mudge pushing so hard, but then Pearson turning it on after the first battle, coming into the second battle now and flicking that switch. I reckon it's on. Watching this Pertec Bayswater replay here, you can see Sam Mudge on the transition clips that ripple strip, which pushes the car straight.
Yeah, I thought I saw, just as it changes camera angle here, have a look and you can just, well, the guys have cut away from it, unfortunately, because we do have cars on line, but you're right, as the camera angle changed direction, you could just see Sam Mudge's front wheels locked up, just trying to arrest that car before we had another T-bone instance.
Mate, I love a good T-bone, but not on the track, hopefully on the grill.
Absolutely nice big T-bone. Always goes well, particularly with good mates and a couple of schooners. But that's for later on. For right now, we have the battle of Sam Mudge leading out Andrew Pearson's as they fire it in. Sam Mudge has got it wild round right up, and Andrew Pearson's is doing everything he can to go with him. Sam Mudge starting to drive away. Could this be the one? Could this be the run that sends him from wild card to victory? Well, it's going to be up for the judges to decide, but I tell you what, that was a pretty epic lead run. He knew how to do a bit more, and he really did put it down there.
Mate, Sam Mudge absolutely on the gas. Let's check it out one more time, the Pertec base water replay. Sam Mudge on the lead. He's absolutely throwing it, throws it in, then gets on the gas. Here we go, gets on the gas, absolutely puts, pulling away. Even Pearson all by himself.
Yeah, that is, wow, that is just a special run, right? You've got to remember these tyres too have done, this is their 4th run, so the rear tyres are starting to get pretty worn out by this point.
All right, looks like we may not need to go to that 3rd run, that 3rd battle. It looks like the judges may have a decision.
Well, that could be the case. And we don't know which way they're going to go. You and I are sort of leaning possibly in one direction rather than the other, but, you know, it wouldn't be the first time that we've got that wrong today.
Look, I wouldn't say we've gotten anything wrong today. We just
weren't as quite as right as we could have been.
Correct, we just weren't right.
Alrighty, watching the last couple of replays come through here. The boys are turning around and they are heading back down towards Tony. I don't think we're doing the announcements just now. I'll wait and find out. But Tony, mate, have you got your ears on down there? You've got a couple of pretty red hot amateur drivers. Well, kind of pro amateur really, aren't they?
Well, never going to call these guys amateurs after the show we've had today. So good. But from all reports, there is a result. So we're going to send these guys back to the pits and ready for the trophy presentation. And we're going to pro class. And just so you know, if you haven't worked this out yet,
here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our final battle for tonight.
SRs.
BST Performance. Matt Russell on the lead. Marcus McAfee on the chase. 2 SRs, like Tony Bishop said. Matty Russell hit those flipping points nice and quick. McAfee right behind him. Matty Russell pushing that 8.6 as hard as he can, but Marcus McAfee not leaving him by his side. That was a quick run. I'm going to have you unpack that for me, mate, on this replay.
Geez, I tell you what, mate, I was almost surprised how quickly they came firing down that start line shoot. Matty Russell negotiating the chicane like it wasn't even there, and then just clutch kicks it there, fires it in, but not even phased was backing. He just backed it right up beside him and said, yep, no worries, let's have a go. The line is pretty good. They're using all of the track. They're getting onto the curb. Oh, wow.
Mate, I think that's a pretty good first battle, I'd say.
Unpack it, he says. That's a tough call, I'll be quite honest with you. Pretty good run from Marcus. I just feel like he maybe made a couple of small errors there in the chase position. You know what I mean? Like just that entry of Matt Russell's was so quick there. I don't know if I'd give it any real strong advantage in either direction, but maybe if I had to lean, and you know the judges are definitely going to be having to lean one way or another now, it might be slightly to Matt Russell.
Yeah, look, I might have to tend to agree with you there, mate. These guys, yeah, splitting hairs, but Matt Russell putting down a fantastic lead run. McAfee right behind him, but a couple of little adjustments here. Bit of a front wheel lock-up, nearly a straighten on the entry, but they're off again. This time, McAfee on the lead. Matt Russell on the chase. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get on your feet. Let's see us go. McAfee throws it in big time. Matt Russell, can he stay with there? McAfee off the track. Oh, no. Marcus McAfee trying to do a backy, but ended up in the grass.
Yeah, well, hasn't there been a bit of curse on the guys that have got straight through to the final? That's the second time we've seen that happen in the lead run, where the guys that have got the the highway pass straight through and into the final I don't know whether maybe they've got, because it is a bit cooler here tonight, that maybe their gear's cooled down a little bit more. They've lost that front temperature, but we saw it before in the amateur series with Pearson spearing off in his first lead run, and again here with McCarthy doing exactly the same thing, pretty much through the same patch of mud there.
That's it, mate. Look, I think if McCarthy might have committed to that and put his foot down on the accelerator instead of the brake, he might have had a chance of making it, but because he decided to bail out and hit the brakes, that's where he ended up off the track.
Yeah, well, that could possibly be the case. But again, you know, it's been a bit weird here today too. Remember, we saw earlier on in the day when that sort of temperature was just starting to change, where the guys were putting the gas down and actually sliding off the track too. So, look, we're not in the car. We're not judging. We're just here talking crap for you guys to listen at home and enjoy here at the racetrack. Either way, we're definitely going to be sending him round again because, like we said, the same with the amateur series, the same thing happens with the pro. So it will be a best of 3 full battles or 6 passes to decide this. So we're 2 down. We're 2 passes down. 1 battle's gone. There could be a result in one direction or the other. We don't know yet. We're just merely surmising. What we do know is that we've got 2 cars on the start line.
That's it. That's 2 cars on the start line. Second time round, and they're about to get going, hopefully. It could be anyone's game. Nothing has been decided, I'd say, because that's 1 of 3. That's right, 1 of 3. Here we go. Marcus McCaffey on the lead, I'm going to say here. Matt Russell on the chase. McCaffey, can he do it better this time? Matt Russell right with him. McCaffey throwing down. McCaffey as he comes up over the finish line. Matt Russell right there with him.
Well, that is exactly almost 100% what you suggested was going to happen in the amateur final, is that maybe McCarthy was just sandbagging, give Matt a bit of a, you know, oh yeah, this will be an easy win, and then all of a sudden fires it in there at rapid pace, and all of a sudden he is online and on fire. Just dialing down the angle a little bit there, picking up the throttle early like you suggested, and look at that, he's flicked it back, he's picked up 3 now, and this will be 4. There you go. 4 clipping zones. Of course, Matty Russell, he doesn't mind that. He knows exactly where he's going to be, and he's gone, yes, sweet, I'll follow you all day long. All right, I've just glanced over to the judges there, and they're feverishly working away, writing things down. I think they're going to find this one a pretty hard one to split. They're going to be splitting hairs, picking on the most tiniest little things that could have possibly gone wrong. You saw there Matt Russell, just that little bit of a straighten in that transition. That could be enough. That could be enough to decide this.
That's it, mate. That's it. It could be enough. But now we're halfway through this first battle. The swapping sides this time. Matt Russell to lead. Marcus McCaffey to chase. Here we go. They're off the line. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final battle. Battles. Matt Russell coming in hot. Marcus McCaffey right there with him. Matt Russell over the ball. Oh, McCaffey nearly making contact. Matt Russell hits the first and second clip point. Hits the third. McCaffey can he get back on his door? Matt Russell pushing out hard. McCaffey pushing even harder. These boys put on a fantastic show.
Wow. 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 I mean, look, we thought maybe Matty might have had a slight advantage on that first one, right? Now, what do you reckon? We've seen 2 battles, even Marcus there, a little bit of a touch. Is that enough to change it and make it either even or slightly to Matty again? Or did Marcus do enough in his first battle, and that straighten we saw from Matt as he came down and into the bowl? Oh, wow, man.
Mate, it's a hard one here. You can see here on this run here, McCaffey just makes contact, I think, with Matt Russell maybe. But Matt Russell unfazed, hits every clipping point. What a fantastic lead run by Matt Russell.
I actually reckon, I mean, it's a little bit blurry, the camera angle just at the time, but I think Matt just tags the wall. And that's what pushes him back into McCaffey in the chase position. Anyway, it didn't seem to unsettle the drivers too much. They just simply buried the throttle and kept going.
That's it. These boys absolutely honed on their cars, putting the foot down. Those SR20 powered vehicles absolutely howling.
Well, so what are we doing? Let's have a look here. Are they going back to the start or are they coming down to see Tony B? Tony B, you might as well hang there for a little bit longer, mate, because those boys are heading back down to fire it back past you one more time.
That's it, mate. One apiece. These boys, this is now sudden death, like you said, mate. This is the third battle. Matt Russell, Marcus McAfee.
Isn't that cute? They're even getting synchronised turnarounds going on. You know, I mean, these guys want to pick up every point available to themselves. Here we go.
Proximity emulation, you know. As the great Andrew Hawkins said, proximity emulation. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Russell on the lead. McAfee on the chase. Matt Russell absolutely pushing the 86 now, but McAfee not backing down. Matt Russell absolutely throwing it down. McAfee, he's right there. He's not leaving her alone. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this run. What a fantastic run.
Wow, I tell you what. I mean, what do you reckon? Should we get some of the crowd at home involved in this? We've seen 5 out of 6 possible battles here to separate these guys. I reckon, what do you reckon? Matty Russell, he can be a thumbs up. And then we're going to give McAfee, he can be the smiley face this time around. Bang away on those keyboards, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen at home. Tell us what you guys think. Of course, we're not going to tell Tony what the result is because we don't want him to mess that one up again, which is probably more my fault. But, wow, what a battle. I mean, a solid lead run again. It's pretty much everywhere he needs to be as we watch here on the Pertec Bayswater replay game. Down, a big initiation, commitment in there, switches it out, picks up the clipping point, maybe half a metre off or less. But look at the emulation there in the background and the proximity. It's got it all. S is drifting 101. Way to do it. Alrighty, I mean, these two drivers, they've driven a bit together, yeah? They've spent some time out there on the track together, so they know each other pretty well?
I think these guys have only really driven together this year during these battles. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is their final battle, the last one. You ready for this, mate?
I'm locked and loaded, mate. You call us through it.
McAfee, big throwdown. Matt Russell right there with him. McAfee, huge angle, but Matt Russell not backing down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fantastic battle. Get on your feet. Matt Russell all over McAfee. Wowee, what a fantastic run.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these two drivers, and when they come down, make sure you give them a massive cheer. I know we've got Tony down there on the sideline. Tony, mate, I hope you got your ears on because this place is going to erupt when these two boys come back to you.
I don't know if you can hear me up there, but my voice is cooked. I've been screaming down here on the trackside. They have been some of the most epic battles and well worthy of a final. Are you guys coming down to the presentation? Because I can barely talk.
That's right, Tony. You've done a bunch of more talking than we have, so we'll be coming down with fresh voices. We got you, bro.
Where did his voice go?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you get yourselves down trackside as close as you can for the presentation. We've got the boys heading down there. Chunga's going to go down and join Tony just to get this called out. I'm pretty much done up here, but I tell you what, this has been an epic day of Battle Royale. And hasn't it been Battle Royale? Of course, massive thanks to all of our sponsors who have been helping us out and getting this event done. We couldn't do without you guys. I'm not going to give you a long list, but of course they are Bling Designs, Hypergear Turbos, Battlist, Shockworks Coilovers, Easy Car, Trailer Hire, Scott's Tyres, Zoo Performance, On-Site Towing, Pertec, Bayswater, BSC Performance, of course. What an amazing event this has been. The Keep It Reet Battle Royale has really just lit it right up tonight. Of course, thank you to all of our crew that have been out there toiling away and getting this event to come together, and the recovery crew that have been really swift in getting the track set back up and rock and roll. the production crew that helped put the whole show together, they have done a fantastic job. I'm just trying to look and see now how Chunga's getting himself down to be trackside. The boys are pretty excited out there. You can see them out on the main straight, on that entryway where that wall is. They've been banging away and trying to beat it down all day long. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been here all day, you have witnessed some amazing driving, and I really do hope that you keep coming and supporting this amazing drift event next year when it gets going again. And of course, if you've only come in late, you haven't missed much either. Back home on the live stream, we've really enjoyed your company and you guys also keeping us entertained with some of your great comments from all around the globe. It has been fantastic. We have crowned and are crowning some champions. Tony, mate, if you got voice left, what have you got?
I've got a little bit left. I've got a little bit left. Mate, I'd just like to echo your comments for sure. Thank you, Dan Mackey, for coming down to Victoria, braving the cold and sharing your wisdom. And Chunga, he's coming down to do the presentation really soon. I mean, I've had the best day. Look at these guys. We had an all SR20 final. Kind of after my own heart, which is lovely. But worthy competitors, Patrick Barley obviously bringing his car down. We've got the New South Wales competitors that were down, Flash, Glenn. What a day, mate. I've had an absolute ball.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's been fantastic. And of course, thanks very much to all the Keep It Reet crew and all of you guys in Victoria for having me down here. I love drift. It's part of my blood. I've been doing this crazy sport for nearly 23 years now, and I still thoroughly enjoy it. And it sends shivers down my spine to see these guys out there pumping so hard and still doing it. And, you know, it's going to do that for years to come. So well done to everyone today. Well done to you down there, Tony. It's been great fun having a chat to Chunga and catching up with him. I can see the man himself, the great man, is pretty much down there. And he's even carrying a podium with him. That's just how much effort this man puts in.
How good. DIY, bring your own podium. Got it covered. Awesome, mate. Awesome stuff.
All right, boys. Well, I'm going to sign off from up here and come down and watch the champagne spray. I'll leave it to you boys to sign off the show. Thanks very much for having me once again, and I will see you trackside in the near future.
All right, guys. Thanks for bearing with us while we organise our podium and champagne and prizes and all that other good stuff. We're going to have some words from Mark regarding the Thrash Kings award and just a few words. We'll have that very shortly. We've got the round winners and then the championship winners as well. And once we're ready to rock, I'll hand over to Chunga and he will complete the proceedings of the evening. And then I heard there's probably going to be beers somewhere. Just saying. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly ready to go. We're going to have all of our celebration and presentation, but I'm going to hand over to Jace himself to just say a few words from his perspective. There you go. There you go, mate.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you everyone that's stuck around to the end here. We'll announce all the winners and championship very soon. I'm a bit flustered. There's a bit going on, but yeah, just want to say it's been amazing. Our first year with the Battle Royale series, so it's been a lot of trial and error and seeing what works and what not. So it's been amazing, and the support from the drivers, all the guests, all the judges coming from all over Australia, the commentators, the boys getting the live stream, just slowly getting the gear together, all the camera people coming out. And then the whole crew putting it all together. It's been absolutely amazing. So just a shout out to absolutely everyone for all their efforts. Massive round of applause. It's been an amazing season. I absolutely loved it. It's been sick that I could jump in the car and have a thrash as well for the last couple of rounds. And let's get into this, the Thrash Kings Award. So if you don't know what that is, it's in memory of Krista Jager. His passing recently during COVID. He was a massive part of the scene. He was an idol to a lot of people, and he was just so passionate. And this was his outlet. Unfortunately, during the COVID time, we just didn't have this sport. He didn't have his outlet, and it all pent up, and he didn't speak to anyone. And that's just something that we really want to make sure everyone within the scene in the community, first of all, if he has that release, have their scene, whatever it may be, and second of all, have all your mates and make sure you're opening up to your mates or at least someone, go see someone, whatever it is. So we're trying to support that as much as we possibly can. So from there, I'm gonna pass it on to my wife, Danny. She's gonna say something quickly, and we'll present this award.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking around. So yeah, as Jace mentioned, what the Thrash Kings Award's all about. Jason and I are really passionate about a holistic approach to mental health, and we welcome Mark to our community. Mark is not only a chaplain on motorsport, but he has also been around motorsport for 30 odd years, and we feel very privileged to have him here tonight, giving the Thrash King Award on behalf of Chance, who couldn't be here tonight. Mark also conducted Krista Jager's funeral, so it's also very special, and yeah, we thank you for coming down and giving this award.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate that, or Josh. Your love and your support's been felt and appreciated, and I think it's something very important that we all understand. Let's take the spectacular out of our sport just for a moment and recognise we are a family and we need to be looking after each other. I don't want to ever have to feel this way again by losing someone who we love in our family. So I want to read to you something from Chance, who couldn't be here tonight due to a wedding interstate. But Chance wrote, 2 years ago, we lost Chris to mental illness. He took his own life. The last option he felt had to stop that lifelong, relentless battle raging inside of him. He was so much more than his mental illness. He laughed, smiled a lot. Drifted was life. So, being the best human that he could possibly be, and his curiosity to ensure that everyone had their minds stretched by what things he could challenge them with. Life painfully challenged in an instant for those that he left behind. With him, it abated marginally, and with an acceptance of new reluctant reality waves, itself in its daily rhythms softens the reflections of happier times. But for those who take themselves to other side, life was incessantly painful, and the ache that never let go, and the relentless weight that never budged on all-consuming that beast which claws seems so deeper with no help for salvation. It's a solemn moment, but it's a moment that I want us to begin to plan and have a pledge that we don't want to see any more of our family lost to this situation. And so there's a call for us all, and Chance reflects this in the rest of her comments, saying that the drifting family is an amazing family, and that within this family we have the resilience to be able to look after each other. But for those who are going through a moment which they're in struggle, but they've put on a brave face, we want you to just reach out, purely from the point of view of you're not on your own. We're a part of this family. We want you to know that you're loved, you're cared for, and give us, your resilient family, the opportunity to embrace you and support you as you come through these circumstances. Unfortunately for Chris, he was a young boy when this horrible mental illness attacked him, and he never really recovered from that. Because of that, he buried so many things. It is important that you don't just bury. You've got to find someone to sit down, talk it through with. And if we don't want to have to feel this way again. So make a pledge, just a secret heart pledge. I'm going to look after my family. I'm going to put them in a place where I approach them, where I listen, and I pray that I have an ear to hear what's necessary to make me willing to step up and to be a part of this resilient family to help carry each other through. I want to congratulate Chance on her passion to make this family so important. And I want to thank also Josh and Danny, because they've stepped up to embrace this. Sorry, Jason. Don't you hate it when you get it wrong? But the important thing is, let's make a difference. Can you agree with me on that one? So today, in honor of Chris, we have this Thrash Kings Award. And today it is my honor, on behalf of Chance, on behalf of Keep It Reet, to make this award to Daniel Ridley. Come on, give him a big shout. Clap it out. Come on, ramp it up. Give it to him. Good on you, Daniel. Congratulations, mate. All the very, very best. A very precious award. Keep it very dear, near to your heart, mate. What can you say?
Well, I actually lost my mum this year in April, and I didn't really feel like myself for probably, I'd say, almost 2 months. But the first event being back here with everyone, like all the regular people, I sort of felt like myself for about 5 minutes. It was nice. So
Absolutely, and it's the family which helps hold you in place.
No, it was like the first time I felt like myself again for a bit, so it was good. It was nice.
Good on you, Daniel. Give him a big clap, folks.
I just want to say it's Dan's absolutely killed it. So what this trophy really is someone that Chris J would be so proud of is just being an absolute top bloke out there in the pits. You know, he threw me the keys of the cars without a bat and eyelid. I could tell he was worried about it, but we said it anyway. That car did the most laps out of any car out there today. Dan's been supporting us from the get-go, and yeah, absolute legend of a bloke. He's always someone to just go out of his way to help anyone. So it's amazing to have that trophy in your hands tonight. Absolutely well deserved. Another round of applause, Dan Ridley, legend. All right, let's get this mic back to the boys and get some championship winners.
Thank you, Jason. All right, now we have the winners from tonight. You guys ready for this? Because we only have the winners from tonight as well as the winners for the championship. So we'll start with the, I wouldn't call you amateur, maybe the pro minus, you know. All right, for tonight, amateur, come on guys, we've got Sam, Andrew, Nathan, Daniel, come up here, come up the front. Don't hide behind the cars. Been hiding behind the cars all night, so we need you up here. So before third and fourth, where's Daniel? Who's he gone? Mate, you're going to win more things, all right? Daniel Ridley, Nathan Beasley. We'll get this overdone quickly because we're running out of time, actually. How'd you go tonight, mate?
Pretty good, I reckon.
Pretty good, you reckon? Yeah. How'd the car perform?
Pretty good. Had dramas in the morning. One of my calipers was seized, but I lost a lot of practice because of it because I couldn't figure out what it was. So, yeah, oh well.
Well, mate, you lost some practice, but you did pretty damn good today. Was the car what you've been feeling it's like, or are you just doing fantastically today?
No, the car's pretty good with the new lock setup and everything. Felt pretty grippy, so yeah.
Very nice. And Daniel, like Jason said, that car has been taking an absolute pounding. I know you've had some issues with it here and there, and it's seeing the dyno and then seeing off the dyno, but back on the dyno again. How'd you do it today?
Well, we rebuilt it in 6 days, and then that didn't work that well, and then we sort of rebuilt it again, and it's been fine. But as Tony was saying, it's looking a bit weathered, to be honest, but it's all right. It still drives, so it'll be good for tomorrow. Coming back with a heap of tyres to have some more fun. So,
mate, that car, if that makes it through the weekend, I'm going to be absolutely impressed. All right. The winner for third place is Nathan Beasley. Make some noise. Quickly talk to Daniel. That means you're in fourth place, mate. Do you want to thank anyone?
Thank everyone at my workshop. Quana for always helping me put my car together because it's broken. All the people that support it, like Speed Tech, Pertec Bayswater, Hypergear, all those people. Keep it Reet for putting on these amazing events. Everyone, really. Pretty much everyone. Anyone that's here, thank you.
Make some noise. Fourth place, Daniel Ridley, the man. Mate, you got a skateboard, you got a big check. How's it feel?
Pretty good. I got 3 of these now. Can't crack past third place, so oh well.
Well, it's 2022. Maybe 2023 the year?
Yeah, hopefully.
And what are you going to do to change it up? You going to change your car up? You going to do some more driving, or you just going to keep doing what you're doing right now?
Won't change the driving. I'm getting a new paint job, new stickers, all that. Yeah.
That'll do it. That'll make you go from third to hopefully first, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
And is anyone you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my missus, Daisy, my dad for always spotting for me, my mate Brownie for always helping me out, and my mate Straubs for doing all the panel work on my car, and then All Gen Engines for doing my motor and everything, and yeah, that's about it.
Very nice, mate. Congratulations on third place. Nathan Beasley, make some noise. And we've got these two really tall guys. What's going on here? Let me just kind of stand on my... Yeah, no, I'm all right. Boys, You've had a fair good day today, haven't you?
Yeah, today wasn't too bad. I actually only came to do Ride with a Pro.
And then, yeah, you weren't meant to be in the competition either, weren't you?
I wasn't.
Were you? Yeah. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. But you, right at the Pro, what happened to that?
I don't know. A few people dropped out this morning, I think, and so they sort of hit me up. Do you want to drive? I thought, yeah, do a couple of laps, it'll be right. I was still doing Ride with a Pro at lunchtime. And, yeah, here we are.
And why didn't you enter the competition in the first place?
I really don't know. I just wanted to have a heap of fun today, and I did that anyway, so it's all right.
Well, I think it worked out pretty well for you, mate. And you, Mr. Dreadlocks, the nicest person in the world, apparently. Yeah. What was that, guys? Yeah, nice. How did you go today, mate? How did your car go? How did you feel?
Overall, good. The last couple of battles were horrible because the track seemed to be real slippery, and I just drove into oblivion. So sorry about that, but had fun, drove a heap, and yeah, it was good.
Very nice. We did notice, that first of the last battles, you just understeered into the mud, didn't you?
It was a good time. Like, the car was clean all day, and now I'm picking shit out of my hair. Sorry about the language.
Yeah, that's the way it happens sometimes, I think. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a winner here today between Sam Mudge and Andrew Pearson. The winner is Sam Mudge. He knows it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Sam Mudge, first place. Andrew Pearson in second. All right, mate, I'm going to have a quick chat with you. Andrew, do you want to thank anyone before we get going?
I'd like to give a big shout out to my teammate Russ. He blew his gearbox in practice, and we've been working all day to get it going. So shout out to Russ, and thanks for your help. The wheel deal, Jared, he's helped us out. I've said it every time. He helps us out. He doesn't have to. And keep it Reet. Thank you for putting on these events. It's really elevating my driving personally, and I know all these guys as well. Thanks to the commentators, thanks to all the judges, and thanks to Calder Park.
Make some noise. Second place. What a fantastic gentleman. Good speech, mate. Are you going to be able to top that? You're not? All right. Oh, one more person.
And my girlfriend, Taryn. This is the first event she's been to, so thanks for coming.
Yeah, Taryn! All right, Sam. Do you want to just skip the speech part and go to people sponsors? Thanks. Or did you want to say something?
Look, I will say thank you to absolutely everyone that came out today, as nearly everyone else already has. But couldn't do it without you. The team at Keep It Reet, it's probably one of the best ran events in the country at the moment. It's just epic coming out here to drive like that, so it's good. We'll go, yeah. Also, massive shout out Zek Nova Tyres, Pro Graphics, Seven Sins, and of course, Aaron Dewar at Dewar Performance Engines. We've got one hell of a hot rod at the moment. She's a good car, it's a good engine, it's really doing its thing.
RB20, right?
RB20, mate, all day.
How much power?
Oh, about 420 horse, just enough.
Just enough. That's a nice 20, mate. And because, you've done pretty well today, I'd say. Would you be entering some more competitions maybe next year?
Yeah, I probably should look into that, I think. Yeah, we'll make it happen.
I reckon the boys will look after you. Anyway, anyone else you want to thank, mate?
Oh, massive thanks to, actually, Ben Spence up there on the hill somewhere. Been the mechanic all day. Thanks very much. And a big shout out to Ben Brentnell, too. He's actually asleep in the car at the moment. That's real good. Cheers, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. First place, Sam Mudge. Come on, boys. Jump up on the podium. Get your photos. Do your stuff. All right, one more cheer for the boys. Come on, make some noise for them. Get them G'd up. That's pretty G'd up. I don't think Sam Mudge knows how to do it properly. All right, let's get the show on the road. Jay, Mr. Handsome. Oh, that's a bit harsh. Hey, Ridley, you're a bit wet there, mate. It's in the eyes. It stings. All right, Jay, Pat, come up here, boys. Come on. No, you're not Jay, are you? It's a Jay. Jay, old man, come up here. That's you. Far out. At least Pat knows who he is. Yeah. All right, boys. Obviously here, third and fourth place. Jay, what's going on with the car? What's going on with you? Are you feeling good today?
Yeah, a bit rough early, but came good at the end and, yeah, had a ball. Thanks so much to keep putting it on. Yeah.
Nice one. Nice one. Not much else to say. And Pat, is this your first time here doing a Keep It Reet event?
Yeah, first time running the Keep It Reet events, and ran 3-4 times here at Calder now. Never done this layout before, and I like this layout. It's good.
What do you like about the layout? Is it the speed, or is it the kind of the bump down the bottom, or a bit of everything?
It's really just like a motorbike track for drift cars, like with the jumps and the bumps, and just sending it out there. It's great fun.
Very nice. Speaking of jumps, old mate Jay Hansen here did a good jump. There's a good photo on the live stream. If you search for it, he gets 2 wheels in the air, and that's not back or sides. It's the 2 front wheels, mate. Well done for that one. Tonight we have a third and fourth place here. In third place is Pat Bowley. Make some noise. Fourth place, Jay Hansen. Pat, I want to thank, mate. Oh, here we go. We'll get you some stuff. Sorry, boys. Pat, is anyone you want to thank, mate?
Yeah, massive shout out to obviously my dad and Tony and the rest of my family for assisting with getting the car here, or the logistics, or the back end side of things that no one sees. And yeah, obviously sponsors Lux Performance over in WA, who's been a great supporter of mine over the years. And yeah, everyone for putting on the event here tonight. And sorry to the fella that I ran over your foot earlier today. I really didn't mean it. I just wasn't paying that much attention. So apologies to who that is.
Is he still alive?
He's very much still alive. Yes, I've seen him on the live stream later.
Sounds good, mate. Make some noise. Pat Bowley, third place. Old man Jay, you're having a seat. You're getting a bit tired. Those ankles going, or the knees.
That's it, mate. That's it.
Good to see you. Mate, anyone you want to thank?
Oh, yeah, thanks for my brother helping me pit today. The missus for letting me do it. Thanks for Johnny Dreyer for getting me into this. I blame you, mate. But yeah, the guys at BSC Performance, Phoenix Radiators, Zek Nova Tyres, Fast Track and Towing as well. Thanks for all your support, guys.
Makes and who else?
I've got to thank Keep It Reet, Jason, Danny, everyone, Josh. Thanks so much for putting this, and you, Chunga, of course.
Mate,
yeah. Couldn't have done it without you, mate. And thanks for putting it on. It's just a great event. We've had a ball, just out here having a ball. So. Cannot complain.
Well, no complaints here. Make some noise. Jay Hansen. What a gentleman. Oh, what is this thing doing in the way, mate? Owning the ground. Marcus, are you just trying to show off your lock?
Yeah.
What lock kit do you got in there?
Cut and shuts.
Who cut and shut it for you?
I cut and shut these ones.
How about the other ones?
I don't know. The other ones I broke when I crashed into a Falcon, so.
And Matty Russell, how's that 8.6 going?
Yeah, if Alex is watching, my panel guy, straight to your place. Thanks, mate.
I thought you were going to say Alex, the other Alex.
There's no other Alex, mate. Not at the moment, while I need paint and panel.
Yeah, true. And you had a few problems with it today, did you?
Yeah, I don't know. In front of Mike, it just sort of cut out. We found it was sort of boost creeping a bit, so we just wound it down and seems to have fixed it. So I might check that again some point in a couple of years. I'm not big on opening the bonnet.
That's fair, mate. I think just pull the motor out, put beams in there, 4H.
You can leave
now. No, none of this SR's 20, mate.
SR's on the podium, as it should be.
True. Who likes an SR out there? That's no one. Marcus, how's the car been going, mate? Now, how'd you go today? You got a few dents. Is that new or is it old?
No, for a change, I didn't add any dents to the car. This is just how I turned up. So that's a first for me. I usually add at least one corner worth of damage every time. But yeah, car's performed flawlessly today. Had a diff issue in the morning with an LSD that was opening up. Swapped that out before battles, and car's been killing it ever since. So I'm wrapped.
Mate, well, you're pretty wrapped, and I think you'll be more wrapped with first place, ladies and gentlemen, Marcus McCaffrey, first place, Matt Russell, second. Hey, he's excited. Matty, I'll talk to you first. Who do you want to thank?
Oh, I got to thank everyone. I always forget. So the whole KIR team for running these events all year. They've been great. I'll be back next year. The team in the pits, in the trailer, my wife, kids, and all my mates, Simon, Lindsay, Greenhill, Alex, who's been here all year, just couldn't make it tonight when I bent it the most. And then, yeah, Reckham, Shockworks, JDI Fabrication, Doc, everyone else that's helped. Thank you. Thanks to everyone coming out as well and staying.
Make some noise. Matt Russell! All right, Marcus, everyone's leaving, so we better wrap this up, hey? First place, mate.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I have heaps of people to thank. I'll probably forget them all, as I probably will. But all the family and friends that have helped me out through this whole year, you guys have been amazing and you know who you are. I've got to thank Martini Racing Oils. They've come on board this year and it's been a huge help. Shockworks suspension as always. This thing's gripped up to the max. Elite manufacturing, gearbox conversion. This thing's been bulletproof all year. I have not had to worry about it. Minnie's paint and panel. The car's definitely going to go there after this season, get cleaned up for the next one. She's looking a bit worse for wear, but yeah, I'm so happy with everything. So thank you guys for coming out. Thank you, Keeper Reet. It was a sick event.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Make some noise. First place, Marcus McCarthy. Boys, get up on the podium. Get up there. Get your photo. Let's get it done. We'll go to the championship. People who have a thing, who came, you know, that's you, Jay. Marcus is stripping. Well done, boys. All right, I'm going to skip past everything here. Let's get back to the other side. It smells like a cheap pub out here. All right. Where's my amateurs at? Somewhere. Anyway, I'm going to just call third place right now. Third place for the 2022 Keep It Reet Amateur Championship. Third place, Matt McCrudden. Come on down, mate. Oh, that's a big one. It's not as big as you. Does he get a check as well, or just one of these ones? Just one of those ones, mate. You've had a few, you know. Nice big trophy. It's a big trophy. How'd you go today, mate?
Yeah, went all right. Enjoyed today, so yeah, driving got better, I think, throughout the day, so good.
And how'd the car perform?
Yeah, good. Bit understeery on the front and stuff. You just have to keep it on power to get it to drive right, so yeah. But other than that, perfect.
Very nice, mate. And is there anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank Mrs. Sanella at home, and my new son, Leon. He's probably watching as well, hopefully. He's like 4 months old, so it already is. And then, yeah, my family in Ireland are actually watching the live stream, so it's pretty cool. Keep it right, guys. Everyone that came out to watch as well. My mate Dwayne came out, helped me. Campbell Precision as well. They give me a hand with the car, and Independent Car Parts in Deer Park as well. So, yep.
Very nice, mate. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Third place for the 2022 Keep It Reet Battle Royale Championship, Matt McCrudden. All right, we got the first and second. Come on, boys. Where are you? Andrew Pearson, Daniel Ridley, come up here. Imagine that. What are you doing up here again? And you, again, nice guy. Nicer guy as well. Thrash King Award, mate. Oof. Bit fancy. All right, I'm going to make this quick then. We've already talked to you guys already. First place for the amateur, Battle Royale 2022 Championship is Andrew Pearson. Make some noise. Daniel Ridley, second place. Well done, boys. That is that's actually bigger than him. So you're lucky you got the smaller one, mate. I'll have a chat with you quickly. Anyone you want to thank that isn't the same people, or do you want to say something else?
I'm just really happy to be here, and I'm surprised that I've ended up here, to be honest. But yeah, over the moon. So it's good. And thanks for running all the events. Thanks to all the judges and whatnot, and same people as last time, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I'm sort of just lost for words at this point. But
Mate, you did absolutely fantastic this year. I've watched you drive all year, obviously, and killer. Well done, mate. Make some noise. Second place. It's a little cup. Hold on, we're going to do the first place as well. Did you want to say anything else, or just to say ditto?
Ditto, yeah. Thanks again, Keep It Reet. Awesome event, and thanks to everyone involved making it happen. Thanks to all the other drivers, and yeah, cheers.
Make some noise. First place, ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Pearson. Come on, jump up on the podium. Get your photo. Oh, taking it off, mate. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, in first place, Andrew Pearson. Make some noise. Well done, boys. Cam, Matt, come up here, guys. Come over. We just got to do it, right? We got to do it. Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, third place for the Pro Series Battle Royale 2022 Keep It Reet is Matty Russell, the Love Muscle. Make some noise. Matt, is there anyone you want to thank, mate, or should we just, what are we doing? Third. Wrong one. I don't announce first, mate. I do it third first.
Little boy, that's more like. I like that one.
Matt, do we want to talk to you again, Matt, or are you good?
I think I got it right the first time, so I don't want to ruin it now. But like Cam, I think, is about to mention, Bogger obviously couldn't be here tonight. So thanks, Marcus still beat me. But hey, well done to him all year. He drove obviously very well to be on the podium and still not be at the last round. So well done to him. Yeah, thanks everyone here.
Make some noise, Matty Russell, third place. So Bogger, no, Bogger's not here. Here we go. All right, so he couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately, but in second place, 1 point above third place, was Brendan Bogger O'Grady. Make some noise for him out there. Bogger, if you're on the live stream, well done, mate. Well done. Do you want to thank anyone? Yeah, no, he's got nothing to say. He's speechless. In that case, you know what that means, Cam. Where'd you come?
I think first.
You can count. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, Cam Martin, first place for the Keep It Reet Battle Royale 2022 Championship. Matty Russell had 27 points. Bogger had 28. And Cam, 29. It was that close, mate. Obviously, today you knocked out a bit early, didn't you?
Yeah, just firstly, 29 is my favourite number, so that's pretty funny. 29. What? No. I had a lot of trouble today. Obviously lost my first battle, then blew my diff on my second battle after some reruns. So a bit unfortunate, hoping to be up here battling Marcus and Maddie. But you can't win them all, but I think they're being consistent throughout the year. And I am speechless. I'm so stoked to, first championship ever. So happy.
Well done, mate. Well done. Make some noise. Come on, Cam Martin. Let's get up on the podium.
Oh, true. I'll just say a quick something for Bogger, because he's an absolute legend and he's supported us so much this year. Just keep a read in general, working on our cars, tuning our cars, just slotting him in between his crazy schedule. He's an absolute legend. He built the motor in the 33, and he was absolutely hauling this year in that insane 1 million horsepower, 180 SX, whatever it is, with the turbo and flames coming out the bonnet. It was gangster, and he was just pushing hard, so consistent, and consistently just throwing down. So it was amazing, and I'm sure he'd want to thank his family, his beautiful girls, and yeah, his workshop, BSC Performance. Get on it. So there you go. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Bogger. All right, guys, get up on the podium, do your thing. I'll put Boggers up there. Ladies and gentlemen, Cam Martin, first place for the 2022 Battle Royale Champion Championship. Make some noise for him. Come on. Got your photos, guys. You know, smile. Hold on. No, hold on. We'll get the other guys to join you for that one. Come on, boys. Come up here. It's not a party unless there's like a whole bunch of dudes spraying everywhere.
How did they all get them?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out here tonight. Jason Farron, as usual, the latecomer, but he's absolutely covered Camp Martin. I'll pass you on to Joshua Rogers. Joshua Rogers.
Hey guys, I don't want to keep you too much longer, but being the end of the season, I'd just like to say a massive, massive thank you to our staff. Obviously, Jason and Danny for you know, leading the way with all this stuff and taking the chance on it all. It's huge, but we've got a massive fleet, and these guys stay out on the track. They're actually all sunburnt to the hell. We've got to be back here tomorrow and the next day, so I don't know how we're going to do that. But guys down in the weather, rain, sun, like it's unreal. It's no one in their right mind would do it, but these guys keep coming back, and they're what makes a show run. So a massive thank you to those guys, plus the girls in the tent, the guys setting up. It's not. You see us, but it's not us. It's everyone else, and it's all a team sort of environment that makes it happen. So I won't keep you too much longer. Unfortunately, if you have hung around for the burnouts, we are blown out of time, and I got to come back here tomorrow and Sunday, so we can't do burnouts. Sorry, guys, but yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate you, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow and Sunday, and maybe next year.
I'll be back next year, Battle Royale Series. We'll be back here, and we'll be pushing hard. We'll have some new things to drop. So, yeah, hope you all enjoyed this one, because we'll be back pushing harder than ever. And, yeah, it's been great. So, appreciate it, guys. I'm out. Nah, not going to do that.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem been better. Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed in heaven. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up. I'm trying to get it in FT to get them when they're in hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities that never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to prove something. Big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans. Partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no wins. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice. I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah. yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my big dog, walking big talk, young veteran, living legend, bet I'm better than them. This is my ship, I'm a jacket like Letterman, y'all better not let them in. They gon' rotate this, so I keep the pedaling, started a chain. The cycle is heaven sent, this is from God, but I'm not your reverend, not in the pulpit. I'm a pit bull in this element, yeah. Said you gon' pull up, then settle it, yeah. I've been married to this hustle, this is my ring, watch I step in it, yeah. And I ain't even got a yard, but I'ma get it here. Watch how I touch down, pulling plans out the clutch. Everybody getting crushed, the cut down is for us now. Have to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket, yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits, yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no ends, yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen, putting hours in my practice, I did all that, yeah. I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs, I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah. I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs, yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, yeah. Run it, ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my, yeah.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, talk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, I to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again under their nose. None of them cold, they just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm turning one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank in a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
Fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I be swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it, yeah.
You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice.
You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffels at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Ride it till the wheels fall off. Yeah, I'm about to run the game, I ain't never dropping off. Unless we talking about a bag. Put a duffel on the dash, yeah, I'm really about to swat. Heavy foot up on the gas with it. Trunk tracks with the cash in it. Passionate, long range when I'm passing it. All drive, I ain't stopping unless I'm crashing it. And even that wouldn't stop me from going after it.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. Yeah. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it. Yeah.
You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life. Big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life. Just know 100 duffels is the bag price. You ain't by that fast life. 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas, gas, gas.